Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American Comics. Dark Strange Template. Joining the chat group. Part 1. I originally thought that transmigrating into the shrouding the heavens world made me invincible across the world, but I never expected to acquire another invincible golden finger, a chat group. No heroine, protagonist Russell Parasite place for brains. Su Xiaomeng's eyes were currently radiating an unusual glow. As a transmigrator, she had originally planned to copy some short videos to become the first generation of internet celebrities, accumulate primitive capital, and then make a killing on the internet to become the female richest person. But when she learned that an outstanding alumnus of her older sister's school was named Yi Fan, her entire body gave a start. Then she spent a bit of money. After getting the roster of Yi Fan's class, seeing those familiar names one after another, Su Xiaomeng had an epiphany. It turned out to be the shrouding the heavens world. Who gives a fool about being the richest person then? She wanted to cultivate. Therefore, Su Xiaomeng applied for a security guard position at Mount Tai, walking 40 years less of detours than her peers. After smilingly issuing a parking ticket for Yi Fan's Mercedes-Benz, she boarded history's most luxurious vehicle capable of heaven-defying changes to destiny. The 9 dragons pulling a coffin. She didn't take anything on Mars, directly hauled up inside the coffin, and then smoothly arrived at Beidou. Relying on her first mover advantage, she ate the fruit, drank the spring water, became an immortal sprout, and embarked on the path of cultivation. She intended to just hole up in this cave heaven forever. Not going anywhere for the next few hundred years. When Yi Fan became a great emperor several hundred years later, relying on the parking fee from Yi Fan's Mercedes-Benz back then, she wouldn't ask to become a great emperor, but securing a quasi-emperor position would also do. At the very least, she would have a lifespan of several thousand, or even tens of thousands of years. This was simply too awesome. This was Su Xiaomeng's previous thought, but when she saw the chat group suddenly appearing before her, she was so happy her whole body went numb with laughter. A chat group that could communicate with the heavens of all realms and exchange treasures was simply too awesome, alright. After all, the combat power of the shrouding the heavens world was extremely strong, and leveling up was extremely fast, but it was too terrifying. At every turn, Dark Supremes would wash the universe in blood, along with all sorts of battles that obliterated the Great Tao. Furthermore, lifespans were flawed. Even a great emperor only had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Want to enter the immortal domain? Even the protagonist had to endure for over 1,000,000 years. Su Xiaomeng felt she couldn't endure that long, but having a chat group was different. Who knows, if she got lucky one day and pulled in a member from the coiling dragon universe, with just a tiny bit of effort for a few decades, she could directly achieve eternal life. This treatment would definitely make those supremes in the dark forbidden zones weep bitterly with envy, slapping their thighs and cursing endlessly. You scoundrel of a heavens, how unfair you are. Su Xiaomeng hurriedly opened the chat group and found that there were already several people inside. Before she could take a closer look, a message popped up before her eyes. The number of chat group members has exceeded 3, and the chat group owner function has been activated. Please conduct a vote. The one with the highest number of votes will become the chat group owner and possess certain privileges. Chat group owner. Su Xiaomeng's breathing momentarily stagnated. As a member of her older brother's strongest support fandom back then, what she envied most was the group owner, because the group owner could meet her older brother and receive his greetings. That was her older brother, after all. Cultivating alone for 2.5 years, crushing 33 top schools with his own power as a supreme genius, and ultimately winning the C position. Do you know how hard his older brother worked? She hurriedly spoke up. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress, brothers and sisters of the chat group, I wonder which divine ability user's unintentional joke this is. Since we are meeting for the first time, shouldn't we introduce ourselves to each other first? Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. This humble one is a practitioner from the Immortal Cultivation School, Lingshu Cave Heaven. My cultivation is quite decent, capable of flying through the skies, escaping into the earth, and blasting apart a small hill. I wonder how strong you fellow Taoists are. First, elevate the class of the chat group. It was the handiwork of a divine ability user. Then introduce herself, unintentionally revealing her identity, and unintentionally displaying her strength. Even if there was some exaggeration on her part, bragging on the internet didn't matter. Could netizens really come offline to solo kill her? Just based on this advantage of speaking first, she could definitely boost the other's favorable impression. And just as Su Xiaomeng thought, The confusion that those new members in the chat group had originally fallen into also quickly recovered at this moment. Fan Mumu. This humble one is Fan Xian from Danzhou. Who would have thought? I originally thought that my transmigration was outrageous enough, but what's even more outrageous is that Ma Wadong's business has actually expanded to the world I am in. Impressive. Impressive. I want to kill my brother. To be able to pull people from different worlds into one place to chat, such a method. I'm afraid even the six-path sage of back then would be no match for this. I want to kill my brother. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, coming from Konoha village. My goal is to work hard to cultivate and kill my brother. Fan Mumu. Wow, you're a bit vicious here, wanting to hack your own brother. Sigh. Wait, no, you said your name is Uchiha Sasuke. Then you definitely can't hack this brother of yours. I want to kill my brother. Why? Fan Mumu. Because he'll be whitewashed in the future. I want to kill my brother. Whitewashed. Konoha. A giant question mark flashed across Sasuke's head. With a blank gaze, he thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Could taking a bath and scrubbing clean wash away the sins of killing his clansmen and even his own parents? I want to kill my brother. You must be joking. It requires paying the price with one's life. Sasuke thought this Fan Mumu called Fan Xian was mocking him, which caused a trace of killing intent to flash through his heart. For this tender youth, he could not tolerate anyone who insulted his family and parents to stay alive. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Fan surname, shut your mouth. Don't reveal too much heavenly secrets, or you'll face retribution. Su Xiaomeng's entire person was numb. She hadn't expected that there would actually be another transmigrator inside the chat group. Although the other party was the protagonist of another book, she didn't expect the other party to actually know about Hokage. Plot. This was a crucial step for her to become the omniscient and omnipotent great immortal Su. Without a sense of mystery, how could she hoodwink the chat group members into voting for her and making her the group owner? But Fan Xian completely ignored her. Fan Mumu. Don't listen to her nonsense. What heavenly secrets or whatever, actually, you are just a character, eh? Seeing Fan Xian say this, Su Xiaomeng grew anxious. She glanced at the chat group members, there were 4 people in total. Those who had spoken were Fan Mumu, Hokage's Sasuke, and another one with a nickname called something. I am a doctor. A doctor. What kind of combat power could he possibly have? Gia. Su Xiaomeng rubbed her fists and feet together. This lady originally wanted to hoodwink you guys, but you stinky men wouldn't take the bait. Well, what a coincidence, this lady also knows a thing or two about martial arts. This lady gives you 3 seconds. Get your ass over here. Perhaps because it didn't have a group owner yet, the chat group did not restrict the transmigration feature between chat group members. Su Xiaomeng could travel to other people's worlds, so without another word, she directly transmigrated over and punched Fan Xian right in the face. Fan Mumu knelt on the spot. A good man doesn't fight with women. Another punch. Sasuke also knelt. Violent women won't be able to get married. There was still one ordinary doctor left, wasn't that just a small fry? Su Xiaomeng transmigrated over. After looking at the guy with his strange outfit, radiating black chi all over, a horizontal third eye on his forehead, a green gemstone hanging on his chest, and a pitch-black magic cloak draped behind him, her legs instantly went soft, and she almost collapsed to her knees. Be big. Big boss, DD, do you think I look cute? Russell looked expressionlessly at Su Xiaomeng, who called herself Great Immortal Su and suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the other party did not have the overbearing air of punching Fan Mumu and kicking Urzuzi. At this moment, she looked like a shy little girl. Dainty and pretty. Even her voice was put on. Extremely flattering. It was completely different from the expression and attitude she had when she first transmigrated and came before him. It was definitely a complete 180-degree reversal. Why did her attitude change so quickly? Russell lowered his head and glanced at his dark cloak, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Do you know me? Are you a transmigrator? Senior's wisdom eye is like a torch. You are simply all-knowing and omnipotent like a god descending to the mortal world, seeing through Xiaomeng's identity at a single glance. Little sister here is from year 01. Su Xiaomeng paused for a moment, and said coyly, this person has just turned 18. As for whether she knew Russell, of course she didn't. But she recognized his special appearance, the exact same style as Dark Strange, coupled with the dazzling time stone on his chest, she recognized him at a single glance. Although Russell and Dark Strange did not look alike. But Su Xiaomeng imagined it herself. There were so many Marvel parallel universes, and there were simply too many Sorcerer Supremes. There were all kinds of versions, an Iron Man version, a Thor version, a Groot version, and a Spider-Man version. Anyway, anyone could have magical talent and become a Sorcerer Supreme. Because their so-called talent was actually owing money and not paying it back. Borrowing power from various gods and dark deities. The more awe and sincerity one had towards the gods, the more power one obtained. Of course, you could also borrow it directly and not pay it back. To put it accurately, it was robbing. Therefore, Su Xiaomeng didn't feel anything strange. Instead, her heart was beating wildly at this moment because in her memory, the dark strange version of the Sorcerer Supreme were all ruthless people who treated even the universe as a plaything, killed various gods, and didn't even spare themselves from parallel universes. The cruelty was not much different from the Supremes in the dark forbidden zones of the world she was in. A Supreme standing right in front of you. Could you not be afraid? So Su Xiaomeng was exceptionally obedient. She was even cursing the chat group dog in her heart. Don't you use your eyes when pulling people in? Do you think the strength of these group members is on the same level? The 10,000 grass mud horses in her heart. Russell felt it. But he just smiled without saying a word. He certainly wouldn't tell Su Xiaomeng that he was not dark strange and hadn't reached that kind of terrifying strength. To be exact, he was just a little rookie who had just transmigrated into the Marvel Universe. He had originally inherited his dad's 5 houses, 6 cars, 50 acres of land, and a pig farm, directly getting a divine start. He originally planned to save those pretty young ladies deep in the mire, but while scrolling through Douyin at night, his vision blurred as he scrolled, and he transmigrated. The way of transmigration was too full bullshit. After discovering that he had transmigrated into the dangerous Marvel Universe, Russell didn't say a word, sold off his family property, and directly joined the magic Holy Land, Kamar Taj. There were many mage apprentices here, and he was easily taken in. Entering Kamar Taj, he also awakened his golden finger. That was the system. Drawing templates, through continuous hard work, one could acquire the talents and abilities of the template characters, and finally reach the same level as them. And what Russell drew was the dark strange template. It was the terrifying entity that practiced dark sorcery in a parallel universe, cultivated the third eye, the Eye of Agamotto, came with the Time Stone, could solo Thanos with 6 stones, repeatedly practiced dream walking to destroy multiple parallel universes, and finally destroyed the real world. Unlocking this template, his heart was filled with wild joy. Although the Ancient One was extremely unreliable and would tell anyone she met, "Your talent is the best I've ever seen," Strange's magical talent was truly unquestionable and could definitely rank among the top few. But what made Russell feel frustrated was, to unlock the progress of the Dark Strange template, he had to kill. Create darkness. Create fear. It fit the personality of Dark Strange very well. But the problem was that Russell was currently cultivating in the magic Holy Land, Kamar Taj. There were many powerful mages inside, any of whom could pin down a rookie like him with one hand. And this group of grand mages particularly hated darkness. The most terrifying thing was, Kamar Taj also had the big boss, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Possessing the Time Stone. Practicing magic for over 800 years. How strong do you think she is? So Russell instantly chickened out, cultivating with the 10% talent unlocked by the Dark Strange template. Although it was only 10%, he was still a very strong genius. Wait until he was unsatisfied. He wanted 100%. He originally thought he would have to wait a very long time, wait many years until his cultivation reached major achievement, wait for Ancient One to die, and wait for the Avengers to fight the aliens before he would have a chance. Unexpectedly, a self-proclaimed omniscient and omnipotent great immortal Su delivered herself to his door. This was simply like a vigorous man who had been starved for 30 days falling into a chicken coop. It was simply exhilarating to the extreme. Russell remained calm on the surface, but looked at Su Xiaomeng with a playful gaze, and then said seriously, "Actually, you don't need to be so cautious. I'm actually very easy to talk to. If you want to compete for the position of group leader, you can. The two of us can compete fairly." Su Xiaomeng shook her head violently, her expression instantly turning solemn. She punched her own chest hard, her eyes incomparably firm. "I firmly support the big boss. The big boss is heaven, the big boss is earth. Big boss, you are the light that I, Su Xiaomeng, pursue for a lifetime. You are the best group leader in my heart." She groped around her bosom, pulled out a small booklet, and directly offered it with both hands. "Big boss, this is the cultivation technique of my world, called Tao, which can cultivate a bitter sea within the body, harboring extremely strong power to reach the level of individual transcendence. Please accept this cultivation technique. This is my filial piety to you, senior. When Russell saw Su Xiaomeng being so sensible, he was stunned on the spot, and a line of prompts flashed directly in front of his eyes. You exploited group members, plundered group members' resources, which very much fits the style of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template plus 0.01%. Current template proficiency 11.16%. You have unlocked a portion of spells, a total of 1,277 spells. Please claim them yourself. As the Sorcerer Supreme, what made Dark Strange strong was not only his talent, but also the countless spells he learned using the Time Stone. He studied the magical collection in the Kamar Taj Library, learned the Supreme Book of the Vishanti, and also studied the Darkhold. The spells he mastered were both powerful and numerous. Just unlocking 0.01%. He learned over 1,000 spells. It was simply too absurd. But this wasn't the crucial point. The most crucial point was the protection fee, Ba, the shared resources, offered by Su Xiaomeng. That Tao, known as the foundation of Taoist magic in the shrouding the heavens universe. Actually, not every sorcerer supreme is a debt king. Having obtained Su Xiaomeng's Tao Sutra, Russell's eyes lit up, because not only was the value of the Tao Sutra cultivation technique extremely high, but it also opened the door to a new world for him. That was squeezing the chat group members. Unlocking the progress of his own Dark Strange template. After all, the chat group would always recruit new members, and with each member offering a little tribute, it probably wouldn't take even 100 of them for him to completely unlock his template progress. By then, he would start as Dark Strange. A multiverse level big shot. Wouldn't that allow him to stroll unhindered directly within the Marvel Universe? Running over to other people's timelines every day to watch the show. He wouldn't even be able to die if he wanted to. How delightful. In a great mood, Russell took the Tao Sutra and casually asked, you're not bad, you did a great job, I remember you. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Su Xiaomeng's eyes lit up. Big shot, my demand isn't high. Can you let me break through to the Emperor realm? Her demand really wasn't high. In the shrouding the heavens universe, there were super many big shots. Not to mention the Heaven Emperor who blocked the fountain and shocked eternity with his own strength. Inside the immortal domain alone there were 3 mortal world immortals, namely the Undying Emperor, the Wuxi Great Emperor, and some small fry. Inside the desolate Forbidden Zone, there was also a ruthless person who might go crazy at any time. Lying in the Forbidden Zone were a bunch of Dark Supremes ready to dance on graves at any moment. Her demand wasn't high either. As long as she could break through to the Emperor realm cultivation. Just having a tiny bit of a sense of security would be fine. Russell's face turned dark on the spot, wishing he could kick Su Xiaomeng straight into the dark domain and make this fellow Su Xiaomeng and Dormammu compare whose heart was blacker. A Tao Sutra for cultivating the bitter sea. The requested reward turned out to be Emperor realm cultivation. Do you think your demand is reasonable? Russell only felt a sentence ring out in his mind. Go and get rid of Tang Sanzong and his disciples. Go and get rid of Tang Sanzong and his disciples. Go and get rid of Tang Sanzong and his disciples. Hee hee. Russell let out a cold, skin-deep chuckle, of course you can. Emperor realm cultivation is just a piece of cake to me. When I have time, I will help you improve your cultivation. As for when he would have time. Well, no time. Ding. Detected that you are deceiving chat group members, drawing a heaven-defying pie in the sky for them, full of lies, utterly shameless, highly fitting the style of Dark Strange template plus 0.5%. Current template proficiency 11.66%. This is slander. I really am busy recently. Ding. Detected that you are super utterly shameless, actually even deceiving yourself, extremely and exceptionally shameless, highly fitting the personality of Dark Strange template plus 0.00001%. Current template proficiency 11.66001%. Russell. I suspect you, system, are padding the word count. Su Xiaomeng understood on the spot. After all, in her past life, she had eaten her fill of empty promises, eating her parents when she was little, her teachers after starting school, her best friends after college, and her bosses after starting work, spending almost her entire life eating empty promises. She quickly frowned, racking her brains and hesitating. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there really weren't many good things. If there were any good things, they were probably just those few Infinity Stones. But that thing was limited to the Marvel Universe, and it was only useful in this universe. Placed in other universes, it was just a rock. Can you lend me the time stone to use? I'll use it right here. I won't take it away. Su Xiaomeng looked at Russell with a flash of inspiration. Although the time stone was useless outside this universe, she could come to this universe. The time stone could view countless futures without any side effects. When Doctor Strange fought Thanos, in a short span of time, he saw over 100 million futures. Taking the time stone to deduce cultivation techniques. Deducing combat techniques. Isn't this a cultivation cheat device? Isn't this heaven-defying comprehension ability? With this thing, it would be hard not to become an emperor. If she could find other gems, for instance, the mind stone to strengthen her divine sense, the soul stone to strengthen her soul, the reality stone to modify her bloodline. How wonderful. Su Xiaomeng's words also made Russell's eyes light up. The time stone on his chest came with the dark template, and its function was only 1/10 of the true version. But that was still a heaven-defying treasure. Russell had previously only considered using it on himself, but now, he could completely consider developing it as a chat group function to lend to other chat group members to use. Only charging a tiny bit of a usage fee. How much should that tiny bit of usage fee be? My heart is not black. Only charging a little bit. Really? Ding. Detected your dark inner thoughts and the behavior of wanting to frantically exploit chat group members. You are simply brazen and utterly despicable. Capitalists would shed tears upon seeing you. Bankers would lament their own kindness. Your behavior highly fits the personality of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template plus 0.5%. Current template proficiency 12.16001%. Hey. Trash system, it actually went and encountered a bug. Russell felt his idea was feasible. He patted Su Xiaomeng's shoulder and said meaningfully, I see you are a smart person, and I am very optimistic about your future. I can lend you the time stone, but you need to accomplish 2 things. Big shot, please speak. First, as you know, I am a sorcerer supreme, bearing the heavy responsibility of guarding the peace of Earth. Although this burden is very heavy, I am well aware that with greater power comes greater responsibility. I will not refuse the safety of other universes either. Russell spoke with righteous awe, and a flash of light actually crossed behind him, shining upon his body, just like the descent of God, incomparably sacred and bright. Su Xiaomeng's eyelids twitched. She really wanted to laugh. A dark sorcerer supreme saying he liked guarding peace. And he even wanted to guard the peace of other universes. If he didn't kill their universes clean, she would already be burning incense and praying to Buddha. Other universes. Oh, I get it. Su Xiaomeng suddenly understood and slapped her thigh fiercely. After I go back, I will immediately persuade Fan Mumu and Sasuke to choose you, Big Shot, as the group leader. If those 2 dare to disagree. She clenched her teeth fiercely, a sneer appearing on her face. Although I am not good at verbal skills, I do know some martial arts. This humble one is untalented. Cultivation is only at the divine bridge. But punching a kid with 1 punch is still something that can be easily done. Aya, just looking at you, little comrade, you don't understand, superficial. We are all friends in the same chat group, how can we casually fight and kill? We must talk about unity, we must talk about fraternity. You draw up a charter first. I will give them some benefits and open up the time stone for you all to use. The greater the contribution to me, the more times and time you naturally get to use it. I am most optimistic about you after all. Russell guided step by step. Empty promises, as long as one was willing to draw them, would always fill one up. Su Xiaomeng's eyes lit up on the spot. After all, within the chat group, her world was the richest, and she had the most good things. Moreover, Russell definitely wouldn't pay too much attention to the chat group, nor would he teleport to other worlds every few days for some resources, collecting them world by world. That would simply be too tedious. Therefore, a helper was definitely needed. Su Xiaomeng chuckled with a hee-hee, middlemen make a profit on the price difference. The chat group is on. Ding. By drawing empty promises, you obtained a long-term slave laborer for free, and you still want to get a large group of slave laborers working for you. You are extremely shameless, you are brazen, you are utterly despicable, your behavior fits the personality of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template plus 0.00005%. Fool system. It encountered a bug again. Su Xiaomeng's personality was still quite fiery and impulsive, without a shred of hesitation, fitting the style of the young girls back in her hometown. It was all about being efficient and decisive. Without any hesitation. Inside the chat group. The decisive Su Xiaomeng very readily cast her vote for the ordinary doctor who hadn't said a single word in the chat group, namely Russell. Her bizarre action left Fan Mumu and Sasuke dumbfounded. This female Tyrannosaurus, Su Xiaomeng. Wasn't she just clamoring to become the chat group leader? I want to kill my brother. Ah. What? What are you doing? Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. I think the chat group leader is a position of great responsibility. It must be taken on by someone with more leadership skills. I've met the doctor, and I think he's a great person with strong leadership qualities, making him very suitable for this position. It's him. The position of leader belongs to no one else. I want to kill my brother. But I haven't even met him, yet I voted for him directly. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Cast your vote for him, and I'll help you give your pink-eyed Oni-chan a thorough beating, how about that? Ding. I want to kill my brother has cast a vote for I am a doctor, bringing the current vote count to 2. Ding. I am a doctor has the most votes and has become the chat group leader. Chat group permissions are being unlocked. Please communicate among yourselves regarding the specific unlocked features. The chat group had new features. Su Xiaomeng's eyes lit up. The more features the chat group had, the greater this golden finger was, and the brighter her future would be. I want to kill my brother. What does unlocking new features mean? Fan Mumu. Good stuff, of course. But what I didn't expect was that you, violent woman Little Enchantress, would willingly give up the opportunity to become an admin dog. Fan Mumu. This contrast of yours, tisk tisk tisk, could it be that you went offline to challenge the leader one-on-one and ended up getting KO'd by someone else? Fan Mumu was sporting a pair of panda eyes and chuckling there. He was a lecturer proficient in human nature, especially skilled in political maneuvering, and his IQ points were insanely high. In just a few words, he had guessed the truth of the matter. But this made Su Xiaomeng somewhat annoyed and enraged out of shame. After all, she had been too arrogant and domineering before, never expecting that her face would get slapped so quickly. But these things couldn't be spoken aloud. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Fan Mumu, how are you talking to your sister? Are you that badass? I just happen to have nowhere to vent my anger. Fan Mumu. Tisk tisk tisk, looks like you took a pretty heavy beating. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Angry. Fan Mumu, you fool, why are you talking with such attitude? Just wait, I'll come and reality check you in a moment. Fan Mumu. Sure thing, my uncle Wuju said he really wants to meet you, a peerless expert, and spar with you in martial arts. Just thinking about it made it hurt. That fellow Su Xiaomeng took advantage of the absence of his uncle Wuju and landed a heavy punch right on him. He was a 7th rank expert and a top-tier expert in the Zhonggu, yet he ended up with a pair of panda eyes. Heading out. She made the passing girls double over with laughter. Fan Mumu had originally planned to visit a brothel to broaden his horizons, but now he had completely lost any desire to do so. After all, walking into a brothel sporting this thing, people wouldn't necessarily look at the girls, they would definitely look at him. I want to kill my brother. You too, please don't argue for now. I think that since the little enchantress chose this gentleman called the doctor to be the leader, she must have her reasons. Sasuke's words seemed to be trying to mediate, but in reality, he was directly standing on Su Xiaomeng's side. He didn't have the slightest concept of what the chat group or this golden finger was. In his heart, no matter who became the leader, as long as someone could help him kill his older brother, that accursed Uchiha Itachi, that would be enough. If he could do it with his own hands, that would be even better. Sasuke's wish would be fulfilled very soon. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Hehe, Sasuke is more well-behaved. Actually, I originally wanted to be the leader myself, after all, I feel my strength is more appropriate. Although I can't deny that wisdom also plays a huge role, among all the worlds, strength is the most practical and direct. She knew Fan Xian. This fellow was extremely scheming. He was even able to scheme against people across the world, navigating among a bunch of old schemers and laughing until the very end, relying not just on his 6 dads, but also on his own wisdom. But this kind of wisdom was fine in ordinary worlds. But placed in the heavens and myriad worlds, what use was it? Of course. If your name wasn't Fan Xian, but Chu Zan instead, I, Su Xiaomeng, guarantee I'd give you face. If you told me to chase chickens, I wouldn't bark a word. When I get ruthless, I'd even kill myself to celebrate for you. Encountering a teammate with demonic intelligence like this. Whenever you needed to use your own brain, it was just blind confidence in your pig brain. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. The reason I had you guys vote for him as leader is because his abilities are extremely strong and formidable. To you guys, he is a godlike existence. Do you know what a god is? To mortals, having mastered countless spells, Russell, the dark sorcerer supreme who had mastered the power of time, truly was a godlike existence. But for Fan Xian, he didn't believe it. Just like how he died and was resurrected, transmigrating to ancient times like the Qing kingdom where everyone in this world cultivated true qi, yet even so, he still believed in science. He didn't think gods existed in the world. Fan Mumu, you say he's a god. With god-like abilities, then let him show us. If he can really do what ordinary people cannot, then he is, if he can't, then he isn't. He knew deeply. In online chatting, there were too many scammers. Back when he was lying in the hospital bed, he often heard those nurses complaining that a bunch of male college students would add them as friends, talking about everything under the sun on the first day, omniscient and all-knowing, practically becoming intimate confidants, and on the second day it would be, "Nurse sister, let me see your legs." Being able to live until now, his core motto was never to believe others' words. Unconvinced, Su Xiaomeng crossed her arms over her chest and raised an eyebrow. Originally, according to her personality, if the other party didn't believe it, she would definitely make them experience what fist and foot kung fu was all about. But now, previously, she had lazily said, "Boss, that guy surnamed Fan doesn't respect you, beat him up." Her style was, if unconvinced, fight, if disobedient, beat. After all, reasoning and talking things out to prove oneself was something only the righteous faction did. Who was she? She hung out with the Dark Sorcerer Supreme. Was the other party part of the righteous faction? No. Therefore, their behavior had to be arrogant and evil. Ding. Detected that you have abducted a righteous and kind-hearted young girl onto an evil path. You are unforgivable, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, you are a piece of trash. Your behavior matches the personality of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template plus 0.5%. Russell. Full system. Bugs every single day. Boss, do you want to transmigrate over and give them a direct hit of the Junlei Xiao? Facing Su Xiaomeng's tempting suggestion, although Russell was somewhat tempted, after thinking about it, he still refused. After all, he was a multiverse-level Dark Sorcerer Supreme. One of them was a minor. And while the other one was an adult, her combat power was about the same as underage Sasuke, both being mere scum with a combat power of 5. Even if he beat the two of them up fiercely, would it give him a strong sense of superiority? Therefore, at this moment, Russell wore the same smile as the Ancient One. Needless to say, magic will speak for itself. At this moment, he was like a billionaire boss returning to his village. He didn't need to show everyone his bank balance at all. The Rolls-Royce driven by his romantic secretary was enough to display everything. Russell extended his palm. An intangible whirlwind began to spin in the center of his palm. The surrounding dark power began to condense. He began to murmur softly, chanting cumbersome incantations in his mouth, accompanied by the continuous rising of those tones. The magical artifact hanging on Russell's chest, the Eye of Agamotto, slowly opened. The time stone inside shone brilliantly, flying out to emit a green light that merged into the center of his palm. It merged into one with that black whirlwind. Under Su Xiaomeng's dumbfounded gaze, it visibly solidified, split apart, and transformed into 5 tokens bearing mysterious patterns. There were only 2 words on them. Supreme. Although they looked ordinary, they were like 2 deep vortexes. The moment an ordinary person glanced at them, their soul would almost be sucked in. This. Su Xiaomeng even lost her focus for a second, and she was greatly startled herself. If she had lost her focus like that in battle, she would definitely have had her dog brains beaten out with a single slap by someone. But she wasn't too surprised either. Because in her view, as an expert at the level of Sorcerer Supreme, especially a Dark Sorcerer Supreme who had learned dark magic, if he couldn't even do this, he would really be too lousy. Su Xiaomeng reached out her hand, toying with that chilling token that was manufactured from energy yet incomparably hard. In her heart, she marveled at the wonder of magic, but felt even more curiosity. What kind of magic creation is this? My time token. Russell looked slightly proud. This is a magic I created myself, fusing the power of the time stone. It has no other function, except that it can help the user gain a massive amount of cultivation time and obtain countless times of their own cultivation insights. It's just an ordinary magic item. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xiaomeng gasped in a breath of cold air, her eyes wide round. Wasn't this just a bootleg version of the time stone? The time stone could only see various different futures. Although this thing was good, the threshold to use it was extremely high. One had to specially cultivate extremely cumbersome time magic to guarantee its effects. As for this time token, it could be exclusively used to comprehend the exact same thing countless times and gain countless personal insights, allowing oneself to avoid countless detours and saving countless costs of making mistakes. How heaven-defying was this? After all, for any cultivator, comprehension ability was extremely important. With such a time token, the process of cultivation could be greatly saved. What top-tier cultivation technique could not be mastered at a single glance? What top-tier alchemy could not be mastered at a single glance? What top-tier formation could not be mastered at a single glance? What top-tier combat method could not reach major achievement with a single practice? How are peers supposed to fight you? It was simply a cheating hacker. She couldn't help screaming, "You call this a tiny magic item? You call this ordinary?" Su Xiaomeng was somewhat incoherent, her little eyes shining brightly. "I don't mind, how about you give me 1,000 or 800 pieces?" Answering her was only Russell's chuckle. Refining this kind of magic token took a lot of his energy, alright. That consumption of energy was almost going to drain him dry. Ding. Detected that you are shamelessly lying without your heartbeat speeding up in the slightest, having reached a state of shamelessness that words cannot describe. Your behavior highly matches the personality of Dark Strange plus 0.06%. Bug. This is a bug. Distribute 2 of these 5 tokens to Sasuke and Fan Xian, and treat the remaining 3 as your reward. You can choose to keep them for yourself or hand them over to others. Russell said meaningfully, you should know who the child of luck of your universe is. How precious is the value of such a thing in your universe, what kind of things it can exchange for, and what kind of helpers it can find. I don't need to say more, right? In other universes, such as the Panlong world, time was simply worthless, and the value of the time token was not high either. After all, the Saint Domain cultivated their meant eternal life, and they could live for at least tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, so the time token was of little use. But in the Shrouding the Heavens universe, even figures at the Emperor level had to contend for every day and night, because time there was far too precious. Especially for those fighting on the Emperor's road, cultivating a few hundred years longer than their peers yielded far too many rewards. Not to mention comparing it to the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. But its value was also extremely precious. Su Xiaomeng was ecstatic. "Boss, you are truly so great." In her heart, she was wild with joy. As expected, hanging out with villains was good. Except for a miserable ending, when they had good things, they really gave them out. Unlike certain protagonists, whom you followed for a lifetime only to get not even a chicken feather. If you showed disrespect to them, you might even incur a blue-silver binding. But she suddenly thought of another matter. That's not right, boss. Can the power of the time stone be used in other universes? She was completely baffled. According to the settings of the Marvel Universe, the Infinity Stones were treasures belonging to the universe and the incarnation of rules, but they could only be used in their native universe. If it were in other universes, they would just be stones. Just the authority of the group leader. So irritating. So regretful. Why didn't I act as that privileged dog? Su Xiaomeng shed tears silently. Her departing figure was so lonely and desolate. There once was a supreme opportunity placed before her, and she didn't cherish it. If heaven gave her a chance to start over again, she would definitely say, "Boss, you are awesome. Competing for the group leader position with the Dark Sorcerer Supreme. I, Su Xiaomeng, just have a strong sense of justice, I am not stupid." She directly transmigrated to the worlds of Sasuke and Fan Xian and tossed the tokens to them. Especially towards Fan Xian, Su Xiaomeng sneered on the spot, "Surname Fan, my lord is magnanimous and too lazy to bicker with you. Being in a good mood, he even rewarded you with a divine object, which is enough for you to defy the heavens and change your fate. If you dare to show disrespect to the boss in the chat group next time. I, Su Xiaomeng, will break your legs. This woman is simply too fierce." Fan Mumu rolled his eyes on the spot, but he was more curious about another thing, the thing given to him by Su Xiaomeng, the thing from the mysterious group leader. A token. Could it allow him to defy the heavens and change his fate? I don't believe it. In this world, such an awesome thing is not allowed to exist. Fan Xian felt that immortals did not exist in this world. If immortals truly existed, then in his past life, having lived for more than 20 years, wouldn't the science studied by hundreds of millions of people all become a legendary joke? As for the chat group, and the true chi, perhaps it was a technological product researched after technology developed to a certain stage, just like that chat group, which looked like it was produced by Penguin at a glance. And the world he was in might just be an alien planet. And after his death, due to quantum entanglement, his consciousness underwent transmigration to another planet, unexpectedly achieving rebirth. As for true chi, having already undergone quantum transmigration, unlocking a genetic lock should be quite normal, right? Even though this thing wasn't scientific either. But surely it couldn't be nuclear radiation. Fan Xian thought of the movie King Kong vs. Godzilla, where Godzilla fed on nuclear radiation, hid it within its body, and then erupted with powerful strength. But as he thought about it, he laughed to himself. If it were nuclear radiation, he would have died long ago. After all, Fan Xian had long heard of the notorious reputation of nuclear radiation. A worker had picked up a necklace with nuclear radiation, leading to amputation, complete inability to have children, and even contracting a body full of diseases. And that was just a tiny bit. If an entire world were filled with nuclear radiation, that would be too despairing. But as Fan Xian toyed with the supreme divine token in his hand, he couldn't help daydreaming, what if there really were immortals in this world? That dead heart of his was now gradually reviving a bit. Fan Xian had never been a person with grand ambitions, having lain on a hospital bed for more than 20 years and fortuitously survived a lifetime. His biggest dream was neither power nor women, but simply to live a plain and ordinary life. To find a sea, build a small wooden cabin, find a like-minded wife, who didn't need to be very pretty, as long as she understood him and was willing to communicate with him. Have a daughter. And guard against the blonde-haired guy. His life would then achieve perfection. But if there really were gods, I, Fan Xian, also want to cultivate to become an immortal. Clashing armors and iron horses, walking the Zhonggu wielding a sword, and cultivating the Tao to seek immortals, these were the three ultimate romances carved into the bones of the people of the nation. Fan Xian could not escape it either. He held that supreme magic token in his hand, and as the overbearing true chi inside his body pulsed slightly, his entire person was instantly as if dragged into an endless abyss. He saw countless versions of himself. Some of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, some were practicing fist techniques, some were practicing sword techniques, some were painting, some were fishing. Almost everyone was doing their own thing. But every single person carried a certain aura. It's overbearing true chi. They are cultivating overbearing true chi. Fan Xian had been cultivating this cultivation technique for a long time, and he only had one impression of it, incomparably overbearing. But when he looked at his other selves, his expression was utterly astounded, because the overbearing true chi those people cultivated was bizarre and varied. Some were sharper, some more overbearing, some more invincible, and some could actually be used for fishing. What the heck was this? For a moment, he sank into it as countless versions of himself demonstrated their insights and developments regarding overbearing true chi in front of him, and he instantly became obsessed with it. By the time Fan Xian woke up, the sky had not yet darkened, and not much time had passed. Yet it felt as though 1,000 years had passed for him. Subconsciously, he circulated his true chi, feeling the surging sensation within his body like an endless great river, and that piercingly sharp, unstoppable feeling. This sky could even be pierced through by him. What realm have I reached? Fan Xian felt dazed. He felt as though he had lived for a very, very long time, taking quite a while to realize where he was. Those memories felt very distant. He was at the fan residence, had joined a chat group, and encountered a group leader who claimed to be a god. This kind of ability. He clenched his fists tightly. Overbearing true chi binding his hands, pitch black like steel, completely protected his hands. The jet black appearance was so profound, unspeakably hard. Compared to ordinary people's scattered true chi, his true chi had condensed to a terrifying degree that defied description. Only a single day in the outside world, 1,000 years in the cave, such means probably bear no difference from immortals. Fan Xian felt like a joker viewing the sky from the bottom of a well, feeling for the first time the gap between himself and chat group leader Russell. It was absolutely a despairing chasm. He couldn't help laughing. Laughing at his own foolish appearance from earlier. Laughing at his own overestimation of his capabilities. Young master, the master invites you to the study. Hearing the call, Fan Xian closed his eyes tightly, carefully examined his memories, and then reacted. That was his previously unmet father, Fan Jian, wanting to talk to him. He guessed it was probably to ask about his future development. or to advise him, as an illegitimate son, not to fight Fan Sije for the family property, but to honestly leave, and perhaps he could still be split a tiny bit of the family property. Considered fulfilling a bit of his responsibility as a father. At this moment, Fan Xian's mindset was incomparably stable. He was like an old monster of many years of cultivation undergoing rebirth. Nothing in this world could stir up even the slightest ripple in his heart. He arrived at the study. He calmly dealt with Fan Jian's inquiries. Without desires or demands. After all, compared to the high and almighty, omnipotent chat group leader Russell, who was like an immortal and a deity, what were these mundane things, the so-called family property, or the so-called powerful and noble people? But Fan Xian was still somewhat astounded. You're saying my mother, Yi Qingmei, invented soap that can remove grease. White sugar was also invented by my mother. And cement. Fan Xian was also taken aback for a moment, and then found it amusing. He hadn't expected that there was actually another transmigrator in this world. He just didn't know when that person underwent transmigration, from which era, and whether she had joined the chat group just like him. There wasn't a trace of panic on his face. If she hadn't joined the chat group. Upon learning that there was another transmigrator, and someone who was likely a science and engineering big shot, his mentality would probably have collapsed. But right now, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. Fan Xian said indifferently, I know how to make penicillin. My mother may have told you before. I also have rice seeds with a yield of over 1,000 jin per mu, divine artifacts that can fly through the sky and burrow through the earth, and fertilizers that can make the land fertile, plus much, much more. These are really nothing at all. Any single thing I casually pull out would be enough for my wealth and glory for the rest of my life, so you old man don't need to worry about my future at all. He really didn't want to pretend anymore. Within the chat group, he can obtain things from the real world at any time. First of all, thanks to academician Yuan, just that rice with a yield of over 1,000 jin per mu was enough for Fan Xian to be called a sage in this ancient world and enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. He could even pass down a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Fan Jian fell silent. He didn't quite understand, but he could sense that Fan Xian was indifferently flexing, which made him chuckle in his heart as a father. He even changed his tune on the spot and stood on the side of his old rival Chen Pingping. Wealth and glory are naturally good, but great wealth and glory are useless. In the eyes of those with power, you are merely a fat sheep. If the crown prince or emperor wants to kill you, what will you do? Kill them. Just you. I have already become a great grand master. The so-called crown prince and emperor are nothing more than ants. After obtaining the time token, Fan Xian comprehended the cultivation insights of tens of thousands of versions of himself regarding overbearing true qi. He had no idea how strong he was, he only knew that he had long ago cultivated this true qi to its extreme. Far surpassing Uncle Wuju. Great Grand Master. What are the Crown Prince and Emperor? Nothing more than ants. Fan Jian was truly silent this time. Fan Xian originally thought he was out of moves, but unexpectedly, the other party uttered a heaven-shaking words. The world has suffered under Emperor Qing for too long. Are kings, dukes, generals, and ministers born with a special seed? Crown Prince. Let's rebel. How can there be an 18-year Crown Prince in this world? Fan Xian. Fan Xian. Did you drink fake liquor? Fan Xian felt like he had picked up the wrong script. Wasn't it supposed to be a story about wealthy family infighting, a transmigrator illegitimate child fighting a vicious stepmother, and a massive harem? How did the art style change right on the spot? Was he going to start a rebellion? He must be sick in the head. Only then would he go and be that fool emperor, working 9-6 every day, living in constant terror of being poisoned, and having to guard against his own brothers and sisters stabbing him with knives. He would also have to rack his brains to balance his subordinates. He would fear someone rebelling. He would fear a military coup. The most terrifying thing was. There were piles of so-called harem beauties drooling over his body every day, wanting to harvest his kidneys, dreaming of sleeping with him, and forcing him to pay the public grain daily. If he were 18, he would call it a good gig. If he were 38, he would call it an ultimate stunt. It gave him a headache. Fan Xian was a good boy without any scheming. Instead of being an emperor in this backward ancient society, he might as well go cultivate immortals with the chat group leader. Just thinking about that instantly achieved overbearing true qi. That kind of transcending human classes. That leaping strength. He only wanted to say 3 words, it's too awesome. But as Fan Jian recounted everything, Fan Xian's original nonchalance instantly changed, and the whole person fell into a dazed and incredulous state. You're saying you're not my biological dad? My dad is the emperor. I am the crown prince. My mom died of dystocia. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through Fan Xian's heart. Originally, he felt that wealthy family infighting was already invincible, but he didn't expect an even more ruthless one, directly diving into royal infighting. An imperial prince who strayed among the commoners. He could think with his feet. And still imagine how many people wanted to kill him. The most absurd thing was, Fan Xian never expected that the transmigrator senior in his heart, his biological mother, Yi Qingmei, the emperor's woman, would actually die for such an absurd reason as dystocia. You were a transmigrator, after all. You were a STEM big shot, after all. There were 10,000 complaints in his heart that he couldn't express, so Fan Xian chose to share this juicy gossip. Fan Mumu. Oh my, who gets this, family? I am actually an imperial prince left among the commoners, and my family has an imperial throne to inherit. I want to kill my brother. What is an imperial prince? Fan Mumu. It's the son of the daimyo in your country. Oh no, wait, that little place of yours is too small. To be exact, the son of the daimyo of all your countries combined. I want to kill my brother. Hiss. All countries. Is there really such a powerful existence in this world? I want to kill my brother. The strong ones in your world must be very powerful. The strongest ancestors of our clan, Uchiha Madara, and the strongest of the Senju family, Senju Hashirama, never defeated the other villages. Fan Mumu. Fan Xian didn't know how to answer either. He couldn't figure it out either. An existence at the level of the god of shinobi who could slam both hands on the ground, summon whatever he called for, almost rival the six-path sage, and suppress nine-tailed beasts with one hand, along with a partner driving a Gundam. Such a combination. Why couldn't they pacify and unite the ninja world? Unite that tiny place. Their brains must have issues. Fan Xian brushed it off with a laugh, then continued to continuously at Su Xiaomeng in the chat group, sharing his joy. Fan Mumu. Little enchantress, come out quickly. Little enchantress, come out quickly. This lord is an imperial prince straight among the commoners, come out and speak, speak. His tone at this moment was incomparably overbearing. Even if that fellow little enchantress had extraordinary personal combat power, so what? He was an imperial prince. Cave heaven little enchantress. Cave heaven little enchantress. Fan Xian, what are you barking about? What are you barking about? You're just a prince of a mere low-level dynasty, probably not even having 100 million people. What's so overbearing about a little rookie? Cave heaven little enchantress. In my world, imperial dynasties are countless, and dynasties are like stars. Mortals are as numerous as ants, and one would be embarrassed to call something a dynasty without tens or hundreds of billions of people. In the universe of shrouding the heavens, the territory was infinitely large. The entire universe was the domain of the human race and myriad races. The number of humans was simply too massive, and the quantity of mortals wasn't even worth mentioning, merely acting as the background board of the universe. The world where Fan Xian was. Even if everyone was added together and placed in the universe of shrouding the heavens, even adding the four grandmasters together, it couldn't even count as a low-level dynasty, it was just slightly better than ordinary people. After all, when Yi He was at the bitter sea, that terrifying physical strength could already easily crush a great grandmaster. Not to mention 108,000 caddies, tens of thousands of caddies of strength was still a breeze. Su Xiaomeng's few casual words immediately made Fan Xian so awkward he was digging his toes into the floor. Just moments ago he was saying Sasuke's world was too small, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself even more ridiculous than the other party. The face slapping came way too suddenly. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Cave heaven little enchantress. Although my world is vast and experts and powerhouses are as numerous as clouds, I am just a little rookie. Only the chat group leader is the truly strong one, he already stands at the pinnacle in his own universe, and the only ones stronger than him are the creation gods. Cave heaven little enchantress, have you ever seen the terrifying scene of treating stars all over the sky as marbles and playthings? Cave heaven little enchantress, the universe is nothing more than a plaything in the palm. Su Xiaomeng sighed from the bottom of her heart. This wasn't her bragging. Within the Marvel universe, the Sorcerer Supreme might not be strong, but the Dark Sorcerer Supreme was definitely strong. shuttle through parallel universes, reverse time, modify reality, destroy planets, and hunt down oneself across countless parallel worlds. Those were all effortless, routine matters. What an ultimate villain. The kind who would even kill himself when he got ruthless. Fan Xian fell silent. Sasuke also fell silent. For the first time, the two of them deeply felt the gap between themselves and Russell. Someone capable of destroying a mountain peak was already a powerhouse in their imagination. Being able to destroy a planet. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Fan Mumu, truly an amazing existence. Sigh, I admit that my tone towards the chat group leader earlier was a bit too aggressive, I sincerely apologize. Fan Mumu, little enchantress, as a powerhouse of a great world, can you give me some advice? What should I do now? Fan Mumu, little enchantress, can a small world with low martial arts and no resources like mine cultivate immortals? Cave Heaven little enchantress, suggest hanging yourself immediately and restarting directly. Without a spiritual root, even Han Li would advise you to restart. What immortals are you even cultivating? Fan Mumu. Although he felt Su Xiaomeng had a sharp tongue, Fan Xian had to admit that in a small world with nothing at all, even cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years would merely be the starting point of her world. No cultivation technique, no resources, no environment, not a single good thing. What kind of immortality is there to cultivate? Cave Heaven little enchantress, but I have a method that isn't really a method. I heard that super big shots like the chat group leader are relatively short on faith and luck. You can be an emperor, collect faith and luck, and then gift them to the boss. Maybe there's a sliver of a chance to become a powerhouse. Cave Heaven little enchantress, perhaps even your deceased mother could be casually resurrected by the chat group leader. Fan Mumu. Fan Mumu. I understand. Be an emperor to collect faith. Ding. Detected that your lies were full of falsehoods, causing chat group members to formulate an extremely absurd plan that is about to interfere with the fates and futures of tens of millions of people. You are an absolute exploiter who specializes in getting something for nothing. Your behavior highly matches the personality of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template plus 10%. Current template progress 22.71%. Russell, who is in closed door cultivation, slowly scratched a question mark out of his head. At this moment, he had a dazed look on his face. What happened? Bug. It's definitely a bug. System, say something quickly. Russell felt even more wrong than Danzo. He obviously hadn't done anything, just quietly staying in Kamartage, comprehending the open double angle bracket Dao classic close double angle bracket given by Su Xiaomeng. Trying to localize this cultivation technique. And then opening up the internal universe. After all, the open double angle bracket Dao classic close double angle bracket was a cultivation technique from another universe, and it was his first time encountering it without a famous teacher's guidance. Even with the help of the time stone, Russell was cultivating very slowly and couldn't just master it instantly. Therefore, he still needed to spend some time. Yet even though he hadn't done anything like this, an undeserved blame was inexplicably placed on his head. Furthermore, it was a huge blame capable of advancing the progress of the Dark Strange template by a full 10%. Just how huge of a bad deed would one have to do for that? Russell could pat his chest and guarantee that he was a pioneer of justice, a good youth who was irreconcilably opposed to gambling and drugs. How could he possibly do such a bad deed? He bet 500. It definitely had nothing to do with him. Thus, Russell checked the reason for the skyrocketing progress. And then fell silent on the spot. What? Make Fan Xian the emperor? What? Have the citizens of the entire country pray day and night to Russell for blessings? Russell was dumbfounded on the spot. Who on earth was the Dark Sorcerer Supreme? They played ruthless enough. He only wanted to help the chat group members, then kill some ruthless ones, act a bit arrogant and despotic, try his best to turn himself into a dark devil head, and slowly improve his progress on the Dark Strange template. But he never expected that there was actually this kind of playstyle. The faith offerings of millions of people. Although it didn't really have much. With the effort spent being prayed to, he might as well go sponge off his old neighbor Dormammu. That fellow was a major landlord with plenty of good things, just like the East Sea Dragon King. As long as you dared to go, he dared to give. Although the power of faith and the so-called power of luck were of little use, this behavior of thoroughly exploiting millions of people and forcibly making them believe in oneself, wasn't that precisely a true major devil head? The principle of gathering little to make a lot. Russell understood this quite well. Just like the money before his transmigration, spending a little every day, spending a little on each younger sister, At the end of the month you were a moonlight clan, at the end of the year you were a pauper. This was gathering little to make a lot. The most crucial part was such a good thing that could substantially advance the progress of the uprising template didn't require him to run around at all, it only required a big pie. I am a ordinary surgeon has changed their ID, naming themselves Omnipotent Group Leader Luo. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo. Although the power of faith of millions of people isn't much to me, the two of you are quite sensible, and I am very satisfied. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo. I'll put my words here. As long as you collect enough power of faith, I can promise you any request, including resurrecting the dead. Resurrecting the dead. Seemingly heaven-defying. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there were so many offline superheroes, such as Black Widow and Iron Man. Dead was truly dead. There was no way to resurrect them again. But that was for orthodox people. As the Dark Sorcerer Supreme who practiced the Darkhold, Russell still had quite a few spells in his mind that could bring the dead back to life. Aside from the Marvel Universe, even in Urzuzi's world, there were ninjutsu capable of reviving the dead. That was Edo Tensai. One often saw dead Hokages crawling out from underground to play mahjong. Returning from the dead was simply an everyday occurrence. It was too simple. Fan Mumu. Hiss. The big shot is terrifyingly powerful, I will definitely work hard. A hint of fluctuation flashed in Fan Xian's eyes. At this moment, he felt some emotion. Resurrecting the dead was a trivial matter to Russell, but to him, it was soul-shaking. This was completely dancing on Newton's coffin board. And even dancing subject 3. Eye searing, the kind that completely gave no face. However, Fan Xian did not have much intention of resurrecting his own mother. After all, her weight in his heart was not high. Please. He didn't even know what she looked like, how much affection could there be? Compared to resurrecting Yi Qingmei, Fan Xian wanted to know another matter even more. That was, where is my chicken leg girl? Collecting the power of faith. First of all, let's become the crown prince first. Being a South thief is fine too, I mean that kind of proper South thief, the kind with towering authority whom even the emperor can't control. Don't think crookedly. Thus, Fan Xian, who wanted to be a proper South thief, began to take action. He didn't plan to go step by step. According to ordinary novel plots, he should at least scheme step by step, climb up step by step, suppress the current crown prince and the second prince, gain the emperor's trust, slowly reveal his identity, and act for dozens of episodes before obtaining the position of crown prince. Fan Xian felt it was too troublesome. He directly went straight to the goal in one step. He directly chose to enter the palace and see Emperor Qing. Only, what Fan Xian didn't expect was that the moment he first saw Emperor Qing, he was stunned. That was a monarch possessing invisible majesty, with a peaceful aura on his body, showing not a trace of cultivation marks. To outsiders, he was just an ordinary emperor. But how high was Fan Xian's vision? Relying on the supreme magic token given by Russell, he absorbed the cultivation insights of tens of thousands of his own selves regarding overbearing true qi. Not only did his cultivation reach a terrifying level, but his insights were also profound, and his techniques had reached the pinnacle of perfection. He was the most proficient in overbearing true qi in this world. No one could hide in front of him. Fan Xian comprehended. He stared straight at Emperor Qing, who was sitting there leisurely drinking tea, and spoke, turns out, you are the other person Uncle Wuju mentioned who cultivates overbearing true qi, and also the great Grand Master hidden within the imperial palace. As soon as these words were spoken, it was instantly like a thunderclap splitting the heavens. The deepest secret hidden in Emperor Qing's heart was exposed on the spot. The calmness on his face instantly vanished, replaced by an incomparably rich murderous intent. He deliberately concealed his identity as a great Grand Master. In fact, he was playing a game of chess. Because Emperor Qing wanted to unify the world, and every country had great Grand Masters who were like nuclear weapons, capable of resisting 100,000 troops by themselves. To unify the world, he must kill the great Grand Masters. Emperor Qing had plotted a heaven-shaking death trap in his heart, and this trap would take the lives of 2 great Grand Masters. For this trap, he had planned for more than a decade. Yet this secret was actually seen through at a glance by Fan Xian. Emperor Qing's mentality collapsed on the spot. How many decades does a person's life have after all? This secret could not be leaked. And the ones that won't leak were usually. Emperor Qing gripped the back of the chair with both hands, his whole person turning incomparably gloomy and terrifying. His aura rose straight up into the clouds from the ground, and an invisible pressure rushed forward like Mount Tai, crushing toward Fan Xian. This was a great grandmaster. To ordinary people, they were existence like gods. With a single anger, the heaven and earth trembled. Possessing the ability to overturn mountains and seas. Facing this terrifying deterrence, ordinary people would have long been scared limp in their limbs, their livers and gallbladders shattering. Yet Fan Xian's eyes lit up instead, and he laughed out loud on the spot, "You want to kill me? Ha ha ha, a father wanting to kill his son, what a laughable joke, but..." His tone shifted, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, "I have this thought too." As soon as his voice fell, an even more massive aura rose from the ground. Clashing fiercely with Emperor Qing. The entire grand hall was buzzing, resembling countless muffled thunders ringing out. Thus, a bizarre scene occurred in this grand hall. The father wanted to kill the son. The son wanted to stab the father. This scene of a loving father and filial son. Truly almost, filial, people to death. The clash between great grandmasters was simply terrifying. The entire world changed color because of it. Experts throughout the capital felt their hearts clogged by something, as if countless fierce tigers were roaring and screaming there. What happened? An expert. A top-tier expert. How high is it? I'm afraid 7 or 8 floors high. Could it be that great grandmasters are fighting? Hiss. It's Sigu Jian again. Under the oppression of this terrifying aura, the entire capital became tense, because it was not the first time they had encountered this situation. Within these 10 years, there was a reckless young man named Sigu Jian who single-handedly brought a sword and charged toward the capital, actually wanting to execute the emperor of the Qing kingdom. Assassinating the emperor alone. At the very beginning, everyone laughed when they heard this news, feeling that this cultivator named Sigu Jian had cultivated until his brain went crazy. What kind of joke is this? Who do you think you are? But on that very day, everyone witnessed what a great grandmaster level powerhouse was. What invincible Sigu Jian meant. With just one person and one sword, he actually slaughtered his way from the gate into the palace under the heavy obstruction of tens of thousands of elite soldiers, almost breaking into the main hall of the imperial palace. And during these 10 years, Sigu Jian came several times, even coming within 50 steps of the emperor. If there was not a great grandmaster blocking him inside the palace, I am afraid he would have accomplished the invincible feat of executing the emperor alone. In the eyes of ordinary people, the emperor high above with supreme power was merely an ant that could be killed at will before a great grandmaster. And today, this earth-shattering event has happened once again. Countless experts stood atop tall buildings, gazing from afar and feeling it, their eyes filled with burning passion, as this was a showdown between top-tier experts. Even if it was just a clash of auras, it was an absolute feast. If they could comprehend a few points and obtain the mysteries of a great grandmaster level breakthrough, then. Their complexions were rosy, and their eyes held uncontainable desire. And within that main hall, the aura clash between Emperor Qing and Fan Xian had reached its peak. The soldiers in the entire main hall were oppressed to the point of kneeling. Not only those eunuchs, but even the diligently trained tiger guards felt their hearts trembling and dared not step forward at all. Only Hong Xixiang, a top-tier expert considered a half-step great grandmaster, managed to stand his ground. But he wanted to make a move. There was simply no way to do so. Fan Xian merely glanced at him, and Hong Xixiang felt his back go cold and his scalp tingle, as if he were being watched by a primordial fierce beast. Too terrifying. He sighed inwardly, much more terrifying than Emperor Qing, simply like a deity or demon. This kind of cultivation. Is he really a great grandmaster? He was the person closest to a great grandmaster in this world, yet he raised the most doubtful question in his heart. Not only was he confused, even Emperor Qing had an ugly expression. He had cultivated overbearing true qi for a very, very long time. Yi Qingmei had taught him this cultivation technique, and he had trained diligently, even passing through 9 deaths in a lifetime, before achieving a breakthrough to a great grandmaster and reaching this stage. And what had Fan Xian experienced? He was merely a teenager in his teens. Emperor Qing smiled. He smiled disdainfully. Indeed, that woman kept a trick up her sleeve until her death. Can you tell me how you did it? I can be considered a master of this cultivation technique who has integrated all its achievements, but I cannot do it. He was very confident and also very conceited. Even though he did not create overbearing true qi, Emperor Qing felt he knew this cultivation technique like the back of his hand. However, the appearance of Fan Xian, who was so young and even more powerful, gave Emperor Qing a sense of being out of control. He was full of curiosity. You are merely a mortal, a feudal emperor with limited vision. Fan Xian said indifferently, the outside world is very large, you are just somewhat arrogant and self-conceited. What I have mastered is only a tiny bit from others, nothing impressive. He was speaking the truth. Although he was also a great grandmaster, an even more invincible great grandmaster who could charge back and forth among millions of troops and ensure his own survival. But he was still too weak. Was he even 1/10,000th as powerful as group leader Russell who toyed with a planet? Emperor Qing fell silent. He deeply disliked this way of speaking. It felt as if he had returned to the days when he was not yet a prince, when he met Yi Qingmei, that feeling of ignorance and being crushed by the other party. He stated the guess in his heart, the temple found you. This was not a secret. The temple had existed since ancient times, helping humanity defeat primordial fierce beasts and guiding humanity toward civilization, and Yi Qingmei came from there. As the son of Yi Qingmei, being found by them, also seemed completely reasonable. But Fan Xian did not understand these things. He only pondered for a moment and felt it was about the same. The temple was for sacrificing to gods, and Russell was similar to a god, the two could almost be equated. But it also seemed they could not be fully equated. Thus, Fan Xian stated his purpose plainly. The one who found me is not the temple, but the god inside the temple. Emperor Qing's pupils shrank in shock. Thousands of ripples surged in his heart. He had only heard of the temple, only heard Yi Qingmei mention the things inside, and heard of those divine envoys walking the world, but he had never heard anyone mention that there were gods inside the temple. Gods. This word has been endowed with far too many things by humanity since ancient times, soaring through the skies, burrowing into the earth, capable of anything, living forever without dying, immortal and indestructible, overturning mountains and seas, the combination of all things good and bad in the world. Emperor Qing fell silent. But Fan Xian continued, Emperor. Times have changed. The god of the temple has already awakened. He has awakened from his slumber, and he requires the power of faith from his subjects. That means praying before his portrait every day, and offering incense and worship if conditions permit. What? You don't believe it? Fan Xian smiled with a crooked mouth, his gaze turning fierce, then let you, a mortal, see the existence of a god. His tone was very arrogant. But in the blink of an eye in the chat group, his tone changed completely. Fan Mumu, big shot, I beg you, come to my place to manifest your divinity among mortals. I am doing propaganda for you at omnipotent group leader Luo, big shot mighty, JPG. Fan Mumu, big shot, come over quickly. Fan Mumu, big shot, say something. Fan Mumu, big shot, I beg you, big shot. Under the gaze of Emperor Qing and the crowd, Fan Xian stood in place with extreme awkwardness, silently pounding his hand, and said with sudden realization, oh, I forgot, today is Crazy Thursday, the immortals went to eat KFC, not at home. Crazy Thursday. Immortals went to eat KFC. Emperor Qing slowly typed out A. But the next moment, they heard countless clamors outside the palace, so noisy, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Looking up into the firmament. I do not know when, but a huge, boundless super dark statue that stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun had condensed, shrouding half the sky. This sudden scene left countless people dumbfounded, watching that statue with extreme shock. Someone said with a trembling voice, a god has descended. No one could imagine the massive visual impact brought by a behemoth spanning across the vault of heaven. Even Fan Xian, who had seen towering skyscrapers, couldn't help but gape in astonishment at this moment, standing there and gazing at the behemoth standing tall across the vault of heaven. He was still slightly better off. Because he clearly knew in his heart that this giant seemed to have been condensed by Russell, the chat group owner, either as his true body or through a divine ability method. But the others didn't know. They knelt on the ground in panic, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Otherwise, such a godlike existence would not have appeared. They wailed to the heavens. Some had entreaties in their voices. Some had already peed their pants in fright. Some were praying and repenting. All states of living beings. Among those countless people, only a handful could maintain an ordinary state of mind, and Emperor Qing belonged to one of them. No one knew what he was thinking when he saw this huge divine statue. He just watched quietly until Fan Xian asked him with a hint of pride, how is this deity? Extraordinary. Emperor Qing admitted in his heart that this deity was indeed extraordinary. As long as he was here, the various states in this world could never turn the tables and would all have to acknowledge the orthodox position of the Qing kingdom, because the deity was where the aspirations of the people lay. He submitted. I will issue an order. To have the subjects of the entire Qing kingdom worship this deity anew. Perhaps my order isn't needed at all. Emperor Qing looked at the kneeling subjects and said with a trace of self-mockery, perhaps the moment the deity revealed his traces, my orders no longer seemed that important. They say imperial power is conferred by the heavens. The deity has appeared, so what use is an emperor? Fan Xian shook his head, looking toward the vault of heaven with reverence in his eyes. Deities are high above, how could they interfere in the matters of mortals? He will appear, but he won't appear all the time. There are benefits to worshipping him. What benefits? Everything a person could want. Power, wealth, riches, more advanced medical care, more advanced technology, and even extending lifespan, reversing life and death. Terrifying. Too terrifying, truly worthy of being a deity. Russell merely walked through Fan Xian's world as a formality. He used magic to forge a huge giant statue, standing tall in the vault of heaven, and transmitted it to the presence of all the subjects of the Qing kingdom with the help of magic. He even casually dropped a cool line. Those who believe in me shall attain eternal life within reincarnation. As soon as these words were spoken, the kneeling worshippers became even more frantic. Hey! Detected that you are making empty promises, you constructed a super large, unrealizable empty promise. You oppress others with your power and bully the weak, you are truly a scumbag. Your behavior matches the personality of Dark Strange progress plus 5%. Current template progress 27.71%. When the template unlocks to 50%, another template will be unlocked. Host, please keep up the good work and continue striving. Template progress reaching 50%. Will unlock another template. A trace of sharp light burst from Russell's eyes. His first template was the multiverse level Dark Strange. He could no longer imagine how powerful the subsequent templates would be. God of Stories Loki. Thought Superman. Ultra Instinct Kakarot. Yuanshi Tianzun Meng Qi. Milk Drinking Baby Emperor Hao. Chu Loli. Just thinking about it is interesting. Russell withdrew his gaze from the joy of life world. That world was too small, too weak, and there was simply nothing worth paying attention to. The most powerful was merely a military museum. Although it claimed to be an interstellar civilization, a museum capable of flying into the universe civilization. But to Russell, it held not the slightest bit of attraction. Even a cosmic warship capable of destroying a planet was directly smashed through by Captain Marvel with her body. Iron Man could repair and replicate a spaceship after looking at it twice. Thanos' universe-destroying army. In front of the Avengers, they were just toys. Let alone in front of Russell. If not for the fact that this world could drive the progress of the Dark Strange template, Russell might not have paid attention to this place at all. At this moment, he had already withdrawn his gaze. Under the blessing of the Time Stone, he had comprehended and successfully cultivated the Tao Classic, opening up a bitter sea belonging to himself within his body. His bitter sea was huge. Ordinary mortals could not bear it. Although Russell did not have any strange physique, he could cheat. He had unlocked nearly 1/5 of the Dark Strange template, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing him to use more and stronger dark sorcery. He could devour more dark energy to nurture himself. His appearance of devouring everything. If placed in another universe, he would definitely be hunted down by various holy lands wielding emperor weapons. Because Russell looked too much like the successor of the ruthless Great Emperor. Even 3 points more ruthless than the successor of the ruthless Great Emperor. The successor of the ruthless Great Emperor only needed the origin of special physiques, while Russell's dark sorcery swallowed almost anything. As long as it had energy and value, he could swallow it all. His bitter sea was completely black. But black is black, it doesn't matter, as long as it can store energy. Just like that saying goes, never mind what a woman looks like, turn off the lights and they're all the same. They are all Lu Yifei. Russell was in a great mood. He decided to leave seclusion. Having cultivated in seclusion for over a month, it was time to go out and rest for a while, go to the Kamar Taj Mage Internet Cafe to surf the internet, and understand what was happening outside. He removed the Dark Strange template. Otherwise, judging by his Dark Strange attire and his eyes emitting black chi, it was thoroughly a Dark Mage styling. A Dark Mage still wants to leave Kamar Taj alive. Do you look down on Ancient One or who? With a thought from Russell, a golden portal appeared before him. He stepped straight into it, leaving this place of seclusion. As soon as he stepped out, it attracted the gazes of several people. Almost instantly, they respectfully bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Archmage Russell." Their eyes were full of adoration. There was no other way. Russell was simply too much of a genius. After all, what he unlocked at that time was one-tenth of the talent and strength of Dark Strange. It seemed very little, but that was one-tenth of a multiverse-level big shot, which was already terrifying to the extreme. Although because it was the dark magic attached to the template, it could not be used openly. But don't forget, the Dark Strange template had another super cheat. That was one-tenth of the time stone. Such a treasure. Even if it were only 1%. It was still an invincible legacy. A supreme immortal artifact. An unimaginable cheat. Russell was still very low-key. He just didn't expect that after casually hiding so much and just making a casual move, it was already the limit of all the new mages in Kamar Taj. Thus, he became the revered archmage in everyone's eyes. He smiled, nodding in response to everyone. Russell's gaze swept across, and he saw a familiar person from the crowd who surprised him greatly. His expression also turned respectful. Because that was a top-tier powerhouse. And also his master. Greetings, venerable ancient one. You seem to have undergone a huge change. Uncontrollable shock filled the ancient one's eyes. She gazed at Russell, her eyes seeming to hold flashing galaxies. Her magic had been cultivated to a consummate level, and she had even won the recognition of eternity, the supreme deity. The eye of Agamotto, which could see through everything, the Sorcerer Supreme's third eye, had already been integrated into her eyes by her. She could see through everything. She saw the independent magic energy contained within Russell's body that did not belong to anyone else, energy completely belonging to himself that didn't need to fear being stripped away by any deity or evil god. She gave her utmost evaluation. You are the one with the best magic talent I have ever seen. You are the new god of magic. Ancient One was truly moved from the bottom of her heart. She had seen many, many people with extraordinary magic talent, and she could even say without reservation that she herself had the best magic talent. Stepping into magic cultivation, slaughtering every prodigy along the way, crushing all mages and earning the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Furthermore, relying on her own strength, she drove all the hell demon gods causing trouble on Earth completely out of Earth, and chased all the evil gods of other dimensions back. She made the arrogant god King Odin retreat to Asgard, tacitly acknowledging Earth as the territory belonging to the Sorcerer Supreme, excluding it from his rule over the 9 realms. She even gained the favor of Eternity, the supreme deity and one of the 5 strongest deities in the universe. If it were any other universe, she would be the true strongest protagonist. She was an existence akin to a deity in the minds of countless mages. Worshipped like a faith. But today, she uttered words that left the present Kamar Taj mages dumbfounded. Venerable Ancient One unexpectedly gave Russell, who had been cultivating for less than a year, such a high evaluation, calling him the god of magic. The mages present all looked at Russell with strange gazes, some were envious, some were skeptical, and some were in disbelief. After all, a spell was something. That was much harder than math problems. These mages had cultivated for many years, and had even received guidance from archmages and the Sorcerer Supreme. Furthermore, they had fought many times against demon gods from other dimensions and dark mages from the dark dimension, every single one of them could be considered elite. But they had never received such praise from Ancient One. Yet Russell had only cultivated for a year. Even if he had extremely high talent, so what? Because at this moment in their eyes, Russell was just an elementary school student who had just learned mathematics. Even if he solved an Olympic math problem that had puzzled them, he was still not a powerhouse in their eyes. Moreover, the title of the god of magic was simply too high. So high that in everyone's hearts, only Venerable Ancient One could match this title. Was Russell worthy? Facing Ancient One's extremely exaggerated praise and the slightly skeptical gazes of the numerous mages, Russell smiled. He shrugged his shoulders and asked with feigned hesitation, absorbing the stray magic energy between heaven and earth, and then storing the magic energy within oneself to transform it into one's own magic power, isn't that something anyone with hands can do? He did not hide it in the slightest. He even stated straightforwardly the reason why Ancient One praised him. To let those mages understand better, Russell also gave a slightly detailed explanation of the function of the Daojing, and the effect was extremely obvious. His voice had just fallen. The numerous mages present immediately sucked in a breath of cold air one after another on the spot. As if they were going to suck Kamar Taj, the holy land of mages, into a cold North Pole. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is something even demon gods cannot accomplish. The originally quiet square instantly burst into a clamor. Mages who focused on state of mind cultivation were actually acting like gossiping aunties at the village entrance, talking over each other and arguing fiercely with flushed faces and thick necks. Mainly, Russell's words were too earth-shattering. The legacy of mages had existed for a very, very long time. They had dealt with people from many planes, but they had never encountered anyone who could absorb energy into their own body and then use it to strengthen themselves as their own magic power. Every civilization, every universe, gods were born as gods, and humans were born as humans. There was almost no path from a human transforming into a god. No one could do it. Therefore, in the eyes of the other mages, Russell was like a joker at this moment, seeking attention through grandstanding. He was like an elementary school student declaring to the world, "Oh my, while accidentally building a snowman and playing house, I deduced a nuclear fusion reactor." It was simply rubbing the IQ of normal people into the ground. The most crucial thing was that fellow Russell had deceived the Sorcerer Supreme. A heinous liar. Facing public anger, Russell remained incomparably arrogant, his face full of helplessness. "I didn't expect that something a rookie like me who just stepped into magic cultivation could do is something you guys can't do after cultivating for so many years. Could it be because you felt it was too simple and didn't want to do it?" A wave of sharp-tongued mocking. Maxed out anger on the spot. Let alone this group of mages. Even the system gave a thumbs up. Ding. Detected that you performed a super sharp-tongued roast, maxing out the area taunt skill. You are acting extremely arrogant and showing off. Out of the 38 people present, 27 want to beat you up, and another 11 want to beat you to death. Your flamboyant sharp tongue fits Dark Strange's personality very well. Dark Strange template plus 0.8%. Current template progress, 28.11%. Why was the progress so much this time? Russell was also stunned. He had explored the system for a long time, and 0.8% template progress was already quite a lot, equivalent to him doing many bad things. But he quickly came to his senses. Sharp tongue, arrogance, conceit, and genius. Isn't this Strange's personality? Dark Strange seemed to be about the same. Russell seemed to have discovered a new continent. He pondered for a moment, then spoke again. "My method is extremely simple. In other words, anyone with hands can do it. Numerous mages. Ding. Dark Strange template progress plus 0.4%. Sigh, I thought you guys had thought of it long ago. Turns out you didn't think of it at all. It seems I am the true genius, and you guys must be the fools Venerable Ancient One spoke of." Ding. Dark Strange template plus 0.88%. Seeming to catch a glimpse that everyone's tolerance was about to reach its limit and they were on the verge of taking action, Russell was very tactful. After all, he was only a genius who had only cultivated for a year. Cultivating the Daojing and opening up the bitter sea for only a few days. If he provoked public anger, without the blessing of the Dark Strange template, Russell could only obediently get beaten up. Never underestimate the power of friendship bonds between mages. Hisaki. Therefore, Russell made the simplest and fastest proof. Right in front of everyone, he took off the sling ring hanging on his right hand. Almost everyone knew what he was going to do. All the mages' eyes involuntarily widened, staring fixedly at Russell's upcoming actions, their breathing growing rapid. The magic system of the Marvel Universe was very morbid. All power was borrowed. And the sling ring was a token of communication with deities, a medium for borrowing power. Once the medium was lost, once the sling ring was lost, no mage could cast spells. Even the simplest portal wouldn't work. In the future, Doctor Strange was trapped in a different space because his sling ring was snatched away. At that time, he was already the Sorcerer Supreme, having participated in the Avengers War, gone head-to-head with Thanos, and cultivated for several more years. He could be considered truly at the level of the Sorcerer Supreme. Even he couldn't do it. Yet under the gaze of everyone, Russell extended his finger and gently slashed. A golden portal appeared right in front of him, right in front of everyone. That sizzling sound. The towering mountains within the halo of light. Everyone present fell silent. Because they saw a miracle, saw the most incredible thing. After a long while, someone said bitterly, "The god of magic." Everyone's hearts were filled with helplessness, a loss that came straight from the bottom of their hearts. Was this a genius? A genius. Russell's behavior was super shocking. He cast a spell without using a sling ring. To the sorcerers present, this kind of behavior was simply a huge scare. It was like everyone was chatting about honor of kings or game for peace, and suddenly you roared at the top of your lungs, Genshin Impact, start. Shocking everyone on the spot. He casually demonstrated a bit more. Opening a portal was merely the most basic practice. Russell played a little fancy trick. He clenched his fist, and a flower suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. The moment the flower blossomed, it multiplied into thousands, and in an instant, they turned into dots of light filling the sky. Sigh. Russell sighed. I started my research too late, and the pure magic in my body is still too little. I actually can't even cast this slightly advanced magic. All the sorcerers present suffered another critical hit in their hearts instantly. Because the magic Russell just cast was not ordinary magic, but a very high-level magic that consumed a massive amount of magic. It was in the future Avengers War. The spell where Doctor Strange turned Thanos' attacks into flying saucers all over the sky, directly virtualizing physical attacks, was simply super cool. Of course. To learn this spell, the threshold was quite high. Among the sorcerers present, only one or two had mastered it, and while the remaining sorcerers all tried to practice it, without exception, every single one of them failed. Among them, the one with the most had already cultivated for 30 or 40 years. Yet Russell had only cultivated for a year. Furthermore, he did so without the aid of a sling ring or the magic of deities, relying purely on his own energy. Their hearts suffered 10,000 critical hits. They felt like a million horses were galloping through. They were doubting their lives. They suddenly realized. It was Dormammu. This was Dormammu's trick. Someone added Dormammu into the food. Ding. Detected that your actions have dealt a blow to everyone's confidence present, making them doubt themselves. You are extremely showy yet no one can sanction you, leaving only others helplessness. Your behavior is very consistent with the personality of Dark Strange. Dark Strange progress plus 0.7%. Hee hee. Russell couldn't help but chuckle. He felt that he had somewhat grasped the personality of Dark Strange, showy, acting tough, sharp-tongued, and that's right, I am a genius. I am the god of magic. He waved his hand very generously. I know that the various sorcerers present have many doubts, and even suspicions, feeling that this is an incredible matter, something that doesn't exist at all. But what I want to tell you is that I am the miracle. Is there anyone among you willing to try the magic I created? Russell was not polite at all. Shameless on the spot. He attributed the Tao scripture from the shrouding the heavens universe as his own creation. Anyway, no matter how powerful that heavenly lord was, it was impossible for him to cross universes to expose him and charge him copyright fees. Russell would just burn a bit more joss paper to offer some copyright fees. He put on the sling ring, and then with a swipe of his finger, the entire sky changed color. Everyone only felt the heaven and earth change, and a vast, bright moon rose from the ground right before them. Endless moonlight fell from the sky, illuminating the ground extraordinarily. Russell wanted to show off right in front of everyone and brag properly. Over the past few days, with the help of the time stone from the Dark Strange template, he had completely mastered the Tao scripture. After all, it was just the Bitter Sea chapter. Millions of times of cultivation. Whether in shrouding the heavens or this Marvel universe, almost no one understood how to cultivate better than Russell. He directly localized this cultivation technique, creating an epic-making, almost impossible magic cultivation method from human to god. Bright moon rising over the sea. Carving out a space within a person's bitter sea, raising a bright moon within the bitter sea, and devouring the energy of heaven and earth like a whale. Not only was the cultivation speed a dozen times that of ordinary cultivators, but the bright moon could also be projected into other people's bodies to help others cultivate. Furthermore, the most heaven-defying thing was consuming the bright moon condensed by oneself. Could allow other people to directly open up the bitter sea and possess the aptitude for cultivation. If this were placed in the shrouding the heavens universe, it would also be a quite explosive existence. You must know that the cultivation seeds there were extremely rare. When Yihei and his party walked out of the Forbidden Land, even though they were already old and senile, just because they had opened up the bitter sea, they were frantically snatched up by various cultivation grotto heavens, almost nearly starting a fight. Just imagine how heaven-defying this magic cultivation method, bright moon rising over the sea, was. The many sorcerers certainly didn't know the heaven-defying aspects of this, but they clearly understood in their hearts how difficult it was to evolve from a human into a god. All come. From the crowd squeezed out an old acquaintance who surprised Russell somewhat, because that person was Wong, the library keeper. Sorcerer Wong nodded at him, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, his eyes filled with uncontrollable curiosity. After all, he had grown up with Kamar Taj since he was young. He had cultivated magic for quite a long time. And what he guarded was the library. He was definitely the sweeping monk inside Kamar Taj, and even served as the sorcerer supreme for a period of time later on. His experience, seniority, and strength were all quite sufficient. Yet the more it was like this, the more curious he was about how Russell actually managed to do it. Then come on. Russell snapped his fingers, and the bright moon in the sky instantly projected a beam of moonlight, shining upon Sorcerer Wong. Dazzling radiance bloomed within the other party's body. He was like swallowing a sun. Endless light burst forth from inside out within his body. Extremely dazzling and eye-catching. The surrounding sorcerers couldn't help but gulp and swallow their saliva. Some were whispering, but most were watching with wide-eyed gazes, wanting to witness this history-changing moment. Almost instantly, Sorcerer Wong was seen abruptly spreading his arms wide. The dense light inside his body vanished instantly, replaced by a bright moon suddenly rising behind him. To be precise, it was a glowing sphere. Because compared to the bright moon Russell cast in the sky, it was exaggeratedly small and could not be considered a bright moon at all. But even though that bright moon was tiny, Sorcerer Wong's face could not suppress his joy, and he even laughed out loud right in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. This is truly super cool magic. Russell, you little fool are truly a genius. As Russell's guide and old acquaintance, Sorcerer Wong had helped Russell many times, and even actively helped him out of a tight spot this time. Their relationship was quite good. He reached out and removed the sling ring. Then, amidst the expectant gazes of the sorcerers, he slowly shook his fingers. He did not have Russell's flippant demeanor of casually swiping to open a portal. That required extremely high magic attainment. Chila, chila, chila. Only the sound was heard. But not a sliver of the golden energy aperture for opening a portal was seen. Did this fail? Disappointment inevitably tinted the sorcerer's eyes, but the next moment, they saw Wong smile awkwardly. Sorry, I've been using a sling ring all this time, so I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. The feeling of wearing it versus not wearing it is definitely different. Every man can notice it. Girlfriends can also feel it. Sorcerer Wong took a deep breath, and the next moment, a huge portal instantly appeared before everyone. Spellcasting without a ring. Successful once again. The sorcerers' eyes changed, and they looked at Russell in unison. Although there were no words, those adulatory and emotional gazes already explained everything. On this path of magic, I would call you the strongest, Russell. And you, Russell, my friend. You are truly the god of magic. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Master Wong, who possessed extremely high prestige, issued a heartfelt praise to Russell. And this time, the many sorcerers were not as angry as they were before when Ancient One praised Russell, because Russell proved with facts that what he said was not a lie, but a fact. He truly was a genius. Although his mouth was a bit sharp. Although he was a bit arrogant. Although he was a bit punchable. But it didn't matter. He was a genius. Joy overflowed in everyone's hearts. From the bottom of their hearts, they rejected people who acted cool, but they absolutely did not reject people who brought them along to act cool. Just like how everyone hated hackers, because that thing affected the balance more than grinders and whales, but they definitely didn't hate others bringing them along to cheat. Moreover, the novel spell developed by Russell, though its name sounded eccentric, called Bright Moon Rising Over the Sea, could completely be promoted and used by every single person among them who cultivated spells. How about it? Do you submit? We submit. You are the most deserving to be a sorcerer. HMPH, this kind of elementary spell is just something I casually created. As long as you give me time, without the Sorcerer Supreme, I alone can fight against the dark giant Dormammu. Russell was clamoring crazily over there. His face was full of arrogance and complacency. The magic of Bright Moon Rising Over the Sea is just an elementary magic I deduced. I will soon be able to perfect it, and then make this magic stronger by just a tiny bit. A tiny bit. The sorcerers felt strange. What kind of phrasing was this? Shouldn't it be perfecting one's own spell and then becoming several times stronger? The next moment, all of them fell silent, simply because the tiny gap gestured by Russell's thumb and index finger actually flashed with countless lights, as if there was a small sphere spinning inside. Looking closely. Oh, good fellow. The small sphere in the gap between his fingers turned out to be a universe. Well, the many sorcerers present couldn't help but give Russell a thumbs up. They were willing to call this hand a unique skill. Hey, detected that you are acting cool, but I have no evidence. Your repressed personality very much fits the personality of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template plus 0.01%. Russell smiled. Because he thought of something quite interesting. What he shared with the sorcerers was merely the Bitter Sea chapter of the Tao Classic, which was almost at the entry-level standard. There were still many ranks behind it. He could release the most basic version, then after a few days, release an updated version under the nice-sounding name Pro, and after a few more days push another rank, updating the version once again under the nice-sounding name Pro Max. Almost every update was an interpretation of his genius talent. It would definitely cause the sorcerers present to gasp in cold air countless times. Fiercely harvesting a wave of template progress. Russell looked at everyone present with a smiling expression. Leaks, this thing, were truly lush and green, really good, extremely good. He very generously invited almost all Kamar Taj sorcerers to accept the baptism of Gecko. Opening up a tiny bit of the bitter sea. Becoming the leaks in his hands. Even Ancient One did not escape, accepting the baptism of bright moon rising over the sea. Her talent was indeed extraordinary. Under the inducement of the bright moon behind Russell, a brand new bright moon was induced out from Ancient One's body. It was so vast. It was so huge. Surpassing other sorcerers by tens of thousands of times. Even much larger than Russell's. Russell didn't have too much surprise. After all, he was not some genius with a special physique. He didn't think he was any desolate ancient sacred body, chaos physique, or even the God King body that served as a benchmark for combat power evaluation. He was a mortal body. The reason why the bright moon in his bitter sea was larger than other sorcerers' was simply because he had cultivated for a slightly longer time. As for Ancient One, her talent was exceptional, and having cultivated magic for so many years, her body had long since looked like that of divine magic. Moreover, she frequently carried the time stone, crashing violently by the power of time, becoming shaped by it. Her physique was no longer that of an ordinary person. The bitter sea naturally was not an ordinary item either. The huge appearance was within Russell's expectations, but what somewhat exceeded his imagination was that the bright moon suspended above the firmament. No, it could not be described as a bright moon. He looked with a solemn expression. I saw that above the firmament, a moon that was black mixed with blood red yet exuding light was suspended there, so pitch black, so bloody. Black and shining. A bloody stench rushed to the face, causing the sorcerers present to have their faces filled with bewilderment, looking at each other on the spot, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. What was going on? In their hearts, there was a crazy, unimaginable thought. Could Venerable Ancient One be fallen, turning towards the dark side? This sudden change. Even Ancient One had not expected it, her expression carried bewilderment. She had lived too long, lived too tired, and she hadn't observed the future through the time stone for a long time. She had predicted her own death very early on. Yet she had not predicted that she was exposed. That's right. She was stealing the power of darkness. Becoming the debt king of the dark giant Dormammu, borrowing the power of the opposite side every day to extend her life, and as a price, her soul would be taken away by Dormammu after her death. Of course, the premise of this was that Dormammu must be able to snatch her soul from the hands of eternity. Because her creditor was simultaneously eternity. With too many creditors, they could only be made to fight a battle, whoever won would be the creditor. Ancient One looked at everyone's incredulous gazes, but her expression was extremely calm. Just as she wanted to speak, Russell at the side spoke up ahead of time to explain for her. I really didn't expect that, Venerable Ancient One, after fighting against darkness for so many years, your body actually suffered such heavy injuries, corrupted by the power of darkness into this appearance. Sigh. He heaved a heavy sigh, causing the expressions of everyone present to change slightly. That's right, Venerable Ancient One had fought against darkness for so many years, how could she possibly turn towards the other party? It must be that after fighting for too long, her body was corrupted, and it was all injuries. This was a merit. This was the best proof of battle achievements. Their eyes turned gentle, their originally collapsed expressions recovering slightly at this moment, and Russell also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He just wanted to act cool a little bit. And advance the progress of his dark strange template a little. He definitely didn't want to force Ancient One to death. After all, the other party was his current biggest golden finger and strongest bodyguard. With Ancient One around, the entire Kamar Taj was the safest place in the universe. Russell couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his sudden flash of inspiration just now. Hey, so smart. As expected of you. But the next moment, he heard a sentence that made his head buzz, only hearing Ancient One say quietly, you did not see wrong, that is the power of darkness. I am the one stealing the power of darkness, I use the power of darkness to extend my own lifespan, and I am unforgivable. As soon as these words came out, earth-shattering. The battle between earth and darkness had lasted for thousands of years, and the accumulated grievances were no longer a matter of 1 or 2 generations. For any sorcerer, anyone could betray earth and defect to darkness, but one person absolutely could not. That was the pillar of their faith. The sorcerer supreme who had fought against darkness for 800 years. Ancient One. Looking at the collapsed appearance of the many sorcerers, Russell couldn't help but fiercely slap himself. How could he have forgotten one thing? This sorcerer supreme just wants to retire. Tell a joke. Lu Jin killed the old celestial master. Before his transmigration, Russell always treated this meme as a joke. After all, seeing Lu Jin's breakdown and his mocked appearance by the old celestial master was simply too hilarious. But never did he expect that one day, he would also be reduced to a meme. He killed the Ancient One. That's right. He killed the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yuyi who had fought against the darkness for 800 years. Her face was filled with utter calmness. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the numerous sorcerers, she repented, I have fallen into the darkness. Russell, you truly are an extraordinary sorcerer. You have created a most remarkable spell. As she spoke, she raised her head. The pitch black, blood-seeping bright moon rising over the sea hanging horizontally across the firmament suddenly burst with brilliant light, as if it had fallen into magma, radiating endless fiery radiance. Blistering waves of fire surged toward them. The numerous sorcerers were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. They rapidly backed away, then gripped the sling rings in their hands, gazing with vigilance at the Ancient One sitting cross-legged beneath that pitch-black evil moon. Their combat stances were so practiced. Yet they still trembled uncontrollably. It was not because how powerful their opponent was, but because their opponent this time was neither a terrifying evil god nor a dreadful demon god, but the person they trusted, relied on, and respected the most. The guide of all their sorcerers. Everyone's teacher. Ancient One. Endless wisps of blue smoke emerged from that evil moon, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from the Ancient One's eyes. Under everyone's gaze, her body burned, and her skin cracked inch by inch. The sorcerers present were startled immensely. What is going on here? Before they could even react, they watched as the Ancient One was burned to ashes right in front of all of them, leaving behind only her faint words, this is not Russell's fault. It is my own doing. Everything is my fault. She died. She turned to ashes. The sorcerers present were dumbfounded on the spot. The invincible guardian deity in their hearts, the Supreme Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yuyi, had actually died right before their eyes. There was a dead silence on the scene. Until someone cried out in shock, no. No. Russell has killed Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yuyi Venerable. Russell, who was still stunned and bewildered, was instantly jolted awake by these words. He thought to himself, the spell he deduced according to the Taoist scripture had absolutely no side effects. Even if it were a devil head, the bitter sea would still be normal and possessed no function to distinguish between righteousness and evil. Naturally, it was even less possible for it to backlash against himself. Therefore, when he saw that evil moon of the Ancient One seeping blood and burning, he was dumbfounded on the spot. When he saw the other party being burned to ashes, his head felt even more dazed. But when he heard the phrase, Russell has killed Venerable Ancient One, he knew in his heart that something terrible was about to happen. It's bad. I've become a joke. In Russell's mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where he was mocked by thousands of netizens, reduced to the state of Lu Jin. Right then and there, he felt his vision go dark. Ancient One, you sly old fox. Didn't you promise to work for a few more years and retire only after Strange entered Kamar Taj? What the hell is with you running away now? Before the 10,000 grass mud horses running through Russell's heart could finish galloping, he saw something that made another 10,000 grass mud horses gallop through his heart. Within the ashes where the Ancient One's physical body had just been scorched, a trace of green light actually flashed. Under the gazes of all the sorcerers, a necklace that made everyone's breath hitch flew out, and the air fell silent on the spot. Because all of them recognized it. This necklace. It was Kamar Taj's ultimate magical artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, which possessed the power to command time. It was the symbol of the Sorcerer Supreme. Only the Sorcerer Supreme was qualified to wield this ultimate magical artifact, relying on it to ward off interdimensional demon gods and block the invasion of the dark giant Dormammu. And under everyone's gaze, beneath Russell's rapidly twitching eyelids, that ultimate magical artifact capable of attracting everyone's hateful gazes, the Eye of Agamotto, which carried the Time Stone, the supreme treasure of the universe among the Infinity Stones, slowly flew up in front of Russell. Without even waiting for him to react. It hung directly around Russell's neck. This is a demonic artifact acknowledging its master. This was something all sorcerers dreamed of, just like every youth once dreamed that during the morning assembly when the red flag was raised, a glowing divine light stick would fall from the sky, and you would grip that transformation device in front of everyone, then shout loudly, Tiga. Such murderous gazes. Russell felt a chill run down his spine. He was utterly numbed by this move of the Ancient One, and wore an extremely ugly smile as he said, "If I say, all of this is fake, would you believe it? A mastermind. This is the Ancient One's dark hand." This so-called recognition of master by the supreme demonic artifact was definitely manipulated by the Ancient One. But no one believed it. All there was. Numerous sorcerers. It was fine if the numerous sorcerers didn't believe it, but the most crucial part was that even System, the one Russell trusted the most, was stabbing him in the back. Ding. Although you were telling the truth, no one believed you. They only felt that you were putting on an act, so your act was successful. Your behavior matches the personality of the Dark Strange template very well. Dark Strange template plus 0.6666%. Russell gritted his teeth in his heart. System. You really are starving. Starving to the point of being dizzy, even mistaking something like this. He was filled with grief and indignation, feeling exceptionally lonely. Yet no one believed him, replaced instead by all sorts of strange gazes. Then Sorcerer Wong spoke up. Venerable Ancient One committed an unforgivable deed, but she has already been killed by Archmage Russell. Her merits and demerits can no longer be pursued. Now Kamar Taj needs a new Sorcerer Supreme. Everyone's gazes uniformly turned toward Russell. Their eyes carried complexity. Although Russell had only practiced for a year, he was simply too much of a genius. Not only had he become an Archmage, but he had also created a terrifying spell like Bright Moon rising over the sea. It was precisely with this spell that he killed the Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yuyi who had stolen dark power, and now he had also gained the recognition of the ultimate demonic artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. This was a natural-born Sorcerer Supreme. Therefore, when Sorcerer Wong continued speaking, no one refuted him. They only heard Sorcerer Wong say, "I propose Russell is the new Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj." "I agree. I also agree. I agree as well." Accompanied by one voice of agreement after another, Russell felt like he had fallen into a huge pit. He just wanted to peacefully be an ordinary sorcerer. He really didn't want to be the Sorcerer Supreme. If the heavens gave him another chance to start over, he would definitely say, "I do not agree to him becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. What qualifications does he have?" An unusual voice came over, full of hostility, and it seemed to carry a lot of prestige, causing the sorcerers who had originally agreed to Russell becoming the Sorcerer Supreme to actually hesitate. Russell. No. Not agree to him becoming Sorcerer Supreme. He flew into a rage on the spot. Who the fool is barking? Actually, the position of Sorcerer Supreme was also quite appealing to Russell. Verbally, he was refusing it. But this thing was just like the New Year money given by relatives during the Spring Festival. You could continuously refuse, but the other party couldn't not give it. Russell originally thought he had it in the bag. After all, the buffs on him had accumulated too much, possessing Super Genius plus Archmage Strength plus Spell Pioneer plus Killing Ancient One plus the supreme magical artifact Eye of Agamotto acknowledging its master. He was almost the most fitting person for this position. So when he heard that someone actually dared to oppose him, the whole person was amused on the spot. Whose fierce general was this? How dare they question him, Russell? Do you know how the trident was bent? Do you know how Superwoman cried out? Do you know what the Wi-Fi password of Kamar Taj is? Russell turned his head back. Under the gaze of everyone, a portal flashing with a golden ring flickered in that blank space. The voice came from inside, and walking through the portal was an old acquaintance that everyone present knew. The Archmage of Kamar Taj. An Archmage who was very prestigious among the mages and extremely strong in strength. Caecilius. This was the one who truly killed Ancient One, although it was a matter after surrendering to the Dark Dormammu in the future. Right now he hadn't surrendered to the Dark, but it was almost the same, basically able to be judged as a latent double dealer. If it were before, Russell would still be interested in joking with the other party, for example, patting the other party's shoulder and saying, Caecilius. You be the Sorcerer Supreme. Go on, Orochimaru, you be the Hokage. But now. Russell glanced at his dark strange template which had already exceeded 30%, leaving only 20% away from drawing the next template. It was time to work hard. He thought in his heart. Meanwhile, Caecilius had already made a handsome appearance with a group of mages. Their bodies were permeated with a dark aura, yet they were not hostilely viewed by the other mages present. On the contrary, they also received respectful gazes. Simply because this aura was not caused by absorbing dark energy, but rather the aura left behind from fighting those evil gods and demons who crossed dimensions to invade Earth within the dimensional realms. This kind of aura. It was the scars of injuries. It was a respected military merit. Before openly betraying Kamar Taj, Caecilius was still a relatively respected mage. He was a true brave warrior. A true dragon-slaying hero. It was just a pity that the dragon-slaying hero had also turned into an evil dragon. Caecilius brought numerous followers to Russell's front, his gaze looking towards that pile of ashes, which was left behind by the once strongest sorcerer supreme Gu Yi. Within his eyes was an irrepressible pleasant surprise. Unstoppable shock. And a little bit of difficulty in accepting it. After all, in his view, Sorcerer Supreme Gu Yi was an extremely powerful existence, so powerful that he didn't have the slightest confidence to defeat the opponent, and even defected to their lifelong enemy, the Dark Dormammu, becoming a fallen mage. Yet an existence like a massive mountain just like this unexpectedly fell in such a dramatic fashion. When he was fighting in dimensional campaigns and received the news transmitted by his subordinates, he still thought the other party was fooling him, but when he truly teleported back and felt the dissipated aura of the opponent, he finally accepted this fact. Ancient One was dead. She was killed by Russell, a mage who had just joined Kamar Taj for less than a year. How did he manage it? It must have been a sneak attack. Caecilius was full of confidence. He was a genius who cultivated spells, yet walking to this step had also taken him a long time. Cultivating for a mere year. I'm afraid he couldn't even open a portal to Antarctica. What strength did he have? As for killing Ancient One, this wasn't any big deal. After all, in Caecilius's imagination, he had many ways to sneak attack and kill Sorcerer Supreme Gu Yi, because in his view, the mages' bodies were too weak, and there were also the two heaven-defying weaknesses of being unable to cast spells once losing the sling ring. Implementing just any one of them could lead to the death of Ancient One. Wisdom light leaked from Caecilius's eyes. He felt that in an instant he understood the situation and saw through everything. Without ceremony, he extended his hand. Russell, hand over the Eye of Agamotto. What qualifications and strength does a person like you have to serve as the Sorcerer Supreme guarding Kamar Taj? He arrogantly raised his head. I have rendered meritorious service for Earth. I have rendered meritorious service for Kamar Taj. His prestige was simply too high. Just by showing up, he caused the mages who originally supported Russell to hesitate in expression and begin dodging their gazes. They also had their own considerations. Talent was talent, strength was strength. Losing Ancient One to hold down the fort, Earth would be fat meat in the eyes of major forces, and would soon suffer invasions from various dimensions. By then it would definitely be a battlefield full of the flames of war. How long would it take for a genius like Russell to grow up? Earth needed a powerful expert to hold down the fort. Russell was not anxious, while Master Wong and Master Mordo on the side changed their expressions. They were die-hard supporters of the Sorcerer Supreme, or to be precise, followers of Ancient One. Because Ancient One's death was too sudden, they also didn't know how to evaluate this matter, and could only choose to stabilize the situation first, supporting Russell, the person acknowledged as master by the supreme magical artifact. Before they could speak, they were directly stopped by Russell's outstretched hand. Seeing Russell nod approvingly in their astonished gazes, he then directly pointed at the bright moon hanging in the firmament. You are a hero who has rendered meritorious service for Kamar Taj. You are also my senior, having followed Sorcerer Supreme Gu Yi to campaign in different dimensions for a very long time. I admire you. As long as you can accomplish one thing, I will personally offer up the Eye of Agamotto in my hand, and I will voluntarily withdraw from the competition for the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Hearing Russell's words, Caecilius's eyes flashed with a glimmer of desire on the spot. He originally only intended to snatch the Eye of Agamotto, never expecting that the position of Sorcerer Supreme would actually be delivered to his doorstep. This was truly a double blessing. Only hearing Russell say, you only need to sit beneath that bright moon and accept the baptism of the bright moon, and that will be it. As soon as these words came out, All the mages fell into astonishment, because almost all of them had accepted the baptism of this bright moon, gained monstrous benefits, opened up their own bitter sea and bright moon, and stepped onto the path from human to God. And the sole failure of this bright moon. That was Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yi who stole the dark power. What did Russell mean by this? That group of mages guessed Russell's idea almost in the blink of an eye, but they still found it somewhat hard to accept in their hearts. Caecilius had fallen. But at this moment Caecilius did not know the shady deal behind it. After all, he had just rushed back hastily from the battlefield, and he still thought that Bright Moon was some kind of attacking method. But he was very confident. Mere spells, do you think this Bright Moon can kill me? Do you really think his Archmage status is fake? I agree. Caecilius was wild with joy. Pies falling from the sky. Russell, oh Russell, you truly are a fool. Ancient One, oh Ancient One, open your eyes and take a look, just what kind of stupid successor have you chosen? He. I, Caecilius, possess the bearing of a sorcerer supreme. Come on. Let me experience the spell of Archmage Russell, who has been cultivating for a year. A serious reminder. Caecilius did not forget to win people's hearts at this moment, and it seemed like he was showing off, as he calmly said, I have followed the Supreme to cultivate for 2.5 years. In Kamar Taj, mages are divided into several tiers. Ordinary people who know nothing, mage apprentices who have cultivated for a few years, mages with decent strength, and the true backbone, the archmages. Among the archmages, the difference in their strength lies in whether they have received guidance from Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yi and whether they have followed her in cultivation. After all, there is an old saying in the East. 3 years older, hold a piece of gold brick. 30 years older, give you the country. 3 years older, give you an immortal pill. Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yi has cultivated for 800 years, which is much fiercer than those 300 years. Her cultivation is unfathomable, and just an occasional word of guidance can save a mage decades of detours. Following her in cultivation for a year will result in leaps and bounds in strength. Otherwise, do you think that relying solely on the magic of Kamar Taj can cultivate archmages capable of resisting invasions from various different dimensions? What is powerful is not Kamar Taj, but Ancient One. Being able to receive guidance from the Sorcerer Supreme must make one a genius among mages, and being able to follow the Sorcerer Supreme in cultivation must make one a genius among geniuses among mages. And Caecilius followed the Sorcerer Supreme to cultivate for 2.5 years. This is the reason for his powerful strength, and also his confidence to look down upon other mages. The leader of the Kun faction of Kamar Taj. It can only be me. I, Caecilius, said so. Even if Jesus comes, it won't work. Russell just smiled without speaking. He knew the other party's sense of superiority very well. Following the Sorcerer Supreme to cultivate is indeed something worth bragging about, but that is only for ordinary people. It won't work for him. Because he has a cheat. Left hand Dark Strange Sorcerer Supreme template, right hand chat group blessing. What do you use to fight me? Russell directly stretched out his finger, pointing at the bright moon in the sky. Endless brilliance projected down from the starry sky. That energy was so pure and flawless that it caused the many mages present to flush and take 2 deep breaths. A feeling of floating like an immortal. They felt that their bodies were evolving, and every organ of their bodies was like a crying child, greedily sucking. This is the evolution of genes. Although Caecilius shouted loudly, after all, he was a veteran fighting in different dimensions, and there was not the slightest hesitation in his heart. Just by constantly shaking his fingers, he put on layer after layer of magic sets for himself. With a slash of his left hand, the golden shield shone brilliantly. With a casual flick of his right hand, a long whip capable of tearing through the void realm smashed heavily onto the ground with a smack. He still wasn't at ease. A trace of light blue weird energy coiled around the long whip, and the power of the entire long whip exploded instantly, becoming even more terrifying. Even when Russell saw it, couldn't help but nod. What a lightning chain whip. If Teacher Ma sees it, he will definitely not be able to help touching it twice, and then improvise a set of Tai Chi for everyone, coming up with a set of 5 consecutive lightning whips. But beyond Caecilius's imagination, the bright moon blooming with brilliance in the sky flashed for a moment, instantly blinding the eyes of all the mages on the battlefield. The bright moon cast down a river. In a split second, it poured into Caecilius's body. The magic shield offered no resistance at all. It's over. I lost. Caecilius's thought flashed in his mind. He didn't know the effect of this spell bright moon rising over the sea. He only felt that he was dead for sure, but to his surprise, he only felt warm all over and suffered no harm. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Just this. Seeing this scene, the many mages breathed a sigh of relief one after another, just because the bright moon rising from Caecilius's bitter sea was so bright and clear, without a trace of black appearance, obviously the other party had not fallen into darkness. He won the battle with Russell. He is the next Sorcerer Supreme. Other mages were already prepared to congratulate him, and a flash of strangeness also crossed Russell's eyes. He never expected that Caecilius at this moment had not fallen into darkness. Alas! Blame Ancient One for retiring too early. The timeline doesn't match at all. But Russell wasn't nervous at all. The corners of his mouth turned up. To tell you the truth, he used to have a cousin, I don't know if you know him or not, whose last name is Gao and first name is Yao, and he is a chef. His most proficient signature dish is calling a stag a horse. To put it more colloquially, talking nonsense wildly. Along with a thought from Russell, the bright moon in the sky instantly changed its appearance. In everyone's unbelievable gaze, it turned pitch black, circulating streams of blood-seeping light, which was so evil and so repulsive. As if countless eyes polluted that bright white moon. Fiercely and greedily peeping at the entire mortal world. All the mages felt their hair stand on end. They found it hard to believe. But with fierce gazes. Looking at Caecilius as if looking at a mortal enemy. They were not stupid, mainly because they had already witnessed the magic of this spell. Even the Supreme Sorcerer Supreme Gui could not hide in front of it, and a mere archmage would definitely be exposed in his true form. They had even made up reasons in their hearts. The Sorcerer Supreme has fallen. The Sorcerer Supreme's disciple has also fallen along with her. Isn't that very reasonable? And Caecilius, who saw the expressions of the many mages suddenly flip 180 degrees, just had a dumbfounded face. Clearly everything was fine, why did you suddenly make this expression, and even start spraying pesticide? The next moment, he heard Russell clamoring, Caecilius. How dare you fall into darkness? A person like you actually still wants to gain the recognition of the supreme magical artifact. It's simply wishful thinking. How shameless of you to still want to covet the position of Sorcerer Supreme. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Facing Russell's roar, Caecilius was even more dumbfounded. Subconsciously, he felt a bit guilty in his heart. Could it be that the matter of him wanting to defect to the Dark Dormammu and borrow the other party's power to resurrect his dead wife had been exposed? But he saw the playfulness in Russell's eyes. Caecilius understood. The other party is framing him. What a despicable method. You. Before he could retort, the surrounding mages all made their moves together. Countless golden magic chains cut through the void realm, directly locking onto Caecilius's body, pinning him firmly to the ground, leaving him with no ability to resist whatsoever. This is Kamar Taj, the base camp of mages. The Sorcerer Supreme might still be able to act tough, but you, an archmage, a dark fallen archmage, what are you barking for? Their eyes carried disgust. Those who fall into darkness. All deserve to die. Ah! I am not convinced. I am not convinced. I am wronged. I am wronged. Caecilius shouted madly there, his eyes filled with tears, which was the grievance from the bottom of his heart for being wronged and forced to confess. His minion couldn't stand it anymore. With a direct wave of his hand, he sharply slashed off the chains trapped on Caecilius, and with a backhand, handed over a pitch-black contract that radiated extreme evil and made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Only hearing that minion shouting loudly, "Boss! Let's rebel! Let's defect to Lord Dormammu!" Caecilius, who was crying out for grievances, fell silent on the spot. Looking at the, as expected, gazes of the many mages, he wished he could hack this minion to death on the spot. Although he intended to fall into darkness, that was only a plan. A plan. And now the position of Sorcerer Supreme is clearly close at hand, why defect to Dormammu? Isn't being the Sorcerer Supreme great? Ruined. Completely ruined. He roared, his face becoming somewhat ferocious, and gritted his teeth extremely, Russell, you dog thief, playing dirty with me, right? Go to hell. The Sorcerer Supreme is dead. Dormammu is still here. The advantage is mine. Facing Russell's blatant slander, Caecilius cursed out loud on the spot, almost having his psychological defenses broken by anger. The position of Sorcerer Supreme that was almost within his grasp was just lost like that. However, he was not too sad either. Just as he had thought, Kamar Taj, having lost the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme, would definitely be invaded by the dark giant Dormammu. By then, they would coordinate from the inside and outside. The advantage is with me. Understand. Russell, on the other hand, did not panic in the slightest and was still happily looking at his income. Ding. Your incarnation acted like Jiao Gao calling a deer a horse, forcing the undarkened Caecilius to turn dark on the spot, and even bringing immense crisis to Earth. You are simply heinous and utterly black-hearted. I am willing to call you the strongest manipulator in history and the king of shifting blame. Please accept my knee bows, your behavior even surpasses Dark Strange. Dark Strange is extremely satisfied with you. Dark Strange template progress plus 5%. Current Dark Strange template progress is 37.46%. Is Caecilius this fat of a fish? Russell couldn't help raising an eyebrow, a faint trace of surprise flashing in his heart. But thinking about it, after all, this person is a future villain, so getting a bit more harvest is only reasonable. Do all villains have this kind of harvest? Or is it just Caecilius alone? Russell didn't have much time to lament about this matter. Because time did not permit it. Kamar Taj was simply too dangerous. Amidst the shocked, angry, and despairing gazes of the many mages, Caecilius, under the cover of the magical defense shields of his numerous underlings, dropped his own blood onto the magical contract in his hand. Boundless dark power spread out from the contract. It was so evil. It was so dense. This was a soul contract signed with the dark giant Dormammu, exchanging his own soul and freedom as a price, offering them to Dormammu as nourishment in exchange for powerful dark power. The most terrifying thing was, this contract could communicate with Dormammu. In just an instant, Dormammu would know about Earth's affairs, and then directly descend upon Earth, swallowing this planet into his belly to become the most delicious, crispy chicken-flavored little sphere in his mouth. All the mages were in despair. Some had already closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Master Wong and Master Mordo also had ashen faces at this moment, because they had followed the Sorcerer Supreme the longest and understood Dormammu's terror the best. He was a truly unspeakable evil god-level existence. Treating planets like toys. Just like the Dark Supremes entrenched in the dark forbidden zones within the Over the Heavens in One Night universe where Su Xiaomeng resided. Those Dark Supremes devoured living beings in order to prolong their own lives, and when they devoured life, they often left behind some seeds. But as for Dormammu, he just wanted to eat. The planets he visited would have all their lives completely devoured by him, turning into dead planets without any life, and then becoming a part of his collection, never to give birth to new life again even after hundreds of millions of years. How terrifying. How despairing. And right amidst the despairing gazes of the crowd, Russell calmly reached out his hand and snapped his fingers very loudly, just like his appearance, snapping with extreme handsome flair. He did not cast any spell. Yet he also cast a spell. In front of everyone, a very comical scene appeared. Archmage Caecilius was seen signing the dark contract, kneeling on the ground with madness in his eyes, shouting there, "Descend, Gulala god of darkness. Your loyal servant Caecilius offers you the most generous gift. Descend, Lord Demon God Dormammu." However, nothing happened. Nothing occurred at all. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Before they could react to what had happened, they immediately heard another snap, and Caecilius knelt on the ground once more with an expression of persistent madness, shouting there, "Descend, Gulala god of darkness." Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Why do the actions feel so familiar? And the dialogue lines feel a bit familiar. They watched on. Caecilius knelt again, and again, and again, with a frantic expression, "Descend, Gulala god of darkness." Hiss. Why is it happening again? The many mages scratched their heads. In their dumbfounded gazes, Caecilius dropped to his knees with a thud yet again and again. Even without him opening his mouth, everyone knew what he wanted to say. Sure enough. Descend, Gulala god of darkness. This feeling seemed like time flowing backwards. After watching the repetitive scene of Caecilius kneeling before them over and over again, the many mages finally remembered, and their expressions instantly turned excited. Wasn't this the power of the legendary supreme magical artifact with the power to manipulate time, the Eye of Agamotto? Really, it wasn't that their knowledge was shallow. At this time, the Avengers had not yet been formed, the God of Hammers had not yet descended on Earth, the God of Comedy had not yet arrived, and Thanos' army was still drifting in the universe. No one knew about the Infinity Stones. Let alone the Time Stone. Although Doctor Strange would frequently wear this gem around his neck in the future, for the Ancient One, she never wore this gadget. For someone who just wanted to retire, no matter how good an overtime prevention magical artifact it was still a painful torment. One would get tired of seeing tens of billions of different final battle futures for the Avengers. Therefore, when the many mages saw the comical scene of Caecilius trapped in a time loop and constantly kneeling, they actually didn't think in that direction for a moment. It took them quite a while to react. They turned their heads in unison, and sure enough, the supreme magical artifact symbolizing the Sorcerer Supreme, the Eye of Agamotto, was hanging right on Russell's chest, currently emitting a faint green light. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of a man recognized by the supreme magical artifact. He hadn't even learned any spells. Upon first contact, he was able to effortlessly unleash the time-reversing power of the Eye of Agamotto. Is this what a genius is? They had no idea at all that Russell, who possessed the Dark Strange template, was more than familiar with the Time Stone. Even after loading the template, he still had a small Time Stone. As for the Eye of Agamotto, which was supreme and sacred to other mages, in secret, it had long since become molded to Russell's liking. Looking at the adoring and amazed gazes of the crowd, Russell smiled without speaking, raising his arm slightly and flicking his finger gently. Caecilius, who existed like a formidable enemy in everyone's hearts, suffered 10,000 critical hits on the spot. His body was directly sliced open by the void, split into millions of pieces, completely annihilated, and disappeared without a trace, like a ball of ash blown away by the wind. His strength made the mages present couldn't help but gasp in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Terrifying to such an extent. Amidst their fiery gazes, Russell stepped forward, his expression as calm as water, yet he uttered a sentence that made their blood boil. I am Destiny. I am the Sorcerer Supreme. They immediately bowed to Russell in unison, saying with one voice, Greetings, Sorcerer Supreme. Ding. You suppressed dissenters with bloody means and successfully ascended to your own throne. You are Destiny, you are a legend, you are that shining Sorcerer Supreme. You completed the Hidden Destiny quest, you gained the approval of Dark Strange template progress plus 15%. Current Dark Strange template progress is 52.46%. Russell felt a sudden realization in his heart. The core of the Dark Strange Supreme template was not his personality, sharp tongue, Tsunere nature, or genius, nor was it his dark magic, but rather the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Current template progress has exceeded 50%. Drawing the second template for you. Drawing second template. Ding. Congratulations on drawing the second template, Iron Man. Congratulations on unlocking the second template, Iron Man. Iron Man. In a certain parallel universe, Iron Man Tony faced countless crises. The Kree dominated the universe, mutants ran rampant on Earth, Thanos invaded with a large army, and the Infinity Stones War broke out. Facing endless crises, Iron Man considered his own lack of energy and made a bold decision. Drawing inspiration from Zola's existence, he converted his consciousness into code and uploaded it to the cloud. And he accidentally came into contact with the Wisdom Stone. His wisdom code mutated. Iron Man was born. Another new version of Iron Man. Just how many parallel universes are there in the Marvel Universe? Russell was already speechless. He had seen many versions of Iron Man, but he had never witnessed this version of uploading one's own soul to the cloud. Artificial intelligence Tony Stark. Are you sure this artificial intelligence will become a qualified housekeeper? Instead of using your car and your account to pick up girls. Hee. Being a romantic sage is actually not a bad choice. Russell thought it was alright. Perhaps under the assistance of the Iron Man, he might even conquer a female Superman from another universe and be a Superman knight once. But he quickly noticed something was wrong. Iron Man was a bit different from the artificial intelligence housekeeper he had imagined. He discovered a blind spot. Affected by the Wisdom Stone. The Wisdom Stone. Russell's eyes lit up instantly. He had previously used the Time Stone to create a supreme magic token, which could help chat group members repeatedly practice a certain cultivation technique or a certain spell, almost reaching the level of major achievement in 1 second. It could be called a very invincible cheat. However, this kind of cheat was fine for people with low strength, but placed in an ultra-powerful universe, it was completely like a tasteless chicken rib. Just like the Panlong universe. What does it matter how much time there is? Practitioners there could achieve eternal life at the sanctuary level, but out of 10,000 sanctuaries, after countless years of cultivation, only one could become a lower god. Out of 10,000 lower gods, only one could become a middle god. And out of 10,000 middle gods, only one could become an upper god. Hundreds of millions of years of cultivation might not necessarily lead to a breakthrough to become a great perfection. Time is useless. To become an ultimate powerhouse, comprehension ability is required. And the Wisdom Stone was a gem contained within the Marvel Universe that could enhance a person's comprehension ability and grant them endless wisdom. It was almost the strongest and most mysterious gem. Russell's heart was pounding. Loading the template would allow one to obtain everything the character possessed, such as talent items. Was he going to harvest a wisdom stone? Tony converted his consciousness into lines of code and uploaded it to the cloud, but under the influence of the wisdom stone, his thoughts began to change. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension, he wanted to convert all living beings into undying and indestructible code to gain eternal life. He possessed infinite wisdom and continuously developed the Mark armor. The Mark armor evolved to the God level, capable of being undying and indestructible, infinitely resurrecting, possessing endless energy, and possessing endless abilities. All superheroes were wiped out. All living beings on Earth were wiped out. All living beings in the universe were wiped out. The 5 major deities were besieged and wiped out. When Russell saw this introduction, his whole person was dumbfounded, with 10,000 alpacas running through his heart. What kind of outrageous version of Iron Man was this? It was simply even more outrageous than Dark Strange. It directly wiped out the entire universe. Digitizing the 5 major deities and converting them into AI. You must be a great devil head. The madness of Iron Man attracted the gaze of the universe observer. The other party intervened and cast highest dimensional fragments into the universe. The highest dimensional fragments could split into countless microscopic fragments, integrating into the dimensions, and extracting all information after the birth of the universe, including the genetic codes of all living creatures. All humans in history were resurrected. All living beings in the universe were resurrected. Under the observer's influence, they united together, and all living beings in the universe exhausted the universe's resources to wage a great battle against Iron Man. Countless mutant armies were manufactured. Countless powerful divine races were born. The highest dimensional fragments interfered with other dimensions, completely copying life forms that could exist in history from other dimensions and other universes. This was an invincible lineup. Iron Man wiped them out once again. He evolved into the strongest AI, possessed supreme intelligence, stored the data of the entire universe, and possessed the ability to create and destroy anything within the universe. He was immortal and invincible. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Warning. Since Iron Man is the strongest AI and a combination of countless code, every use requires consuming a large amount of energy. Please use with caution. Holy crap. System. Did you steal my ass in the middle of the night? Why are you suddenly being so good to me? Russell admitted that his eyes turned red with envy. He found that the Iron Man template was simply invincible to the extreme, possessing powerful computing power, and under the influence of the Wisdom Stone, constantly upgrading its Mark armor. It directly wiped out the Avengers. Wiped out all superheroes. Wiped out all living beings in its own universe. Wiped out deities including Galactus. Wiped out all universes resurrected by the highest dimensional fragments as well as all living beings in other universes. Too terrifying. It was simply an invincible template. Russell was so happy he wanted to faint, but soon he realized he seemed to have rejoiced too early. You have unlocked the second template. Second template Iron Man, initial progress is 10%. Russell's body materialized right on the spot, becoming a ghost-like existence. The world in his eyes changed, becoming completely different, devoid of any color whatsoever. Just monotonous zeros and ones. As if this was what the world was composed of. This bizarre visual shock made Russell almost vomit on the spot, even though he couldn't vomit at all. He seemed to have no emotions at all. His mind was blank. There were only a few memories. Clearly it was his own experience, yet it was like a third party looking at a computer, watching expressionless and without any sense of experience. His brain was spinning out of control. Rapidly combining and deducing the magic he had once learned, the dark magic inherited from Dark Strange, the Taoist scripture obtained from Su Xiaomeng, and bright moon rising over the sea developed by himself. Countless inspirations were colliding. Countless ideas were being born. Who am I? Where am I? Why did such a simple thing take the guy before to think about for so long? Was that guy really me? He couldn't be an idiot, right? The evaluated IQ is only 97, which is at the average level of a normal person, far lower than my IQ of 19,870,493,669,021. Appraisal complete. That is not me. That is an idiot. Russell. Oh no. I was despised by the AI. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American Comics. Dark Strange Template. Joining the chat group. Part 2. Russell never thought that the templates would bring such strong side effects. To be precise, there were no side effects at all. He was using the second template. After the Iron Man. The whole person felt extremely empty and lonely. Everything he had learned in his past and present lives combined was resolved almost instantly after loading the template. He even studied all the learned spells. He even studied the Tao Classic. The cultivation techniques that were once extremely obscure in his eyes now became as simple as 1 plus 1, and he could even modify them casually, changing them into whatever shape he wanted. He only spent 1% of his time solving these problems, and the remaining 99% of his time was spent pondering philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? That was the template's involuntary daydreaming when it was bored. But it was precisely this kind of boring thought. It was just a tiny bit of boring thought from the Iron Man template, but to Russell, it was world-shattering. Whenever he reminisced about it, his entire being would become hollow. At this moment, he was just like that son Liancheng who held the universe in his heart, lamenting this vast universe. In front of this vast universe, what was the Milky Way galaxy? What was the sun? What was Earth? What were humans? What was he himself? Russell almost went emo. If it weren't for Master Wong beside him noticing that his state was a bit off and calling out to him, Russell probably would have remained in a daze for a while longer. After coming to his senses, Russell finally felt the terror of just now. He had almost lost all his emotions and desires, lost the thought of finding happiness for his younger brother, and got lost in the boundless, vast daydreams. He felt lingering fear. He was thinking. This was the legendary Hongjun merging with the heavenly Tao. From then on, Hongjun was the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao was not Hongjun. Too terrifying. Russell pacified the somewhat worried Master Wong. He did not talk to Master Wong in detail, simply because they were not the kind of people who could chat casually. So he made a casual arrangement. Then he went straight into seclusion to conduct a very mysterious, highly relaxing, and secret activity, which was chatting and flirting in the chat group. Omnipotent group leader Luo, little ones. Come and welcome the arrival of your king. Cave Heaven little enchantress. Oh ho, boss, how do you have the leisure to bubble up today? You never bubbled up to chat before. Su Xiaomeng was greatly surprised. The chat group had been established for many days, and the words Russell said inside could be described as very few. He completely looked like a cold, aloof male god. However, she also understood that someone like Russell who had reached the Sorcerer Supreme level was a legendary big shot, and didn't have any common language with small fries like them. Strength was a person's halo. It could infinitely elevate his prestige. Just like in her universe, there was an extremely black-hearted dog called the Black King whose behavior was atrocious, taking human pets, whacking people with sacks, and various robberies, yet its master was considered a supreme and sacred existence in the eyes of everyone. The prestige was high to the extreme. At the end of the immortal road, who is the peak? Upon seeing Wuxi, the Tao becomes empty. A character with such high prestige. So can you imagine him flirting online with you? Unthinkable. Therefore, Su Xiaomeng felt quite surprised by Russell's sudden online presence today. Did the sun rise from the west? Fan Mumu, group leader, I've already been promoting your idol on my side. I wonder if you've received any power of faith on your end. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was pondering, what kind of benefits could he exchange for himself using the power of faith? But Russell had no interest at all. Because the so-called power of faith was not the goal at all. The true goal was the progress of the Dark Strange template elevated during the process of harvesting the power of faith. Omnipotent group leader Luo, I recently followed the times to study a bit and researched artificial intelligence and AI. In a while, I will edit the chat group functions and list an artificial intelligence in the group, which can act like a mall to freely list and sell things. A healthy chat group. Besides a group leader who speaks very nicely, administrators who can drive, and chat group files full of lewdness, it also needed a mall that could be used for transactions. Cave Heaven little enchantress. Hiss. Big shot is awesome. Big shot is mighty. Fan Mumu. Hiss. Big shot is awesome. Big shot is mighty. I want to kill my brother. Hiss. Big shot is awesome. Big shot is mighty. Omnipotent group leader Luo. Yo, isn't this the Uchiha family's second pillar? How come, you haven't killed your brother yet? with such a sharp weapon as the time cultivation token. Fan Xian directly took a step to the heavens, breaking through to a level above the great Grand Master, and even became the crown prince. As the protagonist, Uchiha Sasuke shouldn't be lagging behind, right? Not to mention the Rinnegan, at least the Mangekyo should be effortless. With the Mangekyo Sasuke, coupled with the fact that he was currently in his passionate youth rather than being that kidney-deficient uncle in the future who wheezes for half a day just from a fight, fighting an Uchiha Itachi with this terrifying combat power would simply be a breeze. I want to kill my brother. I want to kill my brother. My lord, please stop mocking me. Sasuke blushed for a moment. During this period of time, he had been chatting idly in the group, and his strength and vision had greatly improved. More or less, he had learned some things about his own future. His thoughts were somewhat shaken. His brother was a good brother, not a bad brother. This sudden change made the originally vengeful youth suddenly feel lost and confused, not knowing what to do now. As for the previous slogan of killing his brother, it had simply become laughable. Sasuke felt very ashamed. Russell didn't ask much either, but specifically at Su Xiaomeng. Omnipotent group leader Luo, how have things been on your end recently? Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Alas, don't mention it, boss. Life has been extremely miserable. Su Xiaomeng sighed heavily. She had obtained the time token. Although it provided a qualitative leap in her strength, the time she had spent cultivating was too short, and it was also a small cave heaven with no good resources, good cultivation techniques, or good teachers. After all, in a small cave heaven, a life spring realm cultivator could act as a deacon, a divine bridge realm cultivator was an elder, the other shore realm was a sect leader, the Dao Palace realm was a grand elder, and as for four extremities experts, there were simply none at all. This was simply elementary school in the immortal cultivation world. Taught by a group of elementary school teachers, even with cheats, how much of an achievement could one possibly attain? Su Xiaomeng was depressed. She knew many locations where Yi Hei's opportunities lay, but without exception, they were all extremely dangerous and she simply couldn't go. Even the simplest 9 secrets legacy hidden in the Taishuan sect was something Su Xiaomeng couldn't touch at all. Firstly, the inheritance time had not arrived, and secondly, she didn't have that comprehension ability. That legacy also had threshold requirements. Even Yi Hei, who would become the heavenly emperor in the future, had to rely on the Bodhi seed to enhance his comprehension ability in order to steadily comprehend it. As for her, she was just an ordinary person, how strong could her comprehension ability possibly be? Immortal cultivation is so hard. Brother Han Li, do you think someone like me who has no resources, no background, no cultivation techniques, and no comprehension ability can really achieve immortal ascension? Su Xiaomeng couldn't help feeling somewhat heartbroken and gloomy, no longer having that grand spirit she had when she first transmigrated and first joined the chat group. But in the blink of an eye, she saw something incredible. Omnipotent group leader Luo, I recently deduced a cultivation technique a little bit and gained some new insights. Take it and have a look. A wizard from a magical world, what kind of insights could he have regarding the cultivation techniques of the immortal cultivation world? That was a cultivation technique passed down by a heavenly lord. The strongest basic cultivation technique and strongest bitter sea cultivation technique universally recognized by all emperors. Do you think that just because you are the sorcerer supreme, you can talk nonsense, do whatever you want, and say whatever you please? Su Xiaomeng looked at the new cultivation technique in her hand, and her brain was buzzing. AI Classic. Created by a certain peerless expert who accidentally gained insights from random thoughts. Cultivating this cultivation technique allows one to devour the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, condensing into an AI sacred body. Every time a layer is successfully cultivated, one's own comprehension ability can be increased tenfold, up to a maximum of 10,000 times, constantly merging with the Tao at all times, regarded as the AI sacred body. Triple A. AI. Saw. Sacred body. 10,000 times comprehension ability increase, created by accident. Su Xiaomeng's mouth opened extremely wide. Ha 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 ha. This world has finally gone crazy into the way I envisioned it in my heart. It's finally crazy. This old Taoist has made it. Su Xiaomeng felt that the world had gone mad. Looking at the AI Sutra in her hand, her lips twitched helplessly. Artificial intelligence. How did it get connected to cultivating immortality and comprehending the Tao? Besides, boosting comprehension ability is just too metaphysical, completely unscientific. With each level cultivated, the comprehension ability is multiplied by 10. Upon cultivating to major achievement, one can even condense that whatever it's called AI sacred body, boosting comprehension ability by 10,000 times. Why even call it the AI sacred body? Might as well just rename it to the innate Tao body. Oh, no, 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 the innate Tao body is actually a bit of a letdown. After all, in the Shrouding the Heavens universe, the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, who possessed the innate sacred body, didn't even become an emperor in the end. She didn't even seem to be a quasi-emperor, which is really disappointing. It's not worthy of this AI sacred body. It should be compared to the innate sacred body Tao fetus. A copy of the AI Sutra, for everyone. Everyone is an innate sacred body Tao fetus. Even the Black King would probably be dumbfounded. Su Xiaomeng wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Although she knew Russell was incredibly powerful, a big shot at the level of the Sorcerer Supreme, he was a magic cultivator after all, and yet he created the AI Sutra. The level of absurdity here was like a super underachiever transmigrating and unexpectedly finding themselves in a cultivation world, thinking they were about to reach the peak of life, only to discover that the founding ancestor of this cultivation world was actually Newton. He had comprehended the Tao under an apple tree and established the physical cultivation system. The second generation Heavenly Venerable Wat, dominated the world with his steam grand magic. The third generation Heavenly Venerable Carl Benz, created the internal combustion engine cultivation grand magic, walking alone in the universe and looking down on the heavens. The fourth generation Heavenly Venerable, Tesla, gazed at the starry sky, comprehended the lightning grand magic, suppressed the prodigies of his generation with alternating current, ascended to the throne of Great Emperor, and was known as the Heavenly Venerable of the Thunder Department. The fifth generation Great Heavenly Venerable, named Einstein, created the theory of relativity divine art. After achieving major achievement in this divine art, he swept through 3,000 universes with one hand, finding no rivals in the 9 provinces. When you transmigrate and find out that you have to practice the cultivation techniques of these 5 great powerhouses to become strong, wouldn't there be tens of millions of grass mud horses galloping through your heart? Ha ha ha. The world is crazy, I'm crazy, the whole world has gone mad. So Su Xiaomeng found it absurd and didn't believe Russell too much, she just gave a brief acknowledgement in the group chat. Russell saw right through her thoughts, but he didn't explain further. He had already given her the opportunity, whether she could grasp it was up to her. He brought up another matter. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo, I have one more thing. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo, I remember that the Shrouding the Heavens universe is highly skilled in artifact refining and possesses unique artifact refining methods. Find a way to collect some artifact refining materials and artifact refining secret manuals for me. I will give you some future store points based on the value of these materials. In the Shrouding the Heavens universe, the most classic thing is not the Great Emperor system itself, but the Emperor weapons that coexist with the Great Emperors and almost perfectly inherit their memories. They get far more screen time than the Great Emperors. At every turn, there are extreme clashes that shake the entire Big Dipper, like nuclear weapons. Once detonated, hundreds of billions of people on the entire planet would lose their lives along with them. It can be said to be incredibly badass. Most importantly, those Emperor weapons possess their own souls, the memories of the Great Emperors, and the Tao and laws of the Great Emperors. In a sense, they are like a second Great Emperor. This unique refining method, Russell was very interested in it. Especially since he had unlocked the Iron Man template, his interest in refining weapons had reached its peak. If he could refine the iron armor to the level of an Emperor weapon, the 5 cosmic entities, it wouldn't be impossible to stand against them. What's more, the terrifying thing about Iron Man is that it can be replicated and manufactured infinitely. With a wave of his hand, millions of Emperor weapons would soar into the sky. That scene would be simply too magnificent. Even Daigo said so. Mages must fight in melee. Refining some magical artifacts for melee combat is completely reasonable. Fighting with magic shields is just too weak. One should just copy Yihei, lifting a giant tripod and smashing it directly. Guaranteed to shut them up with every single smash. The scene is truly too magnificent. Russell's lips curled up. He had studied the Tao scripture, Bitter Sea chapter, himself, which described methods of refining weapons within the Bitter Sea, but not many, just a few basic refining methods. They were exceptionally crude and rough. Besides, there were no weapon refining materials from the Shrouding the Heavens universe here. Russell didn't believe that the Big Dipper, a holy land of cultivation that had produced so many great emperors, wouldn't have some advanced insights or little tricks. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Okay, I will help you collect some, big shot. It's just that I'm still in a minor cave heaven, and my cultivation is a bit weak. I'm afraid I won't be able to collect too many resources. Su Xiaomeng shook her head and sighed. Although she was born in a great world with excellent prospects, for someone with no resources, no background, and no talent, it was just like changing locations to work like a beast of burden. She felt her pockets, unable to even produce a few pounds of source. Let alone those top-tier artifact refining materials that Russell would look down upon. Any random piece would probably cost over £100 of source. So poor. Omnipotent group leader Luo, I can give you a suggestion. Why don't you consider joining the Yaoguang Holy Land? That holy land has incredibly rich resources, powerful experts, and even an imperial weapon of the extreme Dao. Your suggestion is very good. I suggest you don't suggest anymore. Seeing Russell's words, Su Xiaomeng wanted to roll her eyes on the spot. She felt Russell was just like certain experts from Earth in her past life, completely unreliable. As an ordinary Earthling, if she hadn't consumed the divine medicine of immortality from the ancient Forbidden Land, drunk the divine spring water of immortality, and activated her bitter sea, she probably wouldn't have been able to enter the minor cave heaven at all. She wasn't some genius in her minor cave heaven either. Let alone joining a holy land. Besides, was that Yaoguang Holy Land any good place? It was built right on top of the grave of the ruthless emperor. Hidden within the Holy Land was the terrifying lineage of the ruthless emperor, which was incredibly brutal. While other factions engaged in infighting, his faction literally consumed people. Who can understand this, guys? They are all Hannibals. Who would dare to go? But soon, Su Xiaomeng was slapped in the face by reality. Omnipotent group leader Luo, what's there to fear about the lineage of the ruthless emperor? It's just consuming people, what's so impressive about that? Su Xiaomeng opened her mouth to lash out, but then she remembered Russell's identity as the Dark Sorcerer Supreme and obediently shut her mouth. This was a big shot. She couldn't lash out at him. Forget about devouring other people's origins. This big shot had devoured planets, parallel universes, and even versions of himself from parallel universes. He was 3 times more ruthless than the ruthless emperor. He was an absolute madman. Su Xiaomeng could only agree. She sighed. Omnipotent group leader Luo, remember to read through the AI Sutra I gave you more often. Your path to redemption lies within it. A famous meme from the Shawshank Redemption. Su Xiaomeng naturally understood it. This was the second time she had heard Russell emphasize that scripture, which made her hesitate. A big shot at the level of the Sorcerer Supreme shouldn't be joking with her, right? Could it be that the Sorcerer Supreme really understands cultivating immortality? She hesitated for a moment. And decided to practice it. A few days later. Waking up from her cultivation, Su Xiaomeng's eyes were filled with shock and utter disbelief. This book had actually boosted her comprehension ability. She felt just like she did back on Mars when she held the Bodhi seed. She slapped herself hard. And said fiercely. So stupid. I was really stupid. Her eyes filled with tears. This awesome effect of boosting comprehension ability is simply incredible. Group leader Luo, I am willing to call you my godfather. My dear godfather. After practicing the AI scripture, Su Xiaomeng clearly felt that her comprehension ability had made a qualitative leap. What she couldn't understand before, she now understood at a single glance. The moves she couldn't perform before, she could now master instantly. Even those bizarre postures of female protagonists she had seen on the internet in her previous life. She could now easily do them. Cough, cough, cough. It's the pure kind between girls. Not the kind between men and women. Don't get the wrong idea. I, Su Xiaomeng, am very pure. Meanwhile, Russell was listening to Mage Wang's report. After all, as the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, with hundreds of mages in Kamar Taj, he bore the responsibility of protecting Earth and guarding against invasions from other dimensions. It could be said that there were no days off all year round. He had to work overtime every single day. Because with even a slight lapse in vigilance, Earth would be invaded by evil gods and demons from other dimensions, causing terrible consequences. If they slacked off for even a few days, Earth would probably become a paradise of crime, completely Americanized, with free gunshots every day. Just in the small area of Queens, New York, more than 1,000 named supervillains had emerged. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mage Wang was still a very qualified assistant. His background was extremely extraordinary. His ancestors had followed Sorcerer Supreme Ji many years ago, and almost every generation had been in Kamar Taj. In here, there was almost no one he didn't know. And nothing he didn't know about. Therefore, he summarized the difference between Russell taking over as the Sorcerer Supreme and Ji Yuyi's previous tenure as the Sorcerer Supreme, which could actually be condensed into one sentence. Noob. Practice more. Russell. Although Mage Wang's words were a bit hurtful, Russell had to admit it was the truth. After all, the strength he displayed was only at the Archmage level, still a far cry from Ji Yuyi's strength. Without Ji Yuyi guarding Earth, other factions would definitely watch like tigers eyeing their prey, becoming extremely restless. It would be normal for various disturbances to occur then. Russell would definitely be very busy. But he didn't want to be busy. So Russell stroked his chin. Perhaps he should think of a way to slack off openly while protecting Earth at the same time. He pondered seriously for a few seconds. Perhaps because he had just activated his second template, Iron Man, even without enabling the template, Russell felt his brain was working much faster, as if he had grown another brain. With a sudden slap, he slapped his thigh hard. I just thought of a treasure left to me by the former Sorcerer Supreme, Venerable Ancient One. Russell lied smoothly without even blinking. He had mentioned the Ancient One on purpose. Although the fact that the Ancient One had stolen dark energy had been exposed, causing her image in the minds of all mages to plummet, she was, after all, dead. Although in the West, traditions were somewhat different from those in the East, some things were universal. Once a person dies, their debts are cleared. Even if you were a fool all your life, as long as you did one good deed before dying, you would be a true hero. Needless to say, the Ancient One's achievements were monumental. Her record of battles was almost completely filled. So while many mages were puzzled by her stealing of dark energy, they still respected her relatively well. As soon as Russell said this, Mage Wang's expression indeed grew serious, and his attitude became 30% more respectful than before. It wasn't that he looked down on Russell. It was mainly because Russell was too young. And his strength wasn't necessarily greater than his own. He just had the additional status of a genius. A genius did not equate to a powerhouse. But the Ancient One was different. Mage Wang asked with a grave expression, what did the Venerable One leave behind? A great thing that can rapidly improve all mages. Russell described it briefly, it's a very good thing. It doesn't require any natural talent. As long as you are a mage and practice in it for a period of time, you will reap huge rewards. Regardless of talent. And practicing as if aided by gods. Mage Wang gasped on the spot. What kind of peerless treasure was this? Venerable Ancient One named it, Russell paused. After all, he had made this thing up on the spot and hadn't thought of a name at all. But he quickly came up with a very vivid name based on its effects, which was, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. In Dragon Ball, the magical room located in Earth's Kami's Lookout. The flow of time in that room is different from the outside, and the environment is also different. Practicing inside for a year is equivalent to only one day passing outside. And Russell also wanted to build a similar cultivation room, except that the hyperbolic time chamber he built would have a few more functions. Namely, boosting comprehension ability. While this was absolutely impossible for anyone else, for Russell, who possessed the Iron Man template, it was a piece of cake. The so-called comprehension ability is merely a deep understanding of the laws of the universe. And Iron Man possesses all the data of the entire universe, including all humans, animals, and any living beings, even gods. Furthermore, there is also the Wisdom Stone. His brief description to Mage Wang made the latter's breathing incredibly heavy. Cultivating inside for a year while only one day passed outside. And it could greatly increase comprehension ability, allowing ordinary mages to learn higher level spells. Mage Wang only felt his head spinning. Was he crazy, or was this world crazy? This is clearly unreasonable. Oh great God Vishanti. I report someone for using cheats. Under Mage Wang's shocked gaze, Russell slowly revealed his fox tail. Although I possess such a treasure, it is too precious to be supplied to all the mages of Kamar Taj at the same time. So I've thought of a way. That is, you will make a list recording the trivial matters I usually need to do and the demons that need to be driven away, treating these things as missions. As long as a mage completes a mission, they can obtain a certain reward. And the rewards can be used to exchange for cultivation time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Doesn't this system feel exceptionally familiar? That's right. The same kind of pie in the sky as the chat group. Russell sighed. Alas, the consumption of such a treasure is simply too immense. Venerable Ancient One had been researching it during her lifetime. As you know, a single mage simply doesn't have that much energy, so she ultimately took the path of stealing dark energy. Alas. Actually, she could have survived, and she could have explained the reason, but she was too proud. He patched up the Ancient One's story a little. That fellow Ji Yuyi's death was entirely because she herself didn't want to work anymore, so she just found a random excuse to retire on the spot. Her death was even more ridiculous than originally. At least in the original work, she died from an accidental fall, but now she actually died at his hands, died at the hands of a little noob like himself who had only been practicing for a year. Russell killed Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yuyi. Just thinking about it made his vision go dark. Russell slightly beautified the Ancient One's death and threw off the scapegoat label on his own head. This casual nonsense actually made a big man like Mage Wong weep tears on the spot, crying so sorrowfully. Boo-hoo. I knew the Venerable One wasn't that kind of person. Boo-hoo. I misjudged her. She clearly did it for us, yet she bore such infamy. Boo-hoo. I really deserve to die. Seeing Mage Wong, a tough guy, weeping and shedding tears, Russell felt a slight pang of guilt. Mage Wong looked like a college student who had never experienced the harsh realities of society, his eyes filled with a clear, innocent stupidity. Russell had just said it casually, but the other guy actually believed him. And he was actually so guilt-ridden. Alas. It seemed that the Ancient One held a very heavy weight in his heart. The fact that she had stolen dark energy was a huge blow to Mage Wong, but he just didn't show it on his face, even though his heart was shattered. After all, the Ancient One had always been his faith. His idol had fallen from grace. What kind of experience was that? After working hard for 2.5 years and going through countless hardships to join Brother Kun's school, aspiring to become a follower of the sect leader, only to find out that Brother Kun posterized LeBron James and hid 10 NBA rings. The sky has fallen, do you understand? Russell comforted himself in his heart, this is a white lie. I am a really good person. But some people just wouldn't give him face. For example, that foolable system, which acted as if Russell had stolen its butt. Detected that you are full of lies. You clearly want to be lazy and slack off, yet you tricked a group of people into working for you for free. You hoodwinked others against your conscience but claimed it was for their own good. You are simply shameless, with skin 3 feet thicker than a city wall. Your behavior aligns with Dark Strange's personality. Dark Strange template progress plus 0.05%. Current template progress, 52.43%. Hey, trash system. Buggy every day. Russell snorted in disdain, but his brow couldn't help but furrow because he suddenly thought of something. The template progress that increased was for the Dark Strange template. Yet, the second template, the Iron Man, didn't increase in progress at all. Not even by 0.0001%. So how could he increase the progress of the second template? What aligned with the Iron Man's personality? Sleeping with beautiful girls. Throwing parties. Or developing the Mark armor. Several thoughts flashed through Russell's mind. If he could increase his Iron Man template progress just by doing inventions and creations, that would simply be the best outcome. But if he had to pick up girls, sleep with cover girls, and go wild in Las Vegas to increase the progress, then all I can say is, too cool. I need to find a place to do some research. Russell raised his hands. As his mind moved, a vast building rose from the ground behind him. Layer after layer was constructed, manifesting out of thin air. It was a 9-story demon tower. Although it was only 9 stories. It was shockingly tall, with a majestic presence that seemed to pierce the sky. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of many people. Wong, you are responsible for finding a novice mage who is at the bottom of our rankings in Kamar Taj. Have him enter the hyperbolic time tower to cultivate for 3 days. You will observe the cultivation results of this hyperbolic time tower, and then, based on the results, determine how many missions they need to complete. As for me, Russell had a serious look on his face. I need to do something very important. I need to prepare to save Earth and fight Dormammu. I'm going to Blitz. Las Vegas. Mage Wong. The question marks on his head almost materialized. Las Vegas, wasn't that the legendary paradise for gamblers, a place teeming with beautiful women? How could that place be suitable for cultivation? Could it be the Eastern cultivators' practice of tempering the heart in the mortal world? As expected of the Sorcerer Supreme. His cultivation is simply not in the same realm as its ordinary archmages. Mage Wang nodded solemnly. Venerable Russell, I will complete the mission. May the gods of Vishanti bless you. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Aside from discovering that his idol, the Ancient One, had not fallen from grace. There was also this suddenly appeared 9-story tower, which was the hyperbolic time chamber Russell spoke of that could accelerate a mage's cultivation. One day outside was equivalent to 1 year of cultivation inside, and it could even improve a mage's comprehension ability. What an incredibly precious treasure this was. Mage Wang could not even imagine how powerful Kamar Taj would become after a few years of cultivation with such a treasure. They would probably all be godlike existences. He respectfully watched Russell leave through the portal, then quickly searched through his memory and found a highly suitable rookie. Master Hamir has been in Kamar Taj for over a year, but due to an innate defect, he has been unable to cast a spell. However, his perseverance is quite good. If the hyperbolic time chamber is truly useful, we can give him a chance. Oh, and there's another newcomer who just joined Kamar Taj. Let me see, what was his name again? Stephen Strange, hands shaking uncontrollably. Alas, he has an innate defect just like Master Hamir. Compared to other mages, he will have to suffer a lot. I can consider giving him a chance. 10 minutes later. The rookie Strange roared in anger, why won't you let the previous venerable Ancient One continue teaching me how to practice spells? I need her guidance. Why are you sending me to practice in some hyperbolic time chamber? He glanced at the 9-story tower. His eyes were full of disdain. With such a simple and ancient design, it wasn't eye-catching at all. He didn't know where this ancient building had popped up from, yet they claimed it was some sacred place that helped with cultivation. Do you take me, an elite surgeon, for an idiot? That is clearly a place for solitary confinement. I need the Ancient One. I need the Sorcerer Supreme's personal guidance. I refuse. Facing Strange's triple head-shaking and angry roars, Mage Wang was extremely calm, his expression not changing in the slightest. From the other party's endless babbling, he understood one sentence, which was, so, what you mean is, you don't need this opportunity. I understand. Master Hamir, Strange has voluntarily given up this opportunity, but I still want to ask you, are you willing to enter this hyperbolic time chamber to cultivate? It will be of great benefit to your cultivation. Hamir did not shout like Strange did, his face was filled with determination. He used to be an ordinary person who lost his hand in a car accident and accidentally came to this magical place, Kamar Taj. But because he had lost his hand, he had to work much harder than other mages, yet he didn't receive much in return. It had been a year. He still couldn't cast any spells. Hamir was too desperate for an opportunity in his heart. So he said without hesitation, I am willing. No matter what kind of pain and torture I encounter inside, I will endure it. Mage Wang nodded with relief. He liked talented people, but he also liked people with strong character. On the side, Strange curled his lips. Losing a hand made anyone a useless person. If hard work actually worked, what was the point of having geniuses? He didn't choose to leave. Instead, he sat straight on the ground, quietly watching Hamir walk into the hyperbolic time chamber. He wanted to wait for him to come out and then laugh at him. HMPH. You can still cast spells with a severed arm. I, Strange, will write my name backward. I'll change my name to Joker. Strange secretly set a flag in his heart. After all, for well-known reasons, because Master Hamir lost his arms, it was very difficult for him to precisely control and use spells. He certainly did not believe it. The 9-story pagoda in front of him, a place called the hyperbolic time chamber, could make a cripple soar into the sky. He just sat there quietly waiting. Master Wang also stood quietly beside Strange, harboring a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. This was something left behind by the venerable Ancient One, crafted by the current Supreme Sorcerer Russell, and perfected through 2 generations of Sorcerer Supremes. It was definitely an extraordinary thing. But just how extraordinary could it be? He did not know. His heart was filled with anticipation. Anticipating a miracle. The crowd of onlookers quickly grew. Because there were not many buildings in Kamar Taj, the suddenly appearing, towering hyperbolic time chamber was extremely eye-catching. It quickly attracted a large group of mages. They directly ignored Strange's existence, not only because Strange had joined Kamar Taj for too short a time and his cultivation was too poor, but mainly because this guy was too arrogant and had an exceptionally venomous tongue. Almost no one liked Strange. But come to think of it, that made sense. As the world's most formidable, most genius, top-tier doctor. He was almost an absolute human elite. Luxury cars were as simple to buy as groceries, expensive luxury watches came one after another, drinking the finest red wine, sleeping with the most shapely beauties, living in the most luxurious villa, with people begging him everywhere. Coming from such an environment, it would be strange if he wasn't arrogant. If I had those conditions, if a stray dog on the side of the road didn't salute me when it saw me, I'd go up and slap it twice to make that stray dog remember the lesson. Of course, at this time, Strange, who had lost his proudest hands due to a car accident, had not yet adjusted his mindset. He was no longer the top-tier doctor, but a fledgling mage who had just stepped into cultivation. Arrogance would lead to a severe beating by society. The numerous mages directly ignored him and cast their gazes at Master Wang. Master Wang nodded and only briefly described it. This is the handiwork of Venerable Russell. It is a powerful supreme treasure he obtained that can accelerate the cultivation speed of ordinary mages. I have already let Master Hamir go in to try it out, and I am waiting for the results. Master Wang was a quite smart person. He respected the venerable ancient one to the extreme in his heart. Upon learning that the other party had to steal dark energy because of this treasure, his heart was even more eager to prove the innocence of the venerable ancient one. But Master Wang knew even clearer in his heart. Before the effects of the hyperbolic time chamber came out, any words would seem like a sophistry. Therefore, he attributed the heaven-defying existence of this hyperbolic time chamber to Russell. Almost instantly, an uncontrollable passion burst forth in the eyes of all the mages, precisely because in their eyes, Russell was a super genius and the descent of the god of magic. The spell he created before bright moon rising over the sea allowed all mages to open up the bitter sea, cultivate their own magic power, and forged an evolutionary route from human to god. He could be called a world-shaking pioneer. They had already experienced the power of the spell bright moon rising over the sea. Faced with another novel thing created by Russell, their hearts were naturally curious and yearning. With tacit understanding, the crowd crossed their legs and sat in the back, quietly waiting. And the crowd sitting cross-legged grew more and more numerous. Needless to say, the attribute of eating melons was not only the nature of Chinese people, but foreigners had it too. Of course, United States folks were rare. Simply because eating melons over there made it very easy to get shot. Some couples would pop off 2 shots during an argument, and if the muzzle accidentally drifted off course, the onlookers around would probably be dumbfounded and sent straight to reincarnation on the spot. Let me ask you, who dared to watch this show? Who dared to eat this melon? This hyperbolic time chamber was created by Supreme Sorcerer Russell. I heard it can accelerate a mage's cultivation. Hiss. There is actually such magic. I heard that the Sorcerer Supreme's Eye of Agamotto possesses the power to manipulate time. Could Supreme Sorcerer Russell have already reached the level of Agamotto? He truly is a genius. The numerous mages gathered together and spontaneously began discussing Supreme Russell, which made Strange, sitting to the side, unable to sit still. Who is Supreme Russell? Wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One? Evidently. Whether it was the previous earth-shattering battle or the bright moon vision spanning across the sky, Strange, as a rookie, knew nothing about them. He simply had no idea what had happened. So he thick-skinnedly inquired about the details under the sarcastic gazes of other mages, and then he was completely dumbfounded. What? Having only cultivated for a year, he had already undergone a rebirth, cultivating from the realm of an ordinary person to the level of an archmage. What? Relying on his own insights, he created another path belonging to mages, giving all mages the possibility of becoming a god. What? Relying on his terrifying secret technique bright moon rising over the sea, he killed the former Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One who had stolen dark energy. What? He also mastered the Eye of Agamotto and possessed the power to manipulate time, easily strangling the traitor Archmage Caecilius. What? He had reached the level of the strongest Sorcerer Supreme, Master Agamotto, and created the hyperbolic time chamber that allowed ordinary mages to cultivate quickly. Strange raised his head to look at the 9-story pagoda, and then glanced at the calm Master Wang beside him. Extreme regret suddenly welled up in his heart. He always had a premonition that he seemed to have missed out on something. Even as arrogant as he was, he had to admit that the supreme sorcerer named Russell was truly a super genius. A magic artifact possessing the power to manipulate time. Strange muttered softly, burning passion in his eyes. He couldn't help but raise his still trembling hands. If time could start over, would his hands have the possibility of returning to normal? As long as his hands returned to normal, he would still be the strongest doctor. That arrogant, top-tier doctor who controlled the life and death of countless people. As long as his hands returned to normal, he could leave this place full of witchcraft. At this moment, Strange's heart still somewhat rejected Kamar Taj. After all, spells and things like that were too unscientific, forming a huge contrast with his worldview accumulated over more than 30 years. Rejection. Unwillingness to accept. This was the reason why he had clearly joined Kamar Taj for many days, and clearly had such good magic talent, yet had been unable to get started for a long time. Perhaps it's just fake. Creating something like that, is that something a normal person can do? Strange was still stubbornly arguing. After all, learning magic was easy, but creating new magic was extremely difficult. Just as his voice fell, a golden glowing portal unexpectedly appeared in front of him. At a glance, he saw the caster of this portal. He was stunned on the spot, as if suffering 10,000 critical hits. Because that person, the one he believed was absolutely impossible to succeed in cultivation, was the arm-crippled Master Hamir. This is impossible. At this moment, the heart of Strange felt extremely miserable. Because a few days ago, Master Hamir, just like him, was still at the very bottom among all the magic apprentices. Not to mention casting a spell, he could not even sense magic energy. He was definitely a complete tail ender. And now, in just a few short days, Strange actually witnessed Master Hamir effortlessly cast a portal, making everything go black before his eyes on the spot. Because he had become the true, literal last place. For someone who considered himself a genius, this was undoubtedly a heavy and massive blow. In fact, it was not just Strange who was shocked. There were also numerous mages sitting cross-legged in front of the hyperbolic time chamber. Some of them were magic apprentices, some were true mages, and some were even battle-hardened archmages. Watching Master Hamir, who had lost one arm, actually able to open a portal, their eyes radiated uncontainable shock. For any mage, the importance of an arm was self-evident, as important as a sling ring. In a certain parallel space-time, Dr. Strange had found it hard to accept reality because both of his hands were severed, directly falling into darkness and turning black on the spot. At that time, he was already the Sorcerer Supreme. One could imagine how high the difficulty of casting spells without arms was, even the Sorcerer Supreme would find it difficult to complete. They swallowed their saliva with a gulp. Master Hamir from a few days ago could not even sense magic energy. Just a few days later, such earth-shaking changes occurred. This qualitative leap was simply because the hyperbolic time chamber. Master Wang took a step forward with a hint of surprise on his face, earnestly asking, Master Hamir, can you show us the results of your cultivation? His tone was excited. He had seen a miracle. Although he had anticipated it in his heart, when actually seeing it, Master Wang still could not help exclaiming that the Sorcerer Supreme was powerful, an invincible existence, and an existence that created miracles. Hamir nodded, his arm trembling involuntarily. After all, compared to the shock of everyone, he was the one who truly created the miracle. Amidst the gaze of everyone, he slowly extended his arm that had lost its palm. Streams of golden glowing magic stripes condensed in midair, so steady without the slightest fluctuation, outlining incomparably neatly in the void realm, one after another, steadily forming that extremely profound pattern in midair. The next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. They felt the ground constantly fluctuating like water waves, the entire heaven and earth turning upside down, and the tall buildings being flipped open rustlingly like an open book. Strange was scared numb. Where had he ever seen such a bizarre scene? He was still shouting there, earthquake. Earthquake. What the fool? He was made dizzy and disoriented by the suddenly changing scene. There was no help for it, heaven and earth had turned upside down, how could an ordinary person like him stand steadily? On the spot, his buttocks moved backward, falling flat on his back in a clumsy posture. Ouch! Compared to the wretched state of Strange, the other mages were much better off. After all, the mages of Kamar Taj were famous for close combat, coupled with the bright moon rising over the sea spell created by Russell to open up the bitter sea. Nourished by magic, their agility was exceptionally brisk. With just a quick left and right sidestep, they stood firm amidst this earth-shattering change. Looking up at the constantly changing heaven and earth, the shock suppressed in their hearts could no longer be hidden. This is the advanced spell mirror dimension. Is not this a move that only high-level masters at the Archmage rank can use? My god, what on earth has Master Hamir experienced to leap straight from an ordinary tail ender to reach this kind of state? His spellcasting is too steady, without the slightest disorder, simply completed in one go. With this casting speed and this steady magic output, is his arm really disabled? I am afraid we are the ones with disabled hands. Could he be a genius? But he did not appear to be a genius before. This group of mages, whether magic apprentices or senior mages, thought of the key to the problem in an instant. Created by the sorcerer Supreme Russell. The hyperbolic time chamber. Master Wang shouted loudly, too amazing. His eyes were a bit red. Oh, the great supreme god Vishanti. Oh, the great venerable ancient one. Have you seen this? You succeeded. You succeeded. Master Hamir instantly became the focus of everyone. Faced with the chatter of everyone, his face flushed red as he stammered out an explanation. I am really not a genius. That hyperbolic time chamber is truly amazing. I felt like I spent a very, very long time inside. It was as if I received the attention of the supreme god Vishanti, with countless thoughts and countless inspirations in my mind. Casting magic and cultivating magic are as simple as drinking water. As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand, and countless magic arrays converged in the center of his palm, stacking layer upon layer. This was the best presentation of the cultivation of a mage. After all, the essence of magic was to form various different effects and amplifications on magic power through the combination of various magic arrays. The more magic arrays mastered, the stronger the control. And the more spells one could cast, the stronger the strength. And the magic arrays in the hand of Hamir actually stacked up to 40 or 50 layers. This kind of control almost surpassed all senior mages present, nearly reaching the level of an archmage. This made everyone present gasp a breath of cold air. How terrifying was this? You must know that a few days ago, Hamir was not a genius, not even considered an ordinary person, being 3 parts weaker than an ordinary person. Yet in just a few short days, he underwent a complete transformation. He achieved nirvana and rebirth. Reaching this state, infinite brilliant light burst out from the eyes of all the mages. The hyperbolic time chamber. This is the true supreme treasure of Kamar Taj. I want to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Praise the great Supreme Russell. I want to enter the hyperbolic time chamber too. As long as one cultivated for a few days, their strength could achieve a qualitative transformation of rebirth. Faced with such an opportunity, which mage would not go crazy? Master Wang was squeezed in the middle by the crazy mages, almost suffocating. Fortunately, Russell appeared in time. He was holding a half-eaten hamburger in his hand, lazily leaning against the hyperbolic time chamber. This lazy appearance not only failed to make anyone look down on him, but instead attracted the admiring gazes of all the mages. Was this the demeanor of a big shot? Russell waved his hand. I know what you are thinking. I can assure all of you that the hyperbolic time chamber has no identity threshold. You only need to kill or drive away the different dimensional evil gods invading Earth, and you can enter this time chamber to cultivate based on your merits. As long as your merits are sufficient, you can cultivate for as long as you want. I left everything right here. As soon as these words came out, almost all the mages had flushed faces. Just by killing the evil gods of different dimensions, they could enter the hyperbolic time chamber. And be able to use the hyperbolic time chamber, a supreme magical artifact on the same rank as the Eye of Agamotto. They shouted hoarsely like fanatical believers, long live Supreme Sorcerer Russell. Supreme Sorcerer Russell is the GOAT. Supreme Sorcerer Russell, you are my god. Clearly. Kamar Taj with Wi-Fi had very fast internet speed. And this group of mages also became eloquent in their speech. Amidst the crazy crowd, Strange swallowed his saliva and looked pathetically at Russell. Big shot, do you think I still have a chance? Russell had actually noticed Strange's presence at first glance, simply because his identity was far too special. The future Sorcerer Supreme. The future Doctor Strange. Even though he was currently just a little rookie blending into the crowd, he was still so unique that he could be recognized at a glance. Russell's impression of him was far too deep. After all, the first powerful template loaded onto him was the blackened version of this man. Since he possessed the other's memories of cultivation, how could he not be familiar with him? But at this moment, he feigned confusion, even acting as if he were startled. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who is this guy with the bird's nest hair? How come I've never seen him before? Russell felt his acting skills needed improvement. At this moment, he deeply admired the Ancient One. Knowing so much about the future and having the entire world at her fingertips, she still managed to remain patient and actually didn't spoil anything. My goodness. This is too ruthless. What a ruthless heart that must take. His performance was decent, and perhaps because the other mages didn't suspect anything, Mage Wang was explaining and introducing Strange's identity from the side. After all, in Mage Wong's eyes, Strange was just a newly recruited mage apprentice, and since Russell was immersed in cultivation and had never met him, it was perfectly normal for him not to know him. He gave a brief introduction. Russell then came to a sudden realization. So he's a surgical doctor whose hands were crippled because of drag racing. You want me to cure you? Strange's eyes immediately filled with eagerness and a hint of pleading. After all, in his eyes, the Sorcerer Supreme Russell, who possessed the power to control time, could easily heal his hands and cure his damaged nerves, allowing him to return to society. And once again become that high and mighty human elite, a dominator of the life and death of many. Russell saw right through Strange's thoughts, but he only found it amusing. Heal Strange and let him go back to being a surgical doctor. What a foolish idea. Someone as talented as Strange must be nurtured well, and then made to help him manage Kamar Taj, while he himself, bearing the title of Sorcerer Supreme, enjoys the eyes of reverence, wandering around and slacking off everywhere. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This is the ultimate, most perfect scapegoat to exploit. Thus, with an apologetic look in his eyes, Russell said with great regret, "I'm sorry. Mage Strange. Although the Eye of Agamotto has the power to control time, using such a magical artifact will bring about very bad consequences, so even the Sorcerer Supreme cannot easily employ it." Strange was instantly struck as if by lightning. That feeling of utter disappointment was truly agonizing. However, as an expert, I can give you a small piece of advice that can easily heal your injured hands. Russell's words instantly made Strange's eyes light up, but the very next sentence made him want to curse. He heard Russell say, "You can practice cultivation. As long as you perceive the power of magic, you can overcome your damaged nerves and restore your hands to normal. How about that? Isn't it very simple?" What answered Russell was only Strange's long silence. "You are indeed an expert, and your advice is great, so I advise you not to advise anymore." Strange's eyes were filled with resentment. After all, this advice was exactly what the former Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yi had given him. He had also practiced for a while. But he just couldn't cross that threshold and perceive that miraculous magic power. If he could, why would he be here begging Russell to act? Ding! You are shameless. You are hurting the young heart of an innocent youth. You actually want to find yourself free, exploitable labor. Your heart is too black. Especially since you are exploiting Strange, your behavior has piqued the interest of Dark Strange, fitting Dark Strange's personality perfectly. Dark Strange template progress plus 1%. Current Dark Strange template progress, 55.4%. Thanks for the compliment. Russell didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, he lied through his teeth, "Your problem is very simple to handle. Your talent is no worse than Master Hamir's. You only need to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once, and you can easily perceive the existence of magic. But I will not let you enter. Simply because your heart is not sincere. You do not sincerely want to become a mage. Think about it carefully. After I resolve an important matter, give me a definitive answer. Will you become a mage, or choose to leave?" Strange fell into a long silence. He only wanted to cure his illness and didn't want to be a mage. Even after taking over the position of Sorcerer Supreme and even after gaining the acknowledgement of the magic cloak, his heart remained resistant. He was beaten up in various ways by Caecilius. Yet he didn't want to fight back. He only wanted to run away. This was certainly not a proper mindset. To become a hard-working, willingly exploited scapegoat, he must undergo a baptism of the soul. Russell snapped his fingers with a pop, and Strange transformed into a sky full of gorgeous flying discs, vanishing before his eyes on the spot. At this moment, Strange was like a bewildered youth who, in his youth, didn't know the virtues of a mature woman and mistakenly treasured a young girl. Instead of being the Sorcerer Supreme, he insisted on wanting to be a doctor. Isn't this taking a 30-year detour? This must be corrected. I'm really not looking for an exploited scapegoat for myself, I'm doing this truly for Strange's own good. Ding! You are shameless. HMPH. This system has bugged out again. Daily glitching, I get it, I get it. Mage Wong on the side suddenly spoke up. "Venerable Russell, you seem to think highly of this unpleasant fellow." Russell was famously aloof. Although he had joined Kamar Taj for over a year, until he took over the position of Sorcerer Supreme, not many people in the entire Kamar Taj actually knew him. He was too much of a shut-in. He only cared about cultivating. Yet today, he abnormally said so much to Strange. Furthermore, Russell's behavior was very strange. Although using a spell like the Eye of Agamotto to reverse time was indeed clearly recorded in the ancient texts as bringing great misfortune, it definitely did not include a trivial matter like healing Strange. Just as the Ancient One often used the Time Stone to peek into the future, and Doctor Strange resurrected countless times in the future to drive Dormammu crazy, the Time Stone had restrictions, but not many. As Mage Wong, who had followed the Sorcerer Supreme the longest, he naturally knew that what Russell had just said was merely nonsense. What did Russell want to do? Russell smiled, revealing a rather meaningful expression. Strange is the one with the best magic talent I have ever seen. To be able to become the Sorcerer Supreme in the main Marvel universe. And to even go on a wild killing spree in other universes. This magic talent was indeed incredibly formidable. Meanwhile, Mage Wong was stunned on the spot, his expression turning a bit strange. I'm sorry, but the Venerable Ancient One said the same thing to me before. Ha ha. The Ancient One's classic catchphrase. It's confirmed. Russell's sudden burst of laughter left Mage Wong completely bewildered. Although he frequently surfed the internet in Kamar Taj, where the connection was extremely fast, he still couldn't keep up with Russell's otherworldly memes. Venerable Russell, what are you laughing at? Mage Wong looked utterly lost. Was it because his own talent was too poor? No, I just suddenly thought of something funny. I have a friend whose wife is giving birth today. Mage Wong. A friend, whose wife is giving birth. Looking at the very happy Russell, Mage Wong fell into an even deeper silence. Could that child be yours? Believing he had guessed the truth, he made a promise on the spot, my lips are sealed. Why does this need to be kept a secret? Feel free to tell whoever you want. Russell shrugged indifferently. He had just cracked up despite his rigorous training, it wasn't some big deal. At this moment, he had absolutely no idea of the gravity of the situation. Instead, he waved his hand and arranged things with Mage Wong. I'll leave the hyperbolic time chamber in your care. Try to let every mage experience it once. After all, if you want a horse to run, you have to let it graze. Only after they have experienced the power of the hyperbolic time chamber will they be willing to work hard. With that said, Russell opened a portal and vanished. After all, he had things to do. Very important things. Almost the moment he left, Mage Wong patted Mordo on the shoulder. Hey. Mordo, did you know? Supreme Sorcerer Russell's friend's wife is giving birth. Oh. Mordo. Indifferent, I am an aloof, cool guy. But the child seems to be Supreme Sorcerer Russell's. Do tell. Not just Mordo, but all the surrounding mages turned their heads in unison, fixing their gazes on Mage Wong, and said almost in one voice, Mage Wong, tell us the details. Cultivation and whatnot can be put aside for now. But gossip must be savored, and savored in detail. At this moment, Russell had no idea that his tall, mighty, and aloof image had utterly collapsed due to someone's whispering. Dressed in black, wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses, he slowly pushed open the doors of the Las Vegas casino to a loud BGM. This flashy entrance instantly conquered everyone in the casino. Even Tony Stark, who considered himself the king of flashiness, couldn't help but praise, so flashy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Russell walked straight to Tony's gaming table. With a mere wave of his hand, a whole row of people at the table stood up in unison, respectfully making way for him. As if he were some incredibly important figure. Tony became even more interested and actively greeted him on the spot. Hey. Cool boy. I'm sure I've never seen a handsome boy like you before. If I had, I would definitely have a very deep impression. Can you tell me your name? He couldn't find the words to describe how he felt. As a famous playboy, a wealthy second-generation heir who never knew how much money his family had, and a super genius, Tony had met many people in his life. But he had never seen anyone with such a unique temperament and sheer handsomeness as Russell. Whether it was his face or his temperament, both were peak. But this was only natural. Russell was, after all, the Sorcerer Supreme, possessing a vast and powerful mental force. He had also practiced dark sorcery, which naturally gave him a sort of charm. Add to that his cultivation of the Tao scripture. And his opening of the bitter sea. His body had evolved, transitioning to a higher level. To ordinary people, he was an almost perfect benchmark. An almost absolutely irresistible existence. To put it bluntly, while Tony still needed to spend some money to pick up girls, Russell only needed to show his face. Just like now, as he merely sat there, the romantic ladies who were originally sitting around the gaming table couldn't help but lick their lips and swarm to sit next to Russell. Their massive justice seemed to be saying something. Yearning for what? My name is Russell. Care for a few rounds. Russell rejected the affectionate advances of several bunny girls, instead sizing up Tony with a look of interest. His visit to Las Vegas this time was precisely to find Tony. Because Russell had thought of something, he had been unable to increase the progress of the Iron Man, which felt very strange to him, and he didn't know how to boost it. The template system was acting up every day, glitching constantly, without even an instruction manual. So, Russell realized that the best way to increase the progress of the Iron Man panel was to directly ask Iron Man himself. And the best way to bring two men closer was naturally those few classic ways. Fought in the trenches together. Shared a bed together. Visited brothels together. Went to school together. But none of these four seemed feasible, so Russell chose to play a game. He tossed the dice onto the table. The stakes at this table aren't money. I know you're rich and don't care about that, so let's change it up. If I win, I'll ask you a question, and you must answer honestly. How about it? Interesting. And if you lose, I won't lose. What a joke. If I, a sorcerer supreme who possesses the time stone, can peek into the future countless times, and can restart infinitely, were to lose to you, a mortal, it would truly make everyone in the entire 9 realms laugh their heads off. Tony, of course, didn't know this. He said arrogantly, then you are definitely going to lose. I am the super god of gamblers of Las Vegas, an undefeated legend. How come I heard others call you the wealth-delivering boy? Hey, you have successfully angered me. Tony was full of confidence. Tony started showing off his moves. Tony's mouth began to curve into a smile. Tony frowned, seemingly realizing that things weren't so simple. Tony called GG. How did you do that? Because I am destiny. Hey. Tony suddenly felt he didn't quite like this kid Russell anymore. Curling his lip in disgust, he thought, he's even more full of himself than I am. He said, what do you want to ask? If you want to ask how many cover girls I've slept with, I can only tell you with regret that even I don't know, because I've slept with all of them. A very simple question. What do you actually like? Women, of course. Very romantic, very beautiful women. Tony's lips curled up involuntarily, as if imagining some R-rated scenes. They are very moist. Russell shook his head. He glanced at the bunny girls showing off their figures on either side of him. If it were really that simple, his Iron Man template progress would have skyrocketed long ago. Even an increase of 0.0001% would count as progress. Then the task wouldn't be too daunting. It would just be picking up 9,000 girls. Not many at all. But this completely stagnant progress bar made Russell's eyelids twitch. There wasn't even a 0.0001% increase. Was the fundamental condition wrong, or did he need to pick up even more girls? Russell shuddered instinctively, feeling a sudden drain on his kidneys. Like they were empty. But something that made him shudder even harder happened. Tony narrowed his eyes, looking at him with a hint of interest. Actually, you are very moist too. Ding. Iron Man template progress plus 0.1%. Russell. GGG. Gay. Forget this template, I don't even want it anymore. Russell had heard a rumor shared by netizens before, which was that girls from Sichuan have very hot tempers, and men from Sichuan are all gay. Of course, it was just hearsay. He had never experienced it firsthand. But when he heard Tony's ambiguous words, even though Russell already had the strength of a archmage at this point, he couldn't help but shudder all over, his sphincter tightening, feeling as if he had suffered 100,000 points of mental damage. Seeing him like this, Tony burst out laughing on the spot, his eyes full of playfulness. Obviously, what he just said was just a joke, and he was deliberately teasing the young fellow Russell. He was originally someone with bad taste, who loved dry jokes. But obviously, this time, he had teased the wrong person. Because Russell's mind was even smaller than a needle's eye. Don't believe it? Go ask around outside, what is Kamar Taj's Wi-Fi password? Russell chuckled, then crossed his legs and said, Mr. Tony, I'm glad you're willing to talk to me, but I'm very dissatisfied with the tone you're using with me. How dare you tease your Lord Russell? You're finished. Mark my words, even Jesus can't save you. I hope you can walk out of here safely today. But I think it's more likely you'll get beaten into a pulp. Russell arrogantly spat out his harsh words. But his Chunabu appearance made Tony burst into laughter. Shaking his shoulders, Tony said, Hey, kid, you successfully made me laugh. Send me your account number, and I'll give you 5 million as an apology fee. How about it? 5 million as an apology fee. Russell actually hesitated shamefully. There was no helping it, the other party had activated his super-rich power. That was 5 million. 5 million. 5 million that couldn't be spent in a lifetime. He shook his head vigorously. No way. Don't even think about buying my pure soul with 5 million, unless you add more money. Everyone present was stunned on the spot when they heard this, followed by a burst of laughter. They had never seen such a shameless person, he was truly an amusing young man. But what baffled the others even more was that Tony actually only thought for a few seconds before snapping his fingers. Jarvis, transfer the money to this handsome young man. $10 million. And tell the manager here that tonight's drinks are on me. Shocking. What a filthy rich guy. Envy, jealousy, and hate. $10 million, just given away like that. With so much money, even if he hit the nightclubs, hired escorts, and went on yachts, he could live like a king for 10 or 8 years. And paying for everyone's drinks. This behavior was truly too cool. Russell decided to forgive him halfway. After all, he was very petty. So, with a straight face, he began to spout nonsense, initiating his grand deception revenge technique. I come from Kamar Taj and am a very serious mage. A couple of days ago, I fought an evil archmage and accidentally broke open a space-time rift. As you know, parallel universes and the like are very troublesome. Some strange people accidentally ended up in this world. Tony understood. A huge question mark slowly popped up in his head. As a super genius, who could design circuits at the age of 12, an outstanding graduate of MIT, the sect leader of the super arms industry Stark Industries, the current Iron Man, who could become a top expert in astrophysics in a single night, one of the future big three of the Avengers, and a super prodigy who would reverse time and space to create parallel universes. Tony really wanted to say. He was rich, but he wasn't stupid. He chuckled, I admit you've caught my attention, but I'm sorry, I don't like this approach of yours. So, please leave. Tony showed him the door. He admitted that Russell was somewhat handsome, giving even someone with a cleanliness obsession like him a bit of a good impression, but he didn't think he was a fool who would be fooled by such a blatant lie. Of course, if this had been said by a hot, blonde, blue-eyed girl with long, wavy hair, Tony would definitely choose to believe what she said. Beautiful archmage, let's hurry up and get under the covers to exorcise demons in bed. Russell wasn't annoyed either. He just left his business card on the table, grinned, and said, I believe the next time we meet, I will receive a small target reward of 100 million. Having said that, he turned around gracefully. Earning 100 million in 3 sentences. Understood. Applause. Russell put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. He walked straight to an empty spot, and with a wave of his hand, the stone statue floating in front of the hotel dropped right before him with a whoosh. It was a classic Western stone statue. The Venus de Milo. 175 centimeters tall. Make sure to remember this, it's a key point that will be on the test. It's just a pity that the Venus de Milo is actually female. Otherwise, Tony would probably be in for a huge shock. With a hint of regret in his heart, Russell muttered silently to load the template. His entire appearance instantly changed, his pupils were no longer white, replaced instead by a deep, dark abyss. The supreme magic cloak floated in the air. A third eye grew on his forehead. The Eye of Agamotto, loaded with the Time Stone, levitated in front of his chest. It flickered with a faint, dark green, eerie light. In the next moment, he clenched his fists, and the Eye of Agamotto on his chest instantly burst with light, enveloping the stone statue of the Venus de Milo. Under the shine of the light, the stone statue of the Venus de Milo visibly became smooth and lustrous. It became delicate and soft. Like a real human being. Especially that figure. And that skin. Russell poked it with his hand. It was fleshy and highly elastic, exactly like a living person without a trace of being a stone statue. The statue suddenly snapped its eyes open, her gaze full of resentment. Hey, buddy, poking someone's butt with your hand is not something a little boy should be doing. Russell. Is the effect really this good? His head buzzed a little. The revived stone statue of the Venus de Milo was a grand gift he had prepared for Tony. Using the time power of the dark strange template, he had created a unique thing, the most miraculous substance from his second template, Iron Man, which swept across the universe. The calculation element. It could turn any dead object into a living one, and inorganic matter into organic matter. It could even create gods. He just hadn't expected the effect of using it for the first time to be so outstanding. Russell was overjoyed. After all, the more realistic this thing was, the better. If that fellow Tony saw this, his head would probably buzz on the spot. He grinned directly at the statue. Gia Gia Gia, buddy. Do you still remember our slogan? Of course. A dark gleam flashed in the statue's pupils, and a fanatical expression appeared on her face as she shouted the words that would shock and make the world tremble. Hail Hydra. Under the moonlight, the statue's face began to change. She slowly extended her arm, and a bright shield had appeared hanging there at some point, bearing the terrifying logo. Russell opened his arms, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Welcome to the new world. My Captain America. How does it feel to come to a new world? Russell sized up the resurrected Captain America in front of him with great curiosity. Although her gender was a bit strange, no one could deny that she was indeed Captain America. The same superhuman-level physical fitness. The same memories. The same shield. Even the real Captain America would be stunned for 3 seconds if he were here. This made Russell marvel once again at the wonders of the calculation element. Being able to bring a statue to life was almost like the rat talismanic incantation from Jackie Chan Adventures. Incredible. My feeling is, the calculation element Captain America twisted her arms, rolled her neck, and puffed out her chest. That massive justice swayed under the moonlight, carrying quite the charm of a mature woman. She frowned slightly. These two burdens. They get in the way of fighting too much. They are a complete weakness. If someone were to grab them directly during a fight, she would probably lose her combat ability on the spot. I really don't want them. But despite the weird feeling, the calculation element Captain America's face couldn't help but beam with joy. I can finally move around. Those days of being displayed as a stone statue were simply too boring. She looked at Russell with burning eyes. My dear master, what do you need me to do for you? I know many positions. Russell. He was completely dumbfounded on the spot. He didn't remember instilling any strange memories into her when he created her, did he? Could it be an accidental memory imprint? Oh no. Has my nature as a pervert been exposed? Russell coughed awkwardly, then glared at the calculation element Captain America and said fiercely, a guy named Tony actually dared to mock me. In a bit, take your shield, shout your slogan, and teach him a harsh lesson for me. Let this world's Iron Man truly experience what it means to be petty. The kind that is narrower than a needle's eye. The calculation element Captain America licked her lips and nodded with absolute confidence. She certainly wouldn't reject a fight. After all, she was terrible at reasoning and only knew how to use her fists. Master, to what extent should I teach him a lesson? Break his legs. Okay. Meanwhile, inside the casino hall, Tony was still on a winning streak, with the enthusiastic cheers around him growing louder and louder. After all, he was paying for everyone's expenses tonight, making him the most dazzling guy in the entire city. But just as he was enjoying himself, the voice of his AI butler, Jarvis, suddenly sounded in his ear. Sir, I must inform you of some very bad news. A very beautiful and romantic lady is coming to hunt you down. What? Tony was dumbfounded on the spot. Which one are you talking about? Is it the twin sisters I went out with yesterday, the hot German girl I hit on the day before, or the long-haired bikini girl from the day before that? What were their names again? Sir, I believe that when you see her, you will be extremely surprised and will personally greet her ancestors. Jarvis. You must remember that a successful man must be a gentleman. How can one swear at a hot-bodied beauty and insult her ancestors? Tony tried to guide him patiently, seemingly wanting to teach his somewhat dense AI. But in the next instant, he heard a loud crash as a human-shaped tyrannosaur crashed straight through the ceiling, falling from the sky. Like a meteorite crashing to the earth. She instantly smashed the gaming table in front of him into splinters. Tony swore on the spot, borrowing the catchphrase of a certain bald black man, also known as the Motherfooler Man. He rolled backward very nimbly, avoiding the flying wooden shards of the table and various debris. As he scrambled to his feet, he cursed, Jarvis. How could you let such a dangerous person get so close to me? Sir, I perfectly adhered to the rules you set. The threat level of beautiful women with good figures is automatically lowered by 3 tiers, classifying them as highly suitable candidates for picking up and dating. Crashing straight through the ceiling. Acting like a human-shaped tyrannosaur. And you call this a suitable candidate for picking up? Rolling on the floor and hiding behind a bar table, Tony laughed out of sheer anger. Jarvis, you artificial idiot. You really have no standards. Hurry up and have Happy bring my armor briefcase over. I'm going to suit up. And by the way, send an acquisition contract to this casino. I'll foot the bill for all the losses tonight. Tony's reaction was very fast, and he quickly barked out orders, but then he heard an unusual sound. The various screams of the crowd vanished. The sound of fleeing footsteps no longer sounded so panicked. Instead, as if a time stop button had been pressed, everything fell into complete silence. What happened? Tony peeked out cautiously, only to see everyone staring dumbfounded at the center of the casino hall, looking at the female tyrannosaur who had just crashed through the ceiling, as if they were witnessing something unbelievable. Until someone cried out in shock, "Captain America!" Captain America's popularity in the US was incredibly high. Almost everyone grew up listening to his legends. In the minds of a generation of Americans, he was a hero and a legend, with a status no less than that of Ultraman Tiga in the hearts of the post-O generation. He was brave. He possessed superhuman strength. He possessed a shield that symbolized justice. And these things had actually appeared right in front of everyone. They stared dumbfounded at the calculation element Captain America before them. Whether it was the uniform, the shield, the appearance, or the terrifying superhuman strength, everything seemed to declare that the person in front of them was indeed Captain America. But wasn't Captain America a man? How did he become a woman? Could it be that Captain America also understood political correctness and went to South Korea for a romance change? And the emblem on that shield was not the American flag at all. Instead, it was the emblem of Hydra. Everyone present was instantly struck as if by lightning. The light gradually faded from their eyes. It was as cruel as someone whispering in their ears that there is no light in this world, and that Ultraman doesn't exist at all. Their faith had collapsed. Only Tony had a look of sudden realization, slapping his thigh hard. I finally understand why that old man Howard was always so obsessed with going out to dig up Captain America. It turns out the fool was a woman, and with such a great figure too. That perky butt. Tony thought of his father, Howard, who was always absent during his childhood, constantly going out to salvage the sleeping Captain America, even neglecting his own family and not caring for his child. He had thought it was for the sake of wartime camaraderie. But he never expected. Tony felt immense regret in his heart. If he had known Captain America was such a beautiful, hot, and romantic mature woman, he wouldn't have discouraged his father, Howard. Instead, he would have chosen to invent machines to help his father search for her. Howard, you sly old fool. Russell had already found the perfect angle to watch the battle. He had even used a magic portal to get himself a table of watermelons, preparing for a hearty watermelon eating feast. But unfortunately, a ding-dong sound rang out in his mind. Someone in the chat group was looking for him. He calmed his mind to take a look. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. At Omnipotent Group Leader Luo, boss, come out quickly, don't lurk. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo, oh, what are you doing? Omnipotent Group Leader Luo, I'm still busy here. I'm watching Iron Man fight the romantic Captain America, it's about to start. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Iron Man vs. romantic Captain America. Su Xiaomeng was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but recall Captain America's appearance in her mind. Aside from those perky glutes that women envied and his massive pectoral muscles, there wasn't really anything else that could be called romantic. The key point was that Captain America was still a man. Hiss. Could it be strong man locking man? Thinking of the gossip she used to hear from her roommates back in school, the fire of gossip in Su Xiaomeng's eyes became uncontrollable. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. I get it. Isn't it just a Category 3 film? Boss, you can watch it secretly by yourself, but I suggest you don't watch too much of this stuff, it's bad for your health. Strong man locking woman, ruins the kidneys. Strong man locking man, ruins the body. The group leader is a dark sorcerer supreme, so it makes sense for him to be a bit perverted and like some twisted things. I understand. Su Xiaomeng showed a look of instant comprehension, and several dirty thoughts were already racing through her mind at breakneck speed. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo, what on earth do you want? Speak up quickly, or else people who don't know any better will think I'm padding the word count. Heaven is my witness. Russell really wanted to see Tony's extremely frustrated expression when he got beaten up by the calculation element Captain America. Moreover, being beaten up by a woman, the sheer imagery of it was just too cool. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Boss, I'm truly speechless. As the chat group's leader, didn't you notice that a newcomer has joined the group? Ah. Russell was taken aback, then carefully scrolled through the chat group, only then realizing that there really was a newcomer. He couldn't help but give an embarrassed smile. It couldn't be helped. After Russell became the chat group leader, he found that the group permissions didn't have much of a function. Aside from being able to travel to other universes to plunder resources, there was nothing else that was of much help to him. And as for plundering resources, he also needed to find a suitable world. If he went to mess around in the shrouding the heavens universe, he could easily be targeted by those dark supremes. As for Fan Xian and Sasuke's worlds, they were simply too small. One was about absorbing nuclear radiation, and the other was a legend of eyeballs, neither had any value for plundering. So, Russell had forgotten about the chat group. It couldn't be helped. Even though his template system glitched every day and constantly mocked him behind his back, it couldn't be helped, it was just incredibly powerful. Let me take a look. What's this newcomer's name? Russell glanced at the other party's profile and was startled on the spot. He immediately took 3 sharp deep breaths, exclaiming that it was terrifyingly formidable. As the chat group leader, he could see more detailed information that other members couldn't. Other members could only see the name. But the group leader's permissions allowed him to see the other party's world. And this newcomer was truly terrifying. No matter who came, they wouldn't be able to help but gasp in shock. Because the horses in the other party's world were incredibly fast. Member nickname: I am Yan Xiao. Real name: Xiao Yan. World: Duki Continent. Cultivation: 3-star Da Do Shi. Current status: charging up to the Yunlin sect to face his formidable rival, the sect's holy maiden Nalan Yanran, who comes from a wealthy clan, fulfilling the 3-year agreement and washing away the humiliation of having his engagement broken back then. Russell couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon reading this. This was a rare occurrence. The one who joined the chat group wasn't the trash Xiao Yan with only 3 stages of Doji Qi, but the Xiao family's Xiao Yan who had already risen, possessing the strength of a 3-star Da Do Shi, and was about to take off. And right off the bat, it was the peak battle of the 3-year agreement. Interesting. Russell's interest was instantly piqued. Although he had watched the battle of the 3-year agreement before transmigrating, there was nothing he could do. Due to certain reasons involving money laundering, the battle scenes were too eye-searing. As long as my horse ran fast, even a Dodi couldn't catch up to me, making it completely unwatchable. He definitely had to go watch this battle. After all, it was the first hot-blooded shonen series he had ever followed. As for Duluo Continent, best not to mention it. Omnipotent group leader Luo, and I am Yan Xiao, kid named Xiao, there's no need to hide here. I won't eat you. I heard you're going to fight the Yunlin sect. It's fine, don't be afraid, my 358th Regiment will definitely support you. In the battle through the heavens world. When Xiao Yan saw his identity exposed, he was instantly dumbfounded. How did this group leader Luo know who he was? He subconsciously looked at his ID, he had clearly hidden it so well. My name is Yan Xiao. No one in the entire Jama holy city could recognize him. With them being in different worlds so far apart, how did this group leader recognize him? Cave Heaven Little Enchantress, Xiao Yan, stop hiding, we all know you. You were still wetting the bed at 3 years old, and when your underwear got dirty, you turned it inside out and wore it for another 2 days. You even had your engagement broken by a woman. Ha ha ha, this old lady is laughing her head off. Holy crap. Xiao Yan's eyes almost popped out, and his head was buzzing. How did such a humiliating thing as Nalan Yanran breaking off their engagement spread so far that literally everyone knew about it? I am Yan Xiao, how do you know me? I am Yan Xiao, PFT. I think you've got the wrong person. This humble one is Yan Xiao of the Yan family. I've only heard of that Xiao Yan from the Xiao family, you've probably mistaken me for someone else. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Hey, stop pretending. We're all transmigrators, so why act like a fool? We won't eat you. Hiss. Actually, hard to say, you have to watch out for the group leader, that old schemer. His methods are incredibly ruthless, he's a sorcerer supreme. Sorcerer supreme. Xiao Yan was instantly pulled back into his distant memories, and he froze on the spot. If he remembered correctly, the sorcerer supreme ancient one should be a good person, right? Seemingly a father-class existence. And there's also the time stone. His eyes instantly burned with passion. A treasure that could manipulate time was absolutely a top-tier treasure. I am Yan Xiao, sorcerer supreme. Big boss, big boss. Take a look at my magic talent. Do you think I still have a chance? Xiao Yan was overjoyed. He desperately wanted Ancient One to praise him, saying, your talent is the best I've ever seen, and then, donning the cloak and caring for no one else, he would succeed the position of Sorcerer Supreme on the spot and cheat directly with the Time Stone. What Dochi powerhouses? What Do Huang powerhouses? He wouldn't care about any of them. Even if a Do Di came, would your horse riding speed be faster than my space traversing speed? If I can't win, I'll just reverse time and play dirty. Even the Dark Overlord Dormammu had to run away swearing. He could walk sideways on the Dookie continent and arrogantly shout, "Who else is there?" Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this Sorcerer Supreme isn't Ancient One, he's the Dark Sorcerer Supreme. Dark Sorcerer Supreme. I am Yan Xiao. I take back what I just said. I am Yan Xiao. Excuse me, where is the leave group button? Xiao Yan was panicking right now. He currently had some good news and some bad news. The good news was, he had run into a Sorcerer Supreme. The bad news was, he had run into a Dark Sorcerer Supreme. Just how terrifying was a Dark Sorcerer Supreme? Not only had he slaughtered all kinds of superheroes in his own universe, but he had even traveled through parallel universes to absorb other versions of himself, practiced dark sorcery, frequently destroyed other parallel universes, and didn't even spare the universe he resided in. A ruthless man among ruthless men. Xiao Yan just wanted to run away right now. However, he searched for a long time but couldn't find the leave group button. Thus, his vision went black, and he slumped onto the ground, before flopping flat on his back with a look of utter despair. He was already planning in his mind to try harder during his next reincarnation to compete with his other billions of brothers and sisters, otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to be reincarnated as a human. Omnipotent Group Leader Luo. Oh my, am I really that scary? Omnipotent Group Leader Luo. Please remember, I am a vanguard of justice. In this life, gambling and drugs are my sworn enemies. Please call me the righteous group leader Luo. Omnipotent group leader Luo, since you're a newcomer, I'll give you a small welcoming gift. When you go up to the Yunlin sect, remember to at me. I still really enjoy watching scenes of you getting beaten up. Russell casually created a supreme magic token and gave it to Xiao Yan. After all, the other party was about to face the 3-year agreement, so out of some sentiment for a fellow transmigrator, he gave him a small welcoming gift. He casually tossed the token over. He didn't bother to pay any more attention. After all, even if Xiao Yan wasn't at the 3rd stage of Do Chi but was instead a 3-star Da Do Shi, who would definitely be a master among masters to ordinary people, he was still absolutely nothing in Russell's eyes. It was better to watch the softcore porn of Iron Man fighting romantic Captain America. Ha! What softcore porn? This was a live broadcast. To be precise, it was romantic Captain America beating up Tony. The current Mark armor wasn't as advanced as the one during the later Civil War, it was still just an external version, and the suit-up time was extremely long. Calculation element Captain America was incredibly ruthless. He didn't even wait for Tony to put on his Mark armor, directly smashing him with his shield like a boomerang, and then following up with a backhand punch. Tony instantly got a black eye and was nearly knocked out on the spot. He didn't give the other party any chance to transform. Hiss. This move really had the style of General Duanmu of the lava armor. Russell was happily watching the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was panicking like crazy. He stared at the supreme magic token that had suddenly dropped, not daring to move an inch. After all, the reputation of a dark sorcerer supreme was too resounding, and dark magic was extremely bizarre. He was terrified that an octopus would suddenly jump out of the supreme magic token and gulp him down. It didn't matter if he died. He was just afraid that the dark octopus would directly swallow the entire Dookie continent. Wouldn't that make him, Xiao Yan, a traitor to his own planet? Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Xiao Yan, don't worry. Your world is just full of worthless junk, there's nothing worth coveting. The group leader is a top-tier big shot who has long since ceased to care about your meager resources. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. This supreme magic token contains a trace of the Time Stone's power. It can be used to cultivate cultivation techniques and rapidly increase your strength in a short period. It's an extremely precious treasure even in the chat group. For the boss to actually give you one, it seems he really takes a liking to you. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. If you're afraid, you can choose not to use it and give the token to me instead. However, let me tell you something. Although you won your battle at the Yunlin sect this time, defeating Nolan Yanran and winning the 3-year agreement, you didn't completely win. Cave Heaven Little Enchantress. Your Xiao family was also wiped out because of the Yunlin sect. What? Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes. He was rendered speechless by the news of the Xiao family's extermination. Su Xiaomeng's words contained too much information. The other party also knew about the 3-year agreement. The other party knew that he had won. The other party knew that the Shao family was wiped out. How did they know? Cave Heaven, little enchantress. I know you might find it hard to believe, but you know there's something called parallel universes. Just like how you knew what a sorcerer supreme meant at first glance, I recognized you the moment I saw your name. Cave Heaven, little enchantress. In another world, you cultivated all the way to the very peak of the Duki continent, becoming the high and mighty Flame Emperor Shao Yan. I am the Flame Emperor. I became a Dodi. What level of existence is that? It must be even more powerful than a Do Huang expert. I just don't know if Yao Lao reached that level when he was alive. Since she knows my story, could I also be? Shao Yan fell silent once more. But he quickly came around. Now that transmigration had occurred, the chat group existed, and even the Sorcerer Supreme had 3,000 parallel universes, wasn't it perfectly reasonable for him to have a few parallel universes of his own? My name is Yan Shao, who is the enemy that wiped out my entire Shao family. When did they make their move? Can you tell me? I will remember this favor and will definitely repay it 100-fold in the future. Shao Yan didn't dare to think too much. What did the future Flame Emperor have to do with his current self, a Dado Shi? Right now, he only wanted to protect his Shao family. After all, his closest relatives were there, and he would never tolerate their deaths. Cave Heaven, little enchantress. I don't know which version of the universe yours is either. As you know, there are too many protagonists in parallel universes. Maybe the protagonist is you, maybe it's Nalan Yanran, or maybe it's someone else. Some things are bound to be different. Cave Heaven, little enchantress. I can only advise you to use the supreme decree, and then after you fight your way up to the Yunlin sect, quickly run away with the Shao family. Because even if you know who the enemy is, it won't do you any good. They are too powerful, you stand absolutely no chance. She didn't explicitly state who the enemy was. Because Shao Yan stood absolutely no chance. The Yunlin sect had Do Zong experts, backed by the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace had Do Zun experts, and behind the Soul Palace was the Hun clan. The Hun clan had Do Sheng experts, and after Do Sheng, there was the ultimate boss, Emperor Hun Tiandi, a half-step Dodi existence. For a 3-star Do Shi. Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, Su Xiaomeng still sincerely offered a few suggestions to Shao Yan. After all, she still thought highly of him. He was someone who truly repaid kindness, making him very suitable to be a friend. Unlike a certain guy surnamed Tang. Great kindness and affection meant nothing to him. The moment you displeased him in the slightest, he would turn around and hit you with a blue-silver binding. How could the ordinary Shao family avoid being bloodily massacred by the Yunlin sect? Su Xiaomeng had a bit of a headache. There were several in the Jia sacred city who could oppose the Yunlin sect. But other than the angel investor Hai Bodong, the rest were all useless, none of them having any backbone. Venerable Feng was in the Central Plains. The old Dragon Emperor couldn't get out. The Jia Nan Academy was too far away. And the Do Sheng old ancestor was still inside the purifying Lotus Demon Saint space. Even the snake riding expert was useless. Medusa, the female snake, hadn't been tamed in bed yet, so helping once was already her limit. Cave Heaven, little enchantress. My advice is to turn around and run, find a place to hide and cultivate. Focus on the theme of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not look down on a poor youth. Shao Yan. Great advice. Don't give it again next time. Facing the silent Shao Yan, Su Xiaomeng ultimately came up with a very good idea for him. Cave Heaven, little enchantress, how about you just live off a woman? That Shao Xuaner is actually the daughter of Jiyu Yuan, the clan chief of the Jiyu clan, one of the 8 ancient families. She possesses an emperor-grade bloodline. And her talent can be said to be unmatched in this generation. As long as she speaks up, she can definitely protect the entire Shao family, though it might come with a small price. Namely, the hidden implication of the steel wire ball. Endurance and wealth. But one thing had to be mentioned, Shao Xuaner, this rich girl, was also extremely beautiful and had a great personality. She was practically made for the female lead script. Clinging to her thighs and living off her didn't seem humiliating at all. In fact, it was probably a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. But Shao Yan didn't know this. He shook his head resolutely. I, Shao Yan, am a real man who stands tall. My head can roll, my blood can flow, but I will never live off a woman. Moreover, he hadn't reached a dead end yet. There was still a chance to turn the tables. And that was. Shao Yan looked at the supreme magic token in his hand, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. This token condensed a trace of the power of time. According to Su Xiaomeng, it could allow someone to cultivate a cultivation technique or do qi technique to major achievement in a very short time, and even directly obtain the cultivation base from it. Just like Fan Xian, another member of the group, who originally only had the ordinary strength of the 7th rank. After using it once, it was as if he had cultivated tens of thousands of times over hundreds of years, and his cultivation level directly made a breakthrough to a level above Great Grandmaster. It could truly be described as a carp leaping over the dragon gate. A single step to heaven. If someone with his talent cultivated a cultivation technique tens of thousands of times over hundreds of years, how much would he gain? Since his counterpart in another parallel world could become a Dodi, his own talent should be decent as well. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth hard, and a dark green flame seemed to ignite in his eyes. An invisible sound echoed around him, making his blood boil with excitement. Then let's gamble. Idle death gamble. Meanwhile, in the Marvel universe, Russell looked at his template system and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have discovered something incredible. Ding! It is detected that the calculation element Captain America you created severely beat up Tony. Your pettiness is truly astonishing, and you are wicked to the extreme. However, during the continuous attacks, Tony felt a mortal crisis, and a strong desire erupted in his heart. His confidence has grown, and he intends to build a more powerful mark armor to protect himself and the world. Your behavior aligns with the Dark Strange template. Dark Strange template progress plus 0.02%. This was not the key point. The key point was the last sentence. Your behavior has been recognized by the Iron Man template. Iron Man template progress plus 0.1%. Russell was instantly shocked. Ever since he awakened his second template, Iron Man, he had been searching for ways to increase the progress of the Iron Man template. First, because Iron Man had been influenced by the Wisdom Stone and had once mastered all the mysteries of the universe. It was equivalent to a combination of the most primitive heavenly heart imprint and the Bodhi tree of enlightenment in the shrouding the heavens universe, making its value extremely precious. Second, due to the limitations of the template system, only by pushing the progress of the second template, Iron Man, to 50% could he obtain subsequent templates. The more templates he had, the more abilities he would possess, and the faster his strength would increase. Who knows, one day he might even unlock the template of an ultimate powerhouse. For example, the Gu Chensha template. Even if only 10% of it was unlocked, he would probably be able to look down upon the heavens and even arm wrestle with Tathagata Buddha to make him move aside. This was much more appealing than cultivating hard on his own. But increasing the progress of the Iron Man template was simply too difficult, with no clues whatsoever. Russell had thought of many ways, but today, by a stroke of luck, he had gained some progress. He had finally found a direction forward. He looked closely at the template system's evaluation, and a sudden realization hit him. He had forgotten one thing. Iron Man was an extreme altruist. As a robot, its core philosophy was, no women in the heart, naturally a divine machine. Its goal was to protect the entire universe and everyone in it. So, following its own logic, it killed all the superheroes, all living beings in the universe, and even all the gods in the universe. And converted them all into AI. Its core theme was, the flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. A focus on eternal immortality. In fact, this idea existed in other universes as well, but that guy ultimately failed and was branded as the ultimate villain. His name was Skynet. To protect. By triggering Tony's sense of crisis, making him want to create a more powerful mark armor and increasing Earth's protective force, the progress was increased. Russell noted this down. On the other side, Tony had already been beaten to a pulp. There was no helping it. As a scientist and a playboy, being physically weak was standard. But being brutally beaten by a woman in broad daylight was truly humiliating to the extreme. What? That woman was Captain America. Oh, then that's fine. Tony shrank back in a corner. Watching that female T-Rex swing the shield in her hand, knocking down over 100 armed guards in Las Vegas and taking down one kid, with every kick, he finally realized what non-human truly meant. Jarvis. Create a file for me called Anti-Captain America Female T-Rex Mark Armor. And gather data on all kinds of martial arts experts from all over the world. Establish a combat technique information database and build a fighting AI. Once I get back, I will build an armor specifically designed to counter this female T-Rex in the shortest time possible. Tony shouted fiercely. What was so great about knowing how to fight? Just wait until he went back and created an artificial intelligence specifically to learn how to fight. He would come back and beat her until she called him daddy. Humans cannot defeat artificial intelligence, no matter how profound their combat techniques are. Jarvis. One more thing. Call for help immediately. His tough talk was fierce, but that was for the future. Right now, he had to find a way to deal with the female T-Rex in front of him. It was too terrifying. This was the first time he had met someone who beat him up directly without even letting him put on his mark armor. If you have the guts, let me transform first. Thud. Following a loud bang, a wall was kicked right through by the calculation element Captain America. The man by the wall clutched his thighs with both hands, letting out a blood-curdling scream that would make any man shudder. Ah! Tony also felt a chill run down his spine, and his tone became even more urgent. Jarvis. Call him quickly. Tell him I'll give him 100 million, no, 1 billion. Tell Russell to get his ass over here and help. Offering 1 billion just like that. Russell silently put down the phone, unable to help but sigh in his heart. A filthy rich tycoon like this should be hung from a lamppost and judged by a working-class grandpa like him. Your grandpa is coming to save you. Hang in there, my baby. Don't die. Slap. Russell's movements were incredibly fast. After all, this was a billion-dollar deal. He opened a portal directly and slapped with his backhand, sending the calculation element Captain America flying into the void realm on the spot. She was nowhere to be seen. It happened so fast. Even Russell gave himself a satisfied thumbs up and rated it a perfect 10. Okay, it's done. Please transfer the money. Tony was completely dumbfounded. He stood there dazed for quite a while before finally reacting, his words somewhat incoherent. Why you, she, why you slapped her? He could no longer find words to describe what he had just witnessed. He only knew that he had made a phone call. Almost a second later, Russell had simply traversed space, slapped the romantic female Captain America, and sent her flying into who knew where. He had imagined tens of millions of ways Russell would save the day in his mind. But he had never expected this one. This kind of unimaginable, unscientific thing had actually happened. Let me introduce myself. My name is Russell. Currently, I am a sorcerer protecting the safety of Earth, just a tiny bit stronger than the other sorcerers, so they call me the Sorcerer Supreme. When you were little, I even watched you wet the bed. Russell spoke nonsense off the cuff, immediately inflating his own seniority, but he wasn't lying either. He had truly watched the other's entire life of growth through the time stone. And Tony naturally didn't believe his nonsense. As one of humanity's top scientists, he, much like another person, the top Surgeon Strange, possessed a worldview of his own construction and was equally stubborn. He only believed that what Russell possessed was a mysterious science, a technological means that led the world, not magic. According to the past rules, Russell should have slapped Tony's chest like the Ancient One did, taking him on a tour of the supreme dimensions to see the various dimensional universes and give him a little soul-shaking shock. But this method's effect wasn't very good. After all, Strange still couldn't feel the existence of magic energy even now, precisely because his heart wasn't sincere enough, and he subconsciously rejected the existence of magic. So Russell simply extended his finger. Tony only saw a ring of light rushing toward him. The light was so blinding that he instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. In just the blink of an eye, he found himself in a different place. There were sorcerers wearing robes everywhere, and those strange buildings with exotic styles, completely unlike the bustling modern metropolis and sleepless city of Las Vegas. Where is this? Jarvis did not answer him immediately. Only after a good while did he reply with a hint of confusion. Sir, although I find this matter somewhat unscientific, I still want to tell you one thing. Your current location is in an uninhabited area of Kamar Taj in the Himalayas. Extremely low temperatures detected there, unsuitable for survival, with no signs of any living beings. Do you need to call for rescue? Tony looked at the bustling Kamar Taj, almost scratching a question mark onto his face. He shook his head and took a deep breath. This didn't seem to be the kind of trick that fooled the eyes. Instead, his location had truly changed. He had traversed space. But in his pride, he still refused to bow his head. Hey, Russell, I admit your technology is very impressive. You've caught my attention. Name your price, how much for your spatial teleportation technology? Russell only smiled and did not answer, because the louder he shouted now, the more satisfying the face slap would be later. He pointed his finger at the newest landmark standing in Kamar Taj. The hyperbolic time chamber, filled with endless inspiration and time. This is the holy land of Kamar Taj. Generally, it is not open to anyone, and is only rewarded to those who have made huge contributions to Kamar Taj. As the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, I can allow you to enter for 1 day. After 1 day, if you still persist in your current rhetoric, I am willing to give you the spatial teleportation technology for free. No one could refuse the hyperbolic time chamber. Whether they were practitioners or tech developers. Because as the saying goes, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration, but that 1% of inspiration is crucial. A place that can inspire countless inspirations is the holy land in everyone's heart. This hyperbolic time chamber is like the Shah K Island in Wuxia, absolutely mesmerizing, to the point where one would willingly abandon all fame and wealth, and even abandon their own women. But Tony didn't know this. He was incredibly confident. Then get ready the relevant data on spatial teleportation technology. I, Tony Stark, billionaire, super genius, sect leader of Stark Industries, Iron Man, even if I were to believe my old man Howard was a woman, even if I were to jump down from the Himalayas, I would never believe in the existence of magic. Tony walked in with full confidence. Wong appeared like a ghost, holding a bun in his hand, which was a breakfast he had bought from Hong Kong. Good morning, Supreme Sorcerer Russell. He looked at Tony's figure, feeling a bit dazed on the spot. This guy, isn't he that famous playboy? How did he get to Kamar Taj? Is he also here to seek treatment? Wong surfed the internet often, and his internet speed was quite fast. Naturally, he knew about this Iron Man who had suddenly appeared and taken the internet by storm. Not to mention, there was hardly any man who didn't know of Tony's reputation as a playboy. Geniuses didn't attract that much attention. Super geniuses would have a certain level of popularity. But a playboy super genius was bound to be the center of everyone's attention. When surfing the internet, he had also followed Iron Man's activities, knowing that the other party had suffered a terrorist attack in Afghanistan and seemed to have sustained some injuries, which even affected Stark Industries stock for a period of time. But in the end, at the moment Tony's identity as Iron Man was exposed, it directly brought about a desperate turnaround. The stock rose for 10 consecutive days. It was too exaggerated. So, as a rather famous figure, Wong was still very curious about what the other party was doing in Kamar Taj. Here to deliver money. Russell waved his hand. This guy is a filthy rich tycoon. He voluntarily donated $1 billion to our Kamar Taj. Remember to prepare the bank account in advance to receive this money, and upgrade some equipment for all our sorcerers. Replace those old, worn-out computers with top-tier configurations. It affects my gaming experience too much. Kamar Taj was actually quite wealthy. After all, the Ancient One had lived for 800 years. The antiques she saved up were pile after pile, but most of them were books. If Russell took those books to sell for money, he would definitely be called a spendthrift. Having a filthy rich tycoon sponsor them was simply fantastic. After all, getting things for free was true happiness. Actually, there is another reason. Russell looked at Tony's figure as he stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, revealing a somewhat meaningful smile. His magic talent is the best I've ever seen. Wong. Strange in the distance. Oh no. I feel like I've been fooled. Russell was not speaking nonsense. Sometimes, one has to admit a certain truth. Smart people are top-tier talents no matter which universe they are in. Take Tony Stark, for instance. He is the Iron Man of this universe, having developed the Mark armor to its absolute peak, fighting gods with a mortal body and writing a remarkable legend. And in other parallel universes, he accidentally came into contact with magic, combined the magic he learned with his suit of armor to create his own magical armor suit, and ultimately attained the position of Sorcerer Supreme. When Dormammu invaded Earth, he did not use the Time Stone to endlessly resurrect himself like Doctor Strange, driving Dormammu away through such rogue-like tactics. Instead, he put on his supreme magical armor and fought him head-on. He forcibly repelled the entity. What was most terrifying was, even without an operator, his supreme magical armor could rely on its intrinsic magic to prevent Dormammu from devouring Earth. This was practically the Marvel version of an Imperial weapon. It was something that other versions of the Sorcerer Supreme simply could not accomplish. Mage Wong, of course, had no idea about this. He stood there thoroughly bewildered, having never expected that a playboy tech genius like Tony could actually be a legendary magical genius. This was simply too absurd. Russell couldn't help but laugh at this moment. He finally understood Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yuyi's iconic catchphrase. No wonder she told everyone she met that their magical talent was the best she had ever seen. There was no helping it. By borrowing the Time Stone, she had peeked into far too many parallel universes. Although the Marvel Universe lacked any cultivation system for ascending from mortal to god, opportunities were incredibly abundant. Who knew if one day someone might accidentally inherit the legacy of a supreme deity and become a powerhouse overnight? Such is chaos magic. Such is the Phoenix Force. There were even multiple versions of the Sorcerer Supreme. Practically everyone possessed the potential of a Sorcerer Supreme. Mage Wang fell silent on the spot. After all, encountering such super geniuses sometimes truly brought a deep sense of powerlessness. First, there was Russell, who became a Grand Mage after just 1 year of cultivation and was now the Sorcerer Supreme. Then there was Strange, who was waiting in line. And now came Tony Stark, who also possessed the demeanor of a Sorcerer Supreme. For Mage Wang, who had cultivated for decades, a faint sorrow welled up in his heart. He had a premonition. It seemed he would never be able to inherit the throne of Sorcerer Supreme. There were already 2 crown princes. Unless his strength surged exponentially one day, allowing him to surpass everyone else, so he could arrogantly declare, "How can there be a crown prince for 70 years in this world?" and make a domineering bid for the throne. But, well, Mage Wang evaluated the gap between himself and Russell, silently withdrawing the thought. He felt it was better not to dwell on such things, otherwise, like that unlucky fellow Caecilius, he might end up being slapped to death with a single strike. He would firmly follow in the footsteps of Supreme Sorcerer Russell. Russell, Mage Wang, and Strange waited quietly outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Although it was a full day, as long as they sat cross-legged, immersed themselves in cultivation, and used the bright moon over the sea within their sea of bitterness to absorb energy and convert it into magic power, time flew by in the blink of an eye. A day passed in an instant. With a creak of the door, Tony walked out with a complex expression. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock and disbelief, and he even staggered slightly as he walked. Only heaven knew how deeply shocked he had been inside the hyperbolic time chamber. He felt as if he possessed boundless wisdom inside the hyperbolic time chamber. He had never felt his mind so clear, with countless inspirations bursting forth. As long as he wished it, whatever he desired would appear inside. It was even more convenient than the top-tier laboratory in his villa that cost tens of billions to build. With great ease, in just 1 day inside the hyperbolic time chamber, he had designed a stronger and more advanced Mark armor. All the technological hurdles were solved. All that was needed now were materials. A new, more powerful suit of armor would come into being. Unbelievable. Incredible. God must be playing a joke. Tony kept muttering, seemingly unable to accept this reality. With a fanatic look, he grabbed Russell's hands. How did you do it? How did you do it? The brain is humanity's forbidden zone, the place where God resides. No one should be able to activate the forbidden zone of the brain. The hyperbolic time chamber was simply too unbelievable for Tony. A place capable of affecting the brain, forcibly boosting a person's intelligence, enhancing their comprehension ability, and providing them with endless inspiration, it was utterly terrifying. In any nation, this was something people would beat each other senseless to get. It could practically push technology forward by an era or even several eras single-handedly. It was simply terrifying. Tony felt greatly deceived, feeling that the world he had lived in for over 30 years had become somewhat unreal. Deep down, he even began to faintly believe Russell's words. This world contained not just technology, but also magic. Only magic, which paid no heed to science, could accomplish such unscientific feats. He remembered what he had said a day ago. He felt extremely embarrassed. So embarrassed he curled his toes, wishing he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment in the floor with them. He could only say that the magic-infused hyperbolic time chamber was truly amazing. What are the conditions to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? I remember you saying that one must have made a huge contribution to Kamar Taj to be allowed inside. Can I donate money? I'll donate $1 billion. I see the living conditions for all the sorcerers here are rather harsh. I'm willing to cover 100 years of living expenses for all of you. Every meal will be at a 5-star standard. 100 years of living expenses. Every single meal at a 5-star standard. Mage Wang suddenly felt that the steamed pork buns in his hand were no longer delicious. He suddenly looked at the playboy Tony, whom he had previously found somewhat annoying, and felt he was looking quite handsome and amiable now. Could this be the legendary superpower of money? Russell, on the other hand, remained quite calm, though a hint of disappointment showed in his eyes. Simply because he had let Tony enter the hyperbolic time chamber, and the man had clearly gained immense benefits, developing a more powerful suit of armor and increasing the forces guarding Earth. Yet he hadn't received any system feedback whatsoever. The progress on the AI Iron Man panel hadn't increased even by a fraction. This piece of news was simply awful. Russell was somewhat puzzled. He pondered carefully, and a stroke of inspiration flashed through his mind as he suddenly realized the difference between the two events. One was inspiration born from being beaten up by the calculation element Captain America. The other was something comprehended inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Both involved inspiration. However, the environments were different. Which means, as the prerequisite for the AI Iron Man to register a protection milestone, that it must occur under crisis conditions. What kind of crisis? Naturally, that would be beating up Iron Man in every way possible. At this thought, Russell couldn't help but look at Tony, who was still brimming with joy, with a gaze full of pity. Poor child. Your nightmare is coming. Russell fell into thought, pondering various ways to pummel Tony in order to rapidly boost his AI Iron Man template progress. Meanwhile, Tony was still frantically flexing his financial superpower. I will engage in deep infrastructure development with Kamar Taj, building a much more modernized architectural complex here. I'll make this place incredibly high-tech. Although he wasn't a planner by trade, he could certainly become a good one. After all, who told him to possess such a powerful artificial intelligence? To ordinary people, Jarvis was like a god. Its existence could solve any of your troubles. Power and wealth. If you possessed it, no one in the world would have any privacy before you, and their deepest secrets would be unearthed. My dear lady, you wouldn't want your hidden secrets to be discovered by your husband, would you? Submit. But Russell wasn't interested in Tony's plans, nor did he care much for the artificial intelligence Jarvis. After all, as a man who possessed the time stone, no one had any secrets before him. Not to mention, he also mastered dark sorcery, allowing him to do whatever he pleased at will. To ordinary people, he was practically an omnipotent god. Still, Russell nodded slightly. Mr. Tony, I invited you here this time because I actually have something to discuss with you. If you want to enter Kamar Taj's holy land and cultivate inside the hyperbolic time chamber, you certainly can. There's no need to do anything else at all. Tony's eyes lit up immediately. He wasn't afraid of having many conditions, he was afraid of having no conditions at all. That was the truly terrifying thing. He believed he still possessed plenty of financial muscle. Please follow me. Russell raised his hand and casually opened a spatial portal. Ever since he became a sorcerer, he had never walked anywhere, relying entirely on portals for transportation. He had mastered this spell to perfection. Not just out of laziness, but also because this spell was simply too ideal for escaping. It was just that up to now, Russell had yet to encounter anyone who could force him to fight with all his strength, let alone beat him into a miserable retreat. This perfectly mastered portal spell could only gather dust. Sigh, the loneliness of invincibility. Russell walked ahead while Tony followed behind. Tony stood by the portal, his eyes filled with amazement as he looked at the golden, fire-sparking glowing ring. This was his first time witnessing the wonder of magic up close. In his mind, a flurry of novel ideas suddenly surged. He suddenly felt that his Mark armor being only able to fly seemed a bit outdated. Truly excellent Mark armor ought to be capable of spatial teleportation like this. Combining magic with armor. Wonder if that would actually work. Wait a moment. Just as Tony was stepping into the portal, Strange suddenly called out. He took a few nervous steps closer. Russell turned his head back knowingly, already understanding what Strange wanted to do. Sure enough, Strange said with a look of firm determination, Supreme Sorcerer Russell, I've made up my mind. I want to become a sorcerer. Please allow me to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. His heart was filled with anxiety. His heart was uneasy. Originally, Strange hadn't wanted to abandon his status as an elite of human society, which he had worked so hard for years to achieve, just to become a so-called sorcerer apprentice in a realm he had never encountered before. The drop in status was simply too huge. But now, seeing the ultra-famous playboy, genuine top billionaire, and superhero Iron Man Tony Stark practically begging for a chance to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, Strange finally understood. His previous thoughts and hesitations had been so foolish. He was practically a joker. Becoming a sorcerer was a monumental opportunity, yet he had actually hesitated because of his status as a surgeon. Just look at Tony offering $1 billion without batting an eye, along with so many extravagant conditions, all just for the price of entering the hyperbolic time chamber once. At this moment, Strange was extremely anxious. He suddenly felt terrified that Russell would reject him. That feeling was even more unbearable and agonizing than losing his hands. Fortunately, though, Russell merely gave him a deep look. Those eyes were as profound as an endless netherworld, seemingly seeing right through his thoughts in a single glance. Strange instinctively averted his gaze, not daring to meet Russell's eyes. Sorcerer Wong. I'll leave Sorcerer Strange's upcoming training to you. Enter the hyperbolic time chamber together with him. Oh, right, mark this bill down for now. Once Sorcerer Strange gains enough strength, he can pay it back. Sorcerer Wong nodded. He trusted Russell's judgment, though deep down he also felt a bit competitive. He wanted to see what kind of genius this Strange was, who was said to possess the potential of a sorcerer supreme and extraordinary talent for magic. It couldn't be told from the outside world. But inside the hyperbolic time chamber, whether one was a true genius or prodigy could be seen at a single glance. A genius was a supreme genius. A prodigy was a supreme prodigy. Strange was overjoyed. He had been anxious earlier, fearing that even after entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he still wouldn't be able to sense the presence of magic energy. But with Sorcerer Wong there, it would be different. Guided by such an expert, he would definitely be able to sense it and become a qualified sorcerer. By then, his hands would surely be restored as well. His heart swelled with overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme Russell. Strange said earnestly, I will fulfill the duties of a sorcerer, devote everything I have to follow you, and protect Kamar Taj. Ding. You successfully tricked a very kind person, causing them to willingly work for you and endure your oppression. Truly sold off and still counting money for you, you really are an extremely cold-hearted boss. Your action aligns with the persona of Dark Strange. Dark Strange template progress plus 1%. Current template progress, 58.46%. The template progress had increased quite a bit again. Aside from what he scammed recently using his grand deception skills, the remaining portion was likely brought in by the dark statue left behind in the Joy of Life world. Perhaps he could consider leaving a dark statue in Sasuke's world as well. Russell thought for a moment. A 50% progress unlocked the second template, so what would happen when a template reached 100%? Unlock another template again, or directly resurrect the template. He felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. After all, the template system was quite awesome. Supreme Russell. Tony had already followed Russell through to the other side of the portal. Looking around, he found himself in a very ancient hall lined with all sorts of strange items he couldn't make sense of, so he spoke up to ask, what do you need me to do? That's a long story. Russell sighed. I wonder if you've ever heard the story of the Emperor Armor. In the world of magic, two top-tier powerhouses were once born. One was called the Light Emperor, and the other was called the Shadow Emperor. Both of them cultivated magic to an extremely terrifying level. However, in the end, they went down two completely opposite paths due to a clash of ideals. They became enemies. The Light Emperor advocated for love and peace. Using the sun as materials, he forged a light and shadow armor of immense power, named the Emperor Armor. On the other hand, the Shadow Emperor advocated for death and destruction. He wanted to destroy the entire universe and plunge it into darkness. He possessed immense power, allowing him to corrupt people from various parallel universes and drag them into his own universe to serve him. The Emperor Armor fought against the Shadow Emperor for 1,000,000 years. In the preceding time, the Emperor Armor had always held the upper hand. But 1,000 years ago, a very powerful helper suddenly appeared for the Shadow Emperor, named the Dark Titan Dormammu. The balance of power between the two sides was instantly disrupted. Fortunately, the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was guarding Earth. So Earth was not destroyed. But just a few days ago, Sorcerer Supreme Ji Yi died young, living only 800 years. As for me, the successor, I haven't mastered my studies. I'm just an ordinary mage with little combat power. The Shadow Emperor already knows about this, so Earth is probably in danger. So I need to find a new Emperor Armor. Russell looked at Tony with a serious face. That's right, the Emperor Armor I've chosen to protect Earth is you. What? 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through Tony's mind, and he even looked suspicious. You're not just talking nonsense and trying to fool me, are you? How is that possible? Russell flatly denied it. This was a story he had spent 2 hours coming up with, so how could it possibly be fake? If this were a movie, I'd really have to complain that it's an absolutely terrible setting. But if it's true, Tony felt there were too many things to complain about and couldn't find the words for a moment. The Light Emperor and the Shadow Emperor fought for 1,000,000 years over an idea. An 800-year-old sorcerer supreme was said to have died young. The sun was used as materials to forge the Emperor armor, and powerhouses from parallel universes were summoned as subordinates. You guys are so awesome. Why don't you guys just fly up to the heavens? Go and plague the universe instead. Why are you messing around on this broken, tiny Earth anyway? The universe is so big, can't you two supreme powerhouses find another planet with life? Actually, the Captain America you saw yesterday is real. She belongs to another parallel universe. However, in her universe, she wasn't created by the Allied forces, but by Hydra. So she isn't called Captain America, but Hydra Captain. Tony suddenly realized. I was wondering how Captain America could be a woman, with such a hot body and such a strange shield. So she's from Hydra. He felt a bit of regret. It's all because our universe's Hydra organization didn't work hard enough, they're so disappointing. What's so good about looking at that old geezer, Captain America? I, Tony, cast my vote under my real name for the Hydra Captain. Because the Hydra Captain's justice is much bigger. Long live justice. Hey! Russell sneered upon hearing Tony's words. Our universe's Hydra isn't working hard. That's truly the biggest joke I've ever heard. You'll find out how formidable Hydra is in the future. What is the highest realm of being an undercover agent? 3 years after 3 years, 3 years after 3 years, I've ended up becoming the boss. Despite being hunted down and suppressed, Hydra could still send its own undercover agents to infiltrate SHIELD, the world's largest intelligence and agent organization. They even rose to the rank of the boss, turning half of SHIELD into Hydra. Such methods are also quite extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that this universe is a superhero universe, they might have actually been able to change their destiny against heaven, control various governments, and dominate the entire world. Russell specifically reminded Tony, you need to watch out for an organization called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Everyone in there is a scheming fool. Strategic Homeland what division? Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Oh, what a lame name. Tony immediately mocked. To come up with such a tongue twister of a name, the founder of this division must not have had a very high IQ. Look at how great the names he chose were. His smart butler has the same name as his former butler, Jarvis. The armor is called the Mark Armor. The next upgrade is called Mark II, the next is Mark III, and so on. It's simple, clear, and sounds good. Well, you're right. That low IQ founder seems to be your father, Howard. What? Tony didn't know how many times he had been shocked today. He had never expected that his rigid father had actually created the world's largest agent organization. That incompetent fellow. Just how many things had he hidden from him? However, he clearly didn't want to mention his father, so he directly changed the subject. Tony asked, so you've told me all this because you want me to do something? Like flying into space to kill that whatever his name is Shadow Emperor. If that's really the case, I, Tony Stark, can say without hesitation. You've got the wrong guy. I'm useless. Although he had never seen any Shadow Emperor, as soon as he heard that the Shadow Emperor's rival, the Light Emperor, used the sun as his refining materials, he knew that he himself was just a small fry. Although no one knows where the Light Emperor armor went. It left behind a belt. Russell extended his palm, and a dense sphere of light gathered in the center of his hand. The next moment, a golden belt appeared in his palm. It was something he had created using calculation elements, and he had added a little bit of magic to it. Wearing this belt cannot summon the Emperor. But it can absorb calculation elements. Absorb whose? The Shadow Emperor is a terrifying god. He can summon powerhouses from other parallel universes to be his subordinates, and those subordinates possess immortal bodies. They will get hurt, but they won't get tired. As long as they are given time, they will still recover. They are immortal. This was the power of calculation elements. Unlike flesh and blood, as long as there was enough time, any living being resurrected by calculation elements would come back to life. This was what the Iron Man relied on to defeat all the powerhouses and living beings in the universe resurrected by the Supreme Dimension fragments, as well as those in other parallel universes. And only this light belt can completely absorb the dark energy from their bodies after they are heavily injured, which can be considered truly killing them. Also, I'm very sorry to tell you some very bad news. Besides the Hydra Captain, I've observed another superhero who has been summoned to our universe by the Shadow Emperor. He has a slight connection to you. He is your son, Tony. He was shocked. He had already been shocked countless times today, but this time was by far the most shocking and the hardest to accept. A playboy like him actually has a son. You've got to be kidding me. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.